But anyways, we're going to be playing some Medieval Dynasty today. Yeah, it feels like this keeps unchecking. I've set that a couple of times so it doesn't drop the audio when we do that. It seems to just redo it. We're going to pick up where we left off. For those who missed where we left off yesterday, I have finished all of the chapter objectives. So, like, the main things that kind of tutorial and teach you the game, and, like, take you through all that stuff, all of it's done. So we do have the building limit now applied of 70, which is the max you can get without changing your settings. If we do hit that, I will just bump up the settings until the game screams for mercy, or we finish. We did finally hit the point that I can continue the story in the game, but our focus has been trying to work on our various projects around town. Yeah, so we do have that one over there. We are moving on to building stone stuff. We have got ourselves more places for extracting things and all that. So as you can see, we got all this stuff is getting worked on. We did start properly going and mining and all that as well. So, let's see. First of all, I don't think we have much I want to sell yet. Yeah, so we already paid all our taxes. Okay, so we got 3 stone pickaxes there. Oh, you're gonna need a shovel, aren't you? It's fine. Yeah, doing a quick run around, just making sure everyone's got axes and saws and stuff like that. You got that stuff. You got that stuff. Oh, let's check the hunter real fast. The hunter does not have knives. And I'd need more sticks. It's honestly looking like I'm probably pretty soon going to need to take my woodcutters to get things sorted out to get them to bring in some sticks. I don't like them putting their time in on sticks because sticks are easy to come by on your own. But I don't want to have to manually do that forever. Alright, so let's go here real fast. Now make 4 knives. Hey, Arch, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Arch Play Stuff, another fantastic creator on the platform, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. But plays a whole lot of indie games on our channel. Been doing some Into the Dead recently, which is a game published by their studio and everything. So it's pretty cool having one involved with that. And played Satisfactory yesterday. That's right, I caught you playing Satisfactory at the end of the stream. So doing a run of that, which is always a good time. Alright, so drop off the knives to make sure you can keep working. But yeah, definitely fantastic catch out. What's new in this playthrough? So there's been 2 updates since the last time I had played a playthrough of this. There was one that's mostly cosmetic stuff that, if I'm being honest, I have pretty much utterly ignored. And then there has been another one that has added like a complete rebalance of combat XP and all that kind of stuff. So I wouldn't say any of them were big updates. Okay, so I need beets, onions, cabbage, and carrots. So beetroot, I'll need 20 of those. Let's see, carrots. I'll grab the dodgiest of the carrots, we'll need 20 of those. Onions. Grab 20 of those. Oh, and it's cabbage. So grab the 19 there. Okay, so we've got a bunch of food there. We're definitely going to need to get them cooking stuff here soon. In the meantime, I'll probably want to bring a little extra food for myself. Let's grab an extra, like, 20 onions. Because those are the ones that are getting ready to go bad. Alright. So what we're going to do here is we're going to run on up here. We've had this quest for a long time. It is unfortunately one quest that you can get stuck on for a while. because Sombor does want crops that only grow certain times of year, so you kind of have to do a full year's worth of farming to get everything he wants. But the plan is to run up here, get that story going, because a lot of times it'll be you turn in the thing, and then you can't do anything with it for, you know, a whole season. Yeah, so the wolves are along there. So yeah, if I cut in between here, we can avoid the wolves. If the wolves aggro me, that's fine too. We'll just murder the crap out of them. But, so we want to do that, and we want to focus on building the town. Mostly I need to get more houses. One of the things I'm going to be doing to that end is I believe, if I'm not mistaken, one of my houses only has one person in it. Okay, so we got our 2 babies here. Yeah, that house isn't done yet. Yeah, I've got one house that has one more spot left in it. We got room for one more if we run by town real quick. Which will be good, because I kind of need to add another person to my town. Where? Bad dog. The classic in-game where you hear the combat music and you immediately go into like a defensive stance, being like, all right, where is danger? That the combat music just teases it out for you to let you know that you're about to have a bit of a rough ride. Just grabbing a couple things to heal myself with. Alright. Now, it is one of those things that if you kill enough of the animals in a season, in an area, they won't spawn for the rest of that season. Or they don't. Rather, they spawn at the beginning of the season. Once you've killed them, you clear out the animals of that kind for that area. And that works both for dangerous animals as well as animals you want. So like if you're hunting deer, you'll exhaust the deer in the area, and then you'll have to go farther to get more deer. But also just the same, like you go to an area where that there's a bear, you know, clearly you don't want to be tangling with the bear regularly, but if you take the time to kill the bear, then you just don't have to deal with the bear for the rest of the season. So the plan for this season is, 1, to try and get the main... Ow! Leave me alone, Badger. You don't even hurt that bad. Wait. Oh, it considers you still aggroed? I don't care about that. And we got the clay pits. I never ended up needing the clay that much. Alright. The thing I'm going to do is we're going to quickly run over to town here. I'm going to see if we can't have another villager we can toss over real quick to our town. Okay, so just lost shipment. Because we toss another villager quickly over to our town, I can get them working on stuff. But we're on our way to Sombor. Most likely when we turn this in, it'll tell me to go to the next person and start the next dialogue and yada yada yada.
Always complaining. How is life treating
Alright,
you?
small talk. What are your skills? Field work tires me a bit, but it's a thing in your family. That's fine, I can use a farmer. So go ahead and join my settlement. Great to see you there. So I'm gonna go ahead and take this new person we just brought in, which is you. We're going to assign you to the only house that has room. And then for the stuff here. So you are... Honestly, you said you're good at farming. But if we're being honest, you're a liar. Is what you are. There's not really a way to go around that. You lied to me. You're actually not good at anything. That's fine. I guess you're a farmer anyways. She is of tolerable skill at farming. But they do level up, so it's fine. One of the things we'll end up doing is escalating the size of our farms. That's actually something we should do. While we're out on this trip and we turn this garbage in, most likely I'll end up needing to run by a town sooner or later. Like wherever Sombor sends us next. When that happens, we should see if we can't get a hold of pigs or chickens. Never mind, we're literally passing the chickens right now. We'll just do it now. Okay.
Greetings, stranger.
Show me your wares.
Never disappoint.
Yeah, so they've got animal feed and all that.
Goodbye.
Where you actually have the chickens, though? Because those are actual houses. I do think I will buy some animal feed just in case.
Only the best products here.
Then go here. Pick up just 10. I should be able to make some feed myself. Sell her the apple juice. And sell her the wheat beer.
Take care.
Okay, somewhere in here is a chicken coop. Alright. So it looks like the chicks are very cheap. There's only one rooster. So I get that. And one hen. And now I'm going to go to our journal here, and we're going to reassign our really crappy farmer. That'd be you. We're going to reassign you from the farm shed to the chicken coop. Which is here. There you are. Alright, so you're only 400 away. Alright, so you have a Wizen to worry about on the one side there. So I've got the feed on me. I don't know how long the chickens can go without the feed. But we'll see what our next objective is and where it tells us to go. Because there is a chance what'll happen is we'll go up here, we'll turn this in. And they'll want me to go the other side of the map past where I live, which would be perfect. There's also a chance they'll send me way out in the middle of nowhere, and that would be less perfect. Okay. So with that, though, we're going to be taking the feed and making eggs. So the next thing we want to do is potentially get pigs. Alright, it aggroed a wolf, but apparently it's far enough away it didn't chase. Okay. When the music pauses, like, alright, did we aggro again? I'm really happy we got the thing that means so that my stamina drain's way lower. Really helps me get around. Here's your stupid food. Let's see, it's all there. Don't test me, Sombor. Where is she? Hey, don't you talk. Where? Hornica.
Something seems too good about it.
Okay, so Hornica is actually way down past where we live. So that's actually perfect for our purposes. And I know we don't have the pigs or any of that there. I do wish I remembered which towns had what in them. So let's see, if we follow... I'm gonna follow the road here to the south instead of the way we came up. One, just to check to see if we have any, like, abandoned camps or bandits or anything along here to get ourselves easy goods. And also to kind of circumvent the Wyzant and the wolves.
Come on, guys! Kill that bastard! You will die by my hand!
Okay, I do want to fight that, but maybe not, like, with all of them right on top of me. Oh, you are right on top of me.
You'll be stone cold!
Aw, thanks. A silk shawl. And a bronze knife. Okay. So I'm actually pretty happy about running into bandits. They're goods. They give me easy axes, bows, that kind of stuff. So I had one melee, one ran away, and one archer at least. Oh, you finally did lose your stream streak? Yeah, sorry to hear that. It was bound to happen sooner or later. That's like one of the reasons why I bring up every time when people start getting those really high stream streaks. No, I'm not gonna pick that up. That just them lasting that long is always the whole thing. Ooh, I hit you in the face. I'd say I missed that one pretty high. You're not worried about it? Yeah, now like I said, one of the things you could try, it supposedly works. I've heard mixed things on it though. Bronze armor. Nearly destroyed though. Is that very genuinely you're supposed to be able to go back to whatever VOD that supposedly didn't get counted for. And, if you pop into that VOD and watch for like 15 minutes, it's supposed to make it count. But that said, I've heard very mixed things about some people it worked, some people it didn't. I'll check up here. And that gave us a couple of bows, some axes, and a whole bunch of good stuff. That feels like cheating to you? No, it's because a lot of times it messes up and doesn't count anyways. Like, I do wish with the stream streaks you could sit there and, you know, for every X number of streams you catch, you kind of get one forgiveness. You know, or also that I as a creator can turn around and be like, hey, please don't count this stream against people, like when I'm doing weird hours or whatever. But we don't have any of that functionality. And after a lot of creators complaining about that, that was kind of their compromise, is to be able to, like, okay, we'll make it so you can potentially do this thing to, like, kind of fix it. Honestly, get rid of the feature. Yeah, and I actually, on my end, can turn them off. Like, turn off the stream streaks entirely. I know a lot of people really enjoy it, and it's a way to show support and all that. I don't know. It's something I wouldn't have a problem with turning off if people don't want it. But I believe they made it so we can turn it off on our channels individually. Like, if I individually don't want it on the channel, I can just turn it off. You know sub-series who had them off a while for that reason? Yeah, and that's kind of... Like, for me, I would turn them off, because originally we didn't have that ability. But it's just kind of where I got to... Okay, 1 second.
Hello there.
Do you need help? I need help, money, a new horse, but foremost, I need a new wheel. Do you have a spare one, perchance? People who travel without carts and wagons usually don't keep spare wheels in their pockets, but I can get you one. I'll come back for you. Sure, I'm not going anywhere anytime soon unless a miracle happens. So let's see who's going to be faster, me or a miracle.
Take care.
I'll probably sort that out. Streamer gets anxiety doing weird off-stream. Viewers get anxiety about it breaking. It doesn't really do anything. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I definitely, from my perspective, just made the conscious decision a while back that I wasn't going to let the stream streaks prevent me from, like, collabing or doing weird hour streams. You know, because of, like, all the interesting opportunities I would have to give up to worry about it. But, it hasn't really been an issue, but no, it's also fair that it causes people anxiety. But kind of the problem I'm at as well with that is there's a lot of people who are very invested in their stream streaks, that it's just kind of a thing of pride or fun for whatever them. And it would kind of suck to just take that away at this stage too. So, yeah, it is a thing. I haven't debated it recently, but I have in the past debated about just turning the thing off. I was kind of waiting because there was about 3 people who had like these 500-600 stream streaks going on. That's kind of waiting for it to bug out on each of them and then get rid of it or something like that.
How is life treating
Can I help you with something? Ladies with dangerous animals approaching the village. Okay, sure, we'll kill the animals. We'll worry about that later. Right now, I just want to get home.
We all had dreams.
But it's also a thing we could just put up to a poll, not during stream, but like maybe on the Discord. I might do that. Maybe after stream, just have people weigh in and be like, hey, would you rather we keep this feature on or turn it off? Yeah, no, Cookie's the only one who's got like the really, really big stream streak. Yeah, and that's the thing. I do know a lot of people who do like the feature. Because my mindset was kind of along the lines of, if it's something that could stress you out, don't engage with it. Which is kind of my thought on the my end of it. Got me and the apples. Crappy stone axe, we'll take it anyways. Yours is at 346. You're waiting until yours hits 365. It's funny, you like seeing the numbers go up, but you don't actually care if you miss it. Yeah, no, I don't think it's a big enough thing either way that I don't think someone will stop tuning in because it's turned off, or someone will stop tuning in because I turn it off. Because if that's a feature holding you to channel, I have failed in a lot of ways. I have failed in so many ways that's the make or break. But yeah, no, it's definitely one that I wish there was I wish there's more stuff around it. But yeah, and I've definitely seen where the feature has stressed people out. Like, I've seen people who really need to be focused on other things, but they'll try and tune in just long enough to get their stream streak to get fixed and then get back to, like, whatever major crisis they gotta deal with on their end. I've also seen where a content creator started a stream, started to not feel well, but knew they had someone who was super high stream streak and didn't want to take it away from them. You know, fortunately in that case, when they felt a little bit worse, they're like, no, I've got to listen to my body. You know, like, it is what it is. But, like I said, I kind of came to the thought that stuff's going to get broken either way. So I'm just not going to sweat it if it ends up breaking stream streaks, because I'm still surprised it hasn't happened yet where, you know, I start a stream for an hour and have, like, the internet go out or the power go out or some other thing like that and just kill everyone's stream streaks. Alright, so let's get ourselves clean. But I know it's a kind of, like, a lot of fun for a whole bunch of people, see how high they can get theirs. Is it possible for viewers to turn off stream streaks for themselves? No, but you can just not shout it out. Like, I don't get to see your stream streaks until you announce them. So you can just choose to not engage with the mechanic at all. Okay, so let's drop stuff off. So I've got some bronze armor that's mostly destroyed. We'll probably just sell that. That's a bronze dagger. So it's not a bronze knife, that's a bronze dagger. So that's just a weapon. Got a bronze knife, I'll drop that in here for right now. We got a bronze mace that's mostly destroyed. I'll probably just sell that. We got multiple copper knives that are mostly spent, but we'll drop those off. Drop off the dandelions, drop off the fur. I've got the iron knife I've been using this whole time. I got a noble hat that I could sell for a lot. We got a bit of poison. Got a scarf. I have some soup that I apparently made at some point, or found at some point. We've got the thin boots. Got 2 pairs of the armor. Let's go ahead real quick. So if we look at the armor, how does that compare to what I'm wearing now? So it offers slightly worse cold protection. But more damage protection. I guess I'll put that on. Then I've got some wool fabric and all that to drop off. What's annoying is watching on the iPad, even if you just miss the subscribed for and stream streak, it still pops every time you watch. Oh, like the mobile app? Yeah. I've also kind of come to accept that no matter what I do, the mobile app's going to be a pile of hot garbage. So I don't end up sweating that one too much either. Let's eat that soup really fast. Now, does it give me back the wooden bowl? It does. Perfect. So let's run into our house real fast and dump a bunch of stuff off here. Okay. So what we could do is we're probably done with the basic shoes. So yeah, I'll put the thin boots here. Take the basic shoes. Drop the winter coat there, because I might still want that for the winter proper. I'm going to just sell the noble hat, I think, because that's a boatload of money. Oh, I got multiple iron axes to get rid of, so let's do that. And I don't think I'm going to keep the bronze armor because it's mostly already destroyed. I think I'm going to be better served to just... that. Was that a limitation on the OS? I was talking about the apps. The app version of a bunch of stuff doesn't get updated as quickly versus the browser version. Like updating a browser application can be done, you know, instantly. You don't have to go through any like validation process, verification process, or anything like the app stores have. Because when you go to update a app on an app store, you usually have to like submit the update. It has to go through a whole approval process and all that kind of stuff. It just delays it. And I'd also argue a lot of the like software development, like a lot of the development side, a bunch of those, like making a mobile application takes more effort than a lot of their stuff. All right, well the animal feed's already gone there. That's fine. So it's just one is simpler and much easier to do quickly than the other. Apple and Google like to, you know, ensure they're spreading malware. Yeah, and to be fair, those processes, while better than nothing, are very, like, malware still does get by. It's not from a lack of effort on their part to trying to prevent it, but malware does get by. Yeah, so I have to worry about the bears there, and the Wisent and all that. Yeah, kind of whatever route I take, I'm going to run into potential problems, that's fine. But yeah, for updating a mobile application, like literally all they have to do is push the software to their server, boom, your website's updated. Instantaneous. Most malware comes with third-party apps, but yeah, still some gaps in their processes. Nothing to prevent AI slop. Yeah, no, it's like definitely grabbing, like side-loading stuff, working around the App Store is far riskier than anything from the App Store. But it's kind of the same thing that you can kind of only screen for the malware you're already aware of. So relatively new malware, their detection stuff, it might catch it, like if certain interactions are happening that they know is high risk, but there's a lot of stuff that will get past. It's just the nature of the beast. Like it's not any kind of failure. When you're talking about malware, it's an arms race. And the person on the defensive side countering the malware is at a disadvantage because they don't know where people are going to strike, how they're going to strike, and they have to just, you know, spot and adapt as they can. Okay, so if I take the north pass here, I could cut across. It's also becoming more and more common, some of these attack vectors we're seeing, like, we're seeing more cases of, you know, dependencies for software libraries becoming the attack vector, where it gets an update with malware snuck into it. We're seeing mods for games becoming a more and more common attack vector, that you'll have either a mod that's been around for a long time and has been safe historically, and the dev gets a chip on their shoulder and shoves malware into it, or the dev gets compromised and the person who has, you know, compromised their stuff then shoves malware into it. We've seen a lot of those. So just be careful. And it doesn't mean don't mod or anything like that. It's just understand, especially if it's a smaller mod that's not been around for as long, the risk is much higher than something that's been around for a very long time. But even stuff that's been around forever is not no risk. Okay, so from now, if I just turn straight towards Hornica, I should be in the clear. Plus, Apple and Google count reputation as a standard, so if you're a financial institution, they're less concerned about your app asking for credit info than some with mobile games. Yep. And I mean, that's honestly fair. You've got more to lose. Isn't the dependency attack thing what happened to XZ? I do not know XZ in this context. But yeah, no, there is a number of things that got hit. There was a while back. I think there was a JavaScript library that was it JavaScript? There was a library that was like one of these things that did a very fundamental. It was JavaScript, I'm sure. It was like a very fundamental thing, like a time conversion or something that like everybody was using. And I do remember there was a point that like the library got just yoinked and just crippled a whole bunch of stuff. Alright, don't mind me. I'm creeping around your house looking for a person named Castrell.
How do you do?
How old is the king, actually? Our king is 34 years old. Thank you for telling me. Still working on it.
Day.
I stand next to a mountain. I chop it down with the edge of my hand. Well, I pick up all the pieces and make an island. Might even raise a little sand. Castrell, is that you? I'm Rosfear, Lorden's nephew. Waits at a window, wearing the face that he keeps it ajar by the door. Who is it for? Castrell, are you there? Do you hear me? Until the rainbow burns in the star skies. Until the ocean covers every mountain high. Until the day and night, and the night becomes day. Until the trees and the seas just up and fly away. This is pointless. You're drunk as Lord. I know. I'll bring you a special potion that'll help clear up your head. How many roads must a man walk down before you can call him a man? The answer is blowing in the wind. Don't worry, Castrell. I'll come back. Alright, so potion of sobriety. And unfortunately, I don't think that's going to happen over here.
Travelers of this realm are drawn to the bonfires like moths. Myself included.
Alright. You picked up what you started this run? Do I have one on me? I don't think we did. We've been selling a bunch of them, though. You know, I don't have one on me. I'm pretty sure, though, back at town, I probably keep selling them. From that cart, you remember? Yeah, no, if you mean at the beginning of the run, I've already sold it. I'm like 99% sure. Let's see, from looking it up, XZ had a malicious backdoor introduced in February 2024, which was discovered in March 24th. XZ is a data compression utility for most Linux distributions. Yeah, no, that's a thing that happens. It's one of the dangers we run into, that there's a pro and a con of using a lot of other people's libraries. Because on one hand, you know, you're not going to invest the time that someone who specializes in something is going to invest in it. So it can be a thing that you can be like, hey, I'm going to make all of this myself, keep it in-house, but you're almost always going to end up with a slightly worse version of it because, again, you're kind of splitting your attention between that and all the other things you're doing. Whereas someone who's like, I'm making this library is what I do. you know, with that focus, they're almost certainly going to have better results. But at the same time, the more stuff you depend on others for, you are creating your own risk factors. So you do consider where things come from as well. But yeah, I know that the one I was thinking wasn't the XZ one. It was, I can't remember what it's for. It was like, what was JSON interpretation or something like that. There was a left padding thing too, a library that was 10 line long. Everyone used it, but the host actually stole another project from the dev. So the dev took it down. Everything that relied on it broke. Yeah, that sounds more like the one I'm thinking of. That kind of thing, where there was a dev that, you know, did that. We've also had times where, like, you'll have a dev maintaining a thing, and then someone ends up being particularly crabby to them, or a bunch of someones, and they're eventually like, fine, do without, and they pull down a library and break everything. Being like, look, you know, I've been doing this free of charge for all this time. I don't have to deal with this crap. But we've seen a little bit more of that happening. It's still a very rare occurrence, but that very rare occurrence has happened to pretty, you know, pretty heavy things that everyone depends on. And like I said, we've also seen situations where individuals who created some of this libraries like fell on hard times, and, you know, desperate people do desperate things. So they, you know, introduced malware to, you know, do like crypto mining or whatever thing that they were going to do to try and make some quick money. But yeah, it's a whole thing. It's one of the reasons you really want your devs to be financially supported. Same with the IT people. You want your IT people to be financially supported. Because everything you use depends on them. And if they're desperate, that introduces a lot of risk. The classic, why is the janitor paid really highly, you know, to clean floors at, you know, a super secure place? And it's like, well, part of it's because, you know, it's important that they do that work. The other part of it is they got the keys to every room in the building. And that in itself, you want to make sure they feel very, very happy with their work there. Same reason the government won't hire anyone who's filed bankruptcy? Yeah. Yeah, no, there is a certain weight there, and it sucks because you have people who, like, just honestly have bad luck with things, and it's not really their fault that they ended up in those situations, but it is a risk factor that has to be considered. Alright, so we need planks. Okay, if we were going to make our own potion of sobriety, what do I need? Okay. So we get healing potions. So potion of sobriety is a clay vial, daisies, and thistles. And I do not have nearly the technology to unlock it. It's all wood. Oh, it might be something like the upgraded workshop can do clay stuff, because I don't actually remember where you do the clay stuff. The other thing that struck me is I think I actually do have a wheel just in storage around here. Okay, so let's make a bunch of planks, get houses built. Workshop 2 does pottery? Gotcha. Yeah, so then we're just waiting for the upgrade to be available. Have you seen the game called Clanfolk before? Yes. I actually am trying to remember. 1 second. Okay, cool. I'm actually trying to remember. There was a couple of those games, and they always mix them up, because there's RimWorld, there's Clanfolk, there's another one. And I remember one of those I found super off-putting because of some of the content they had in. I don't think it was Clanfolk. I think Clanfolk was fine. That to me at the last time I looked at it, it just needed Nordland. Yeah, Nordland was the one that was like, alright, this game is huge ick. I'm really uncomfortable with this. I understand that they made it way better after they did like their playtest early access and got lots and lots and lots of negative feedback. I know Clanfolk I played forever ago. I'm pretty sure I played on the channel. Yeah, no, so I haven't played it in, admittedly, almost exactly 2 years. So it's been a while. Yeah, it's had a lot of updates. Yeah, no, it was, I think it was Norland. That when they did, like, their first early access kind of thing that they gave a lot of creators access to and all that. You know, it's like, yeah, the game had slavery, and I've played a couple of games of slavery, and it's a mechanic I usually personally don't enjoy engaging with. I understand it's fiction and all that, but at the same time, it's still something that's like, yeah, but I really don't even desire simulating it. But theirs took it way farther, where you could force your slaves into sexual encounters. Because you had a need gauge for your characters. And one of those needs was sex. If I'm thinking the right game. I could be thinking the wrong game. And that was kind of the point. It wasn't even like an optional mechanic. It was a forced mechanic in that you literally couldn't advance the tutorial without doing it. And I was like, I'm sorry. I know this is a video game, but this is just way too much ick for me. I was like, I don't know what these devs are thinking, but this is something that doesn't need to be in a video game. So that was one that it was like, no, this is a solid not happening game. And like I said, I understand, because we had friends of channel-wise, we had a good like 5 or 6 people who played it, and every single one of us kind of came with it. It's like, yeah, no, we hit this point. It was just super, super uncomfortable. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, I can't remember. I don't want to misattribute. I think it was Norland. I just don't remember for sure. But yeah, no, it was definitely one that just, you hit that and you're like, nah, man. It's like, I'm down for some games pushing some boundaries and doing some stuff. Yeah, no, it's the only one I've seen where they had sex as a requirement. Even that felt weird. That's like, no, your character has to have sex. Otherwise, they get super angry. And you're like, what? It's like, why out of all your lists? Because it was something like you had, it was what, like, hunger, shelter, and sex were the only needs that your character had. I'm like, I feel like on the list of things you need to survive, sex does not list nearly as high as this, if even making the list at all. But yeah, so it was definitely like at the beginning, just having that was like, that is a very weird choice. But okay, I can roll with this. And it was just the whole thing when it turned to like, that you'd literally have slaves and you could use them to fulfill that need. I was like, I'm sorry, what? No. Like, literally we hit that point and it was like, no, I'm out. I'm out. Where I tell you about this live on Twitch and YouTube? Simple, because it is a video game that was around the channel and everything, and it's worth pointing out that that is, you know, the video game. Like, it should be something that you should be critical of video games, and when they make bizarre choices like that. I think it's worth discussion. Because we're not even talking about, like, what actions are or whatever. It's, that was a game mechanic that people decided to include in their game. For some weird reason. Doesn't seem age appropriate. I mean, we're not getting into graphic detail or anything. If the word sex is too much for any audience, I would argue that one, they're still like a tween, which means they're not allowed to be on Twitch. Or two, their parents are failing to keep up with stuff that's going to be coming up that they're going to need to be informed on if they're going to make any type of meaningfully or good decisions. Games have all a weird thing in general. No, I would say there's not that many games that are that weird. There certainly are some weird games, and then there's games that, you know, you get to the fringes of the internet that get utterly cursed. And we're not even getting to there, but yeah, that was the whole thing. Yeah. Wait, this channel tries to be age appropriate. You play RimWorld? Right, but RimWorld, I would argue, isn't a super graphic game. It's one of the things that usually the way I phrase it is that this is not a quote-unquote safe-for-work channel. It's also not quote-unquote a not safe-for-work channel. That the joke I usually give is I don't mind a person getting a little side-eye from their boss, but we don't want to go to the point that the boss feels they need to get out of their chair and say something. So, like, PG-13. But even then, like, people have noticed that I try and keep swearing to a minimum. Like, for myself, like, I'm not going to go into chat and be like, you're not allowed to swear, or anything like that. You make your own choices. Now, granted, if you're someone who's just dropping F-bombs every other sentence, that'll be like, hey man, tone it down. But that's more the amount of swearing, not the swearing itself, that's the problem. Everything in moderation. But yeah, no, I don't remember much about clan folk. Including moderation? I mean, yes and no. You're not wrong. Like, you're not wrong about, like, oh, even moderation you can take too far. That's absolutely true. I do find a lot of times when people make that stance, that it's like, you know, moderation and moderation. A lot of times, they want there to be a lot less moderation, and I'm definitely in the camp that moderation is a feature, the absent moderation is a mistake. Okay. So it's time to move people from a house over here into the new house over there, because we still got some of our crap houses over here. This will be the next contestant. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. Catching it out of context is like, what is this conversation? Yeah, no, we were talking about, like I said, I believe it was Norland was the game. It is a game that I played once on the channel, and it just gave me such high levels of ick level that I was like, yeah, we're never playing this again. It's like, this is like super uncomfortable. Alright, so got rid of another junk house. So let's take our two people who just lost their homes and give them a much nicer home. Never heard of it? Yeah, we played like... It was like a version of the game way back. Oh, it moved the whole family, that's fine. We played a version of the game from way, way, way back. And... like, the aesthetic of the game was really good. Like cosmetically, the game looked great. The art in the game looked really solid. But it had just so many weird design choices. It definitely felt like they were trying to see, you know, if they could get if they could get the game a bunch of publicity by just pushing boundaries and all that. Which I've made the comment before that that is a approach to marketing that I really just do not like. It is a very popular form of marketing too, because unfortunately, what kind of kicked that off to being a whole thing was way back when GTA 3 came out. There was an interview basically asking, like, hey, what led to the success, all that kind of stuff there. And there was a very popular talk by one of the, I don't remember what his title was, like a lead dev or the CEO or whatever, was like, you know, this is a talk to other game developers. And he was like, well, you know, what we had the choice of doing is we would deliberately kind of see just how much we could push with the goal of getting as many people as we could talking about our game without getting it pulled from shelves. So it's kind of like some of the heavy metal bands back in the day where they would deliberately try and make a bunch of controversy. Don't hit the place, because that could damage your buildings. You know, like how much controversy can we get without anyone like pulling our albums off the shelves? It's like the joke about how Rage Against the Machine and such very genuinely do try and get a bunch of people talking about them and getting a whole bunch of people up in a huff, because that's just free marketing. But yeah, so it was a whole thing with GTA that they kind of came out that was like their entire strategy, was getting people as upset as they could, but again, with the specific goal of pushing that boundary as far as they can without not being allowed to sell places. And there was times they pushed a little too far and it did get stuff pulled from shelves. But I mean, it is a effective and functional type of sales. But because of that talk, it became like the entire business model for like an entire slice of gaming for a long time, and it got real tiresome. It still is to this day. You can usually spot the games that push that, like nowadays, like, you know, it'll be an automatic thing that they will include cannibalism because they got to make sure to check that ick box. It's very common for a lot of horror games. So do you think in the UK, when the BBC banned a song from being played, it usually just increased sales? Yep. That kind of thing happens. It's the same kind of thing a lot of times when people ban books, that boosts the book sales and boosts the number of people who read it. Like the parental advisory stickers in the 90s. Yep. Well, that one's also a little bit different. Because you still certainly have that same factor of you're being told you're not allowed to, but also then there's definitely among the teen sales and young adult that there's that's phase that a lot of people get into where they're, you know, you're pushing your boundaries, kind of seeing what you can and cannot get away with, that kind of thing. You're in that stage of life. There's definitely something to be said with that, where people will seek out that content in that age bracket, or in that life phase bracket. It's not really tied to an age specifically. In that life phase bracket, you know, where you're very combative isn't the word I want to use, but you know, you bristle at authority a lot more. Yeah, you're very testy. That's where you end up having people who get like, they get super duper edgy and all that. Oh, definitely. In the edgy 90s, seeing that on a product might as well been a 5-star review. Oh, yeah. No, especially for the teen market. Oh, yeah. Just remember, it's not a phase, Dad. 10 years later, was absolutely a phase. Alright, let's go ahead and eat a little bit of these onions we got that are going to go bad soon. My digestive tracts hurt at the thought of just standing there slapping away a dozen onions in a meal. The level of constipation you would have would be requiring of medical intervention, likely. Have you played Dwarf Fortress? Yeah, Dwarf Fortress ended up being a game that I did not enjoy. I very much enjoy RimWorld, but I found Dwarf Fortress's UI to be very obtuse. So, not the pixel art, nothing around like that. That part's fine. Got no beef with any of that. But often you'd be like, okay, game, you want me to do whatever. And you'd have to figure out what specific combinations of figuring your way through the UI would eventually get you to the thing at once. And that it was very inconsistent. And that's criticism I've seen of people who main Dwarf Fortress on the platform have given it, that the UI is obtuse. So it's definitely kind of one of those things that you kind of just put up with because that's the cost of playing the game. But for me, I was like, no, I genuinely, like, this is infuriating to me. So it's actually one of only, like, 2 or 3 games I've ever refunded on Steam, was Dwarf Fortress. Because it's one thing when it was free. Yeah, having an obtuse UI when you're free, sure, whatever, like, you're free, I don't have much to complain about. You know, you are what you are. But for the money I spent to buy it, to then have that UI, I'm like, alright, hang on. Hang on. Like, this is good money I'm spending on this, and you are not an acceptable level for this. Okay, so let's drop off some of the extra food here. Let's get a couple of eggs here to drop off. Drop off the raw meat. Okay, got a bunch of stuff to sell. For me, it was always salted meat. You can't imagine the intestinal problems. Oh yeah, nuts as well as things, and you look at that stuff, it's like, oh my god, your poor digestive tracts. There's a reason as people we end up needing a pretty wide range of things to be healthy and happy. You can't just slam the same food type again and again without something going wrong. Like, people who eat diets are almost exclusively meat and all the problems that can cause you. People who eat diets are almost exclusively rice and all that can cause you. Like, you need your veg, you need your protein, you need your grains, you need your fruits. Gotta get them vitamins. Like, there's a whole thing about, you know, superfoods, like, supposedly that you could live exclusively on potatoes, and it's one of those things you're like, okay, live as in not die? Maybe. Live as in any state of good health? No. Potatoes may have a lot of good stuff going for them, but they in themselves do not make any reasonable form of a balanced diet. Like, that's not potato bad. It's just, you're gonna need a little bit more in your life than potato. Let's get grains, we got sewing. Alright, so first thing we want to do...
Nice to see a new face. Whatever you need.
There's the bronze armor that was mostly already destroyed. The shoes I won't be using anymore. I just realized I'm carrying, like, 4 longbows on me. Well, 4 bows on me. There's a mostly destroyed mace we grabbed. I've got better than the bronze dagger. So get rid of the bronze dagger. There's the noble hat, if you can afford it. There's some mead. There's the extra set of armor. That's what you like to see. We got a bunch of money out of that. Oh, we got the silk scarf. Oh, I should have actually paid attention to what you sell.
Don't need
You just sell food mostly.
Have a good day.
Then we got the farm over there. Keeping the 3 longbows? Yeah, because they'll give those to the hunters. Okay, so you don't have a person that sells pigs or potions. We did gain a skill that I completely forgot about earlier. Let's see from here. So we've got it where we get the most XP from that. We can see, or we don't consume stamina. I don't really care about crafting speed. I don't really care about the build faster or the using of stamina there. Slower durability loss on hammers can be good. Likely, I'll be doing more stuff at the kitchen. We'll keep just stacking into that because we can. Alright, so. Gonna go to the next town, because what we want to find is I want to find... Okay, so they have goats. Interesting. So even though it didn't mark them as having someone who sells goats, they do actually have goats. Because what we're looking for is pigs. Because pigs will solve my, my fertilizer problem. I'm gonna work my way down here. So I'm looking for pigs. I'm also looking for the potion of sobriety, which required me to find an herbalist. At least I believe that'll require an herbalist. I should check at the bar, because I could see an argument for that as well. Do I have anything dangerous along this route? Not really. I say I don't see the threat at all. Okay, so we're almost down here. Because the good news is, once we get the animals, I shouldn't have to run back and forth nearly as much. And as we're getting a lot of these missions, contracts, whatever you want to call them, done, that also changes a bit, so that what we'll end up doing is a bit more and a bit more just kind of, just kind of staying home, working on our stuff, and then traveling away as I need.
Isn't it weird that no animals do?
I'm glad I missed most of that dialogue. Alright. So nothing I need here. So I'll run our way up here. Let's check in. Anything along this route we care about? There's Wisent really close to the town. That's way up there. So you shouldn't have to worry about till we're close, but you never know. Alright. Because once we manage to get the potion of sobriety and the pig set up, the pigs will be a long-term solution for a fertilizer, so instead of, like, at the end of every season, we have to chuck all of our vegetable, or, like, chuck a bunch of, stuff into the compost box just to keep the fertilizer going. Eventually the pigs will make so much, I don't know what to do with it, which is a good problem to have. And at that point, I'll be able to take a lot of our surplus, you know, fruits and veggies we're growing, and just straight up sell that. So we got a crappy pickaxe and a little bit of iron ore. This also give me, you know, an extra pickaxe and all that to drop off. Once this in-game day is done, I want to make sure I get back, we kill the bear. Fine tunic, I'll take that, that's money. Yeah, I don't care about the cudgel. But, we'll want to go and kill the bear and mine whatever we can out of the caves to keep that moving. Because we'll eventually need to check in on that blacksmith to supplement that into getting whatever we want out of it. I'm appreciating we're finding a lot of the carts this side of the road. We can usually find some pretty cool stuff doing this. I appreciate free flax. Alright, so somewhere up here is where the Wizened start showing up. I believe the left route. Oh no, I accidentally skipped playing. That's fine. That means we are going to take the left route. We're going to watch... Yeah, we're going to watch up here on the left that wolves can show up. But then this way I can hit this town and just cut across to each town until I find what I'm looking for. We're getting stinky, so let's jump in the water to get the smell off. There we go, finally deep enough to get rid of it. Okay. And we're almost to town. Alright. So here's hoping we do find some, pigs and our potions here. We can check on the quests. I'm probably not going to do them because we're already halfway through fall. And so if they do take any time, it's not going to get done. I'm also not particularly hurting... Okay, so we do have pigs here, and we do have an herbalist as well. So that's perfect.
I believe we haven't only the best
Okay.
products here.
So what we can do here is we found a couple more things to sell. If I could find them. Where are you? The fine tunic. Cool. I will grab animal feed. As much as I can carry.
Have a nice day. How can I help you?
Show me your wares.
Want to see my wares?
So I need one potion of sobriety.
Take care.
And now let's find the pig pen. And try and buy a pair of pigs. Perfect. Okay, so what's going to happen now is I'm going to go to management. We're going to need to move another person over, so I'm going to grab the farmer off the barn and move them over to taking care of that. So you're being worked at by Goslawa, or whatever your name is. So let's take you. Yeah, there we go. Barn worker. Switch you over. You now handle the pigsty. Have a lovely time. Let's also go and make sure the pigsty is set up correctly. Yep, so get all the manure you can. Alright, so I gotta get back down there. I doubt realistically I'm coming back up here and getting this sorted. I'll still talk to them in case it's something I happen to have the goods on me for.
I hope you like it here.
Can I help you with something? I lost my bow. Maybe someone stole it. Never mind. I'll bring you a new bow. Here's your new bow. Thank you so much. I'm quite good, yes. That was easy. Alright, so we need to go by the house. Yeah, because you're down there. Okay, so yeah, we're going to go by the house. Drop off the feed. Keep moving that.
Nice to meet you.
Can I help you with something? I need help from a strong man. I will pay for it. Consider me interested. I need to feed my family, but my food went missing. I have coins, but no time. It shouldn't be hard. Okay. I'm not going to focus on that at all. Like I said, we're doing pretty good on our Dynasty rating. So I'm going to focus a lot more on keeping, like, the main stuff moving. Oh, we got wolves on that side. Okay, that should be wide enough. So now if I cut straight across, I'll eventually run into nothing. Okay, so I cut straight across. I should be able to just run straight home and not have anything we run into that I'm aware of, at least. But we can just beeline home. We can drop off the food. And then from there we can head down, drop off the potion of sobriety. And then on the way back up, we can go to the mine, kill the bears that hang out by the mine, and use that as a staging ground for then pushing to deal with the getting a bunch of ore and all that while we still have a day left of the season. And now is where we find Nessie, the Loch Ness Sea monster. Hey, Alana. It's going good. I hope yours is going well. Can we get a shout out for Alana Rama, by the way? Another fantastic content creator and a fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team I'm on. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of indie games, a lot of RimWorld. Good times over there. Also, definitely someone I recommend checking out. And playing some RimWorld recently. So definitely good times with her. I hope things have been good on your end. Ah, too slow, Cookie. Luxury beat you to it. But you were going to TwitchCon, right? I believe I remember you talking about that. Are you planning to do the Game Jam games on stream? Yes, I am looking at potentially once the things start to settle with the Game Jam, where, you know, everyone's got their submissions in and it's getting down to people like voting for them and all that. I am planning on taking some of the ones that do better, and checking a couple of them out. Because obviously I can't play probably like all of them, but you know, it's fun to see what things people come up with. For those who missed, we had a Game Jam going on with the Halcyon Frequency stream team. I posted about it on the Discord, mentioned it I think once or twice on the channel. But those can be fun. For those who are not familiar with the game jam, basically the way what it works with is you get told that there's a game jam coming up and what the theme is, and you only get usually something like a week, like the amount of time will vary, but like a week, once you have the theme to then, you know, make your game and put it out there for people to play. So it's very prototype alpha-ish versions of games, because you only got a week. Gotta taper them expectations. But a lot of really big name games have come out over the years in the indie scene. That's where they started. Someone put together a quick and dirty prototype for a game jam. It was extremely well received. And, you know, sometimes that's enough to get people who have the resources to allocate resources to making it happen. Sometimes it's just the proof of concept they need, that being like, oh, this thing I made, there's enough interest, it might be worth pursuing. Little A, little B. But it can be a good time. It's also a thing that a lot of people just do for the fun. But yeah, no, there's been a bunch of games that have come through that. It's a good time. Okay. Now, right, I was going to be dropping off the animal feed. I don't actually know what place it wants me to put the animal feed in. So the animal feed goes into resource storage, so that should be the main building here. So I want to see if I chuck it in here, there, will the game pull that automatically to where it's needed? So let's go ahead and drop all but like 2 in there. That's fine. So after a second or two, will we see the feed thing go away from the pigs? It's not looking like it, because I think the people are already done working for the day, which is why I grabbed some on my person. Okay, so the pigs are fed. Alright, let's go see how much more of this building we can get done over here. Drop off the potion of sobriety and all that. Okay, so we got a couple more logs. Need more planks. Well, I've got you. Let's get back over here to continue insulating these houses for the winter. Okay. Yes, needless to say, we'll end up needing a lot more of a lot of that. Anything else we should be grabbing right now? So I do have food on me. Oh, right, I actually have more stuff to drop off. Right. We found some tools that I'm going to want to drop off, and we found some food I'm going to drop off. So let's see. Also, we got some cherry wine from somewhere, so let's drop off the flax. Drop off the flour. Actually, are you considered... Okay, so flour is considered a resource item, as is flax, so I gotta watch that. All these will have different things or labels what storage it is. If you put in the correct storage, it'll get moved around where it needs to go. If you put in the wrong storage, it just won't end up doing any good. Okay. So let's get this figured out. Alright, so there's the bronze sickle. There's the flax. There's the flour. There's the iron. There's the oat grain. There's the wool fabric. Alright, so I've got spare stone picks. I'll actually bring that with me. No, I'll toss this here. We can make them on the way. We'll drop that off. We got some more longbows for the hunters to grab. And the rest would be stuff we would sell anyways. Hey, Strider. It's good to have you. Eat some salted meat and take a quick swim. Get ourselves clean. Alright. So with this, we are going to work our way down to Hornica. But later on we want to get that bear. So let's go to Hornica real quick. Alright, so looking on that route, we have the one bear and the Wisent along the route, and those wolves. If we go a little farther south to avoid the bear... Here, I'll put the mark here. If we go towards that mark, I should be able to just go between the Wisent and the bear and not deal with that one. That's not the bear we're looking at hunting. The bear we want to kill is to the east. But we'll kill the bear to the east, clear the mine once we turn this in. And then once that's done, we're going to just mine as much as we can before the season's over. Because we're about to go into night, and then I have one more day left of the season before it's done. And I just want to kind of grab all the ore I can. And then most likely what I'm going to do in the winter is I'm going to probably intervene on the, I'm going to probably intervene on the blacksmith. And just churn out as much as I can. Because the blacksmith's getting work done, but it's not super fast. I want to say regularly, once you get later in the game with the blacksmithing and all that, you end up needing like 2 or 3 of them operating to keep up with all your demands. The fact they at least get some of it done helps. Okay, so we're coming up on where the bear lives. Like I said, the plan is to skirt around the bear, between the bear and the Wisent's territory. Okay, and from here, we turn straight towards Hornica. This should be good to go. Now, granted, I wasn't expecting quite as sheer of a rock face. There's the Wisent down there. Alright, so it should be in clear from there. I've got wolves to the north that I gotta worry about. But otherwise it should be fine. Okay. And then we can forcefully sober up Kestrel, so that way she's not sitting in the heap in her house drunk off her gourd. So that way she could probably yell at us about how awful everyone around her has made her life. Most of which would be absolutely fair. Okay. Alright.
Travelers of this realm are drawn to the bonfires like moths, myself included.
Not this building. Here we go. I'm back. It's all gonna be okay. Just drink this. Beneath the stains of time, the feelings disappear. You are someone else, but I'm still right here. What's going on? Why are you... Those eyes, is that... Am I dead? You're very much alive, Castrell. My name is Rasimir. Lorden was my uncle. Of course, your eyes. Now I understand. I'm sorry. I've been quite distant lately. Please don't mind this mess. It was some badgers that got into through the window. It's very nice to see you. Me and your uncle were working together, trade mostly. I don't want to be rude, but you've already spoken to Unagast, and I've actually met Sombor and Wolrad as well. I know about your mission. Very good to hear that. I wasn't never a good liar. That's what a friend of mine did pretty well. A quick question, is Tomb coming to TwitchCon? Yes, Tomb is coming to TwitchCon as well. Can we get a shout out for Ultrasaurus? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a lot of simulation games and all that as well. Really good times over there. Definitely someone I recommend checking out. One of the channels I tune into the most when I wrap up my stream. So definitely a place to go and pop over. Been doing Kerbal Space Program recently, but absolutely good times over there. But yeah, I know both me and Tim will be at TwitchCon for the entirety of TwitchCon. And then very shortly after TwitchCon, we'll be going to Disney. Would she be coming to karaoke? Just trying to sort out your messages and realized it would be quicker to just ask here. I haven't brought it up to her. She would definitely enjoy being there, most likely. There's very doubtful she'll sing. It's very unlikely she will want to sing though, but hanging out most likely. No problem. Just say she's coming. Yep, that sounds like a good plan. Thank you for popping in and saying all that. For those not catching context, gonna be potentially going to karaoke there, but not going to say any details because I don't know. I don't think it's something that we're just inviting everyone kind of to because of numbers or whatever. I have no idea with that. It's not being run by me or Ultra, so it's someone else's event, so don't want to say things and have people turn up and cause problems. Let's see. Yes, your friend Lorden. I know about that too. I see. You know a lot, kid. No more bullcrap from you then. We were we were all part of the pack, a family really. We never had a name or anything, but we did have some reputation in the realms far from here. The pack was all that we had, until the day it all fell apart. But you probably know that as well. I actually don't. No one told me yet what happened. Other than the fact that basically the leader and kind of the second in command both were like super into Castrell and were having multiple like affairs between them, and then there was like a miscarriage and it was a whole basket of drama. I feel like I know what happened. I feel like that's pretty straightforward that, yeah, no, things got really complicated and real sad real fast. That is a perfectly valid reason for a group of friends to not be able to be around each other. I say friends in quotes because they were pretty awful to each other in what happened there. Well, it seems that the boys would rather tell you about the happy days, but you seem you're ready to handle the realness as well, aren't you? I think so? It was 12 years after the pack was fully formed, over a decade of adventures, mischiefs, tightening of bonds. We felt so young, but thought of retirement from our operation was getting more and more real. We even had a place picked out where we could grow in peace, and you guessed it right, the valley. Always was our end goal, a place to settle down, but none of us realized the end was so near. We were staying for a job at a town called Navis. Spent weeks there. Everybody started to get a little nervous, a little frustrated, because Lorden was planning it all on his own. He was always secretive. We kind of got used to it, but this time something was off. He kept telling us he was meeting with some informant. I've seen him a couple times through a window. Tall as oak, thin as a straw, skinny face, jug ears made him look like a rat. Beady little eyes didn't help him that well. Lorne said that he was keeping us out of the loop for the Ratman's safety. So we waited. Played dice, drank, waited. When Lauren finally revealed his plan, it sounded like a joke. Weeks of planning for a job so simple, we could have done with our eyes closed. So I'm guessing it wasn't easy after all? Supposedly, there was a lot of stolen loot in the town hall's treasury, brought in by a corrupted militia. Plan was simple. Get in, steal it, back, and return it to the rightful owners. Child's play. Lauren and Wolrad were supposed to make a distraction, and Unagast and Sombor went inside the treasury. And I, as usual, was waiting with the horses, ready to run. All went according to plan, no surprises. Sombor and Unagast were loading the cargo onto the horses when he saw Woldro walking towards us alone. He said Lorden split up with him and should be right back. I didn't like that. There was no reason for them to separate, so I decided to go check on him. I could smell his posh perfume from a mile away, so it wasn't hard. I swiftly followed his scent right into town, a scriber's chamber. That's when I saw it. What did you see? It wasn't for the ears. I would have never recognized him. His face was bashed in so hard, you could almost see the floor through it. Lauren was standing by the Ratman's body, wiping off his hands. He did it with a bottle of mead, which then he took a sip of. I'll never forget how casually he looked in that moment, like it was the most normal thing to do. He hid some kind of book or a journal behind his belt, and then he noticed me. For a second there, I saw his true face, a pure reaction to seeing me. It wasn't fear or shame, it was just annoyance. He scowled at me for ruining his plan, for insubordination. This honest reaction even he couldn't control. And just like that, his face changed completely. He was shocked, afraid, out of breath suddenly. Maybe even a tear was glistening in his eye. He grabbed my hand and said we needed to run, that we're not safe, that he will explain. So we ran to our brothers in arms, got on the horses, and escaped. I told everybody what I seen. Lauren broke the most sacred of his rules, his own rule, and was trying to explain himself, but all that we heard was more and more lies. The trust had been broken. We were talking and arguing the whole night. At dawn, Wolrad was the first to leave. He always was kind of treated him like he was a younger brother who forced himself on a journey. But in that moment, he was the most mature of all of us, and it was clear the pack had come to an end. Sombor left right after. Then I did the same. Unagast stayed with Lorden. Couldn't live without him. He loved him the most. Even more than me. When I was walking away, I saw the face of Lorden again. Our eyes met for a split second, and they were not sad, but full of contempt. So that's how it happened? I'm sorry, Rasmir. You probably expected something different. Let's see. So we can say, it doesn't matter what I expected, only the truth. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought that it was his fault. Nah, I'd say it doesn't matter what was expected, only the truth. The truth's a jerk. Never pretty, never certain. Full of doppelgangers and dirty lovers all over. But it still points to Lorden being a killer. Your uncle was an extraordinary man. Yeah, that's what everybody is saying. Truly brilliant, ahead of his time, I would say. His mind was able to predict things that should be unpredictable. He read people like books, and with all that excellence came a price. Perfectionist in his brain couldn't cope with losing, with being wrong. Lauren had really short fuse sometimes. He suffered from constant loneliness. Was he loneliness? He had you, all the pack, the family, everybody loved him. I'm sure it'll be one of those things that he kept himself distance. And yet, we were the only thing persistently keeping him down. Caring about us, loving us, it was a burden to him. The emotional ties made him dependent on us. Weak, common. And being ordinary for him was worse than death. It's really sad, to be honest. Having us kept him grounded, but he couldn't restrict his ambition. It was like a self-eating disease, consuming him from within, being anonymous, starting to suffocate him. Seeing smiles on faces he helped wasn't enough. Hearing praises and thanks wasn't enough. He wanted to be acknowledged, to be worshipped, to be feared. I can't believe you're talking about Lorden. I thought he was a hero. I wanted to be like him. Life's hard, kiddo. You can't judge a book by its cover. Same can't be said for a man with only one thing he did, by part of his life. Nothing's just black and white. Unagast told me the same thing. He probably knew Lorden better than any of us. Knew the worst of him. But he was like a brother to him nevertheless. He couldn't have hurt him. Well, he did have an affair with Lorden's woman. Though you know that as well. Seems that Unagast and you really grew close together. Yeah, he did. I did. And I'm sure that Lorden knew about it. Are you serious? That man could cut the color of a lady's knickers just by hearing her laughter. I'm sure he knew about me and Unagast. Why didn't he say anything? Wondering about that would torture me at nights. I had a couple of hypotheses, but the thing that speaks to me the most is the simplest answer. He didn't care. He didn't love me that much to want... Sorry. He didn't love me that much to want me all to himself. Yet, he wanted us to be happy, so he didn't intervene. I'm sure it was funny watching him, or watching us wallow in our lie, like watching children playing a grown man's game. Maybe he could have changed. Maybe if the baby... I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. The baby wasn't born dead, don't be sorry. That's what happened, maybe. He was happy about it. See, if the baby wasn't born, that's a very different sense. Don't be sorry. That's what happened. Maybe he was happy about it, or at least appeared to be. Didn't want to hear me when I was saying that it could be a girl. He wanted a boy. A mini Lorden to keep him company. But it wouldn't have worked. Not that time, at least. Why's that? The boy wasn't his. So you knew that it was Unagast then. The mother always knows such things. That's not true, but sure. I knew it was Unagast from the moment I felt the heart beating inside of you. But you've never told any of them. No, I felt like the lack of truth was a better solution in that situation. But you don't have to agree with me. Let's see. I can choose. I do agree. There wasn't a good answer. You tried to keep them both happy. Let's see. And I don't. It wasn't your decision to make. Unagast deserved to know. Same as Lorden. So it'd be very judgy for me on the outside just showing up to be like, no, I know better. I personally am someone who'd tend it's better to be honest with people and let things shake out. But it's definitely not... It's not something you just... Because she's like, if she were to ask me, what do you think? Then it'd be appropriate for me to answer that. But to just impose my view on her, hearing this like second and third hand with people who haven't been entirely honest... You know, there's not really, like, me even giving this input either way is a little inappropriate. I'm gonna go with I do agree because we don't know enough. And yet, I failed at that miserably. Still, you put their happiness before your own. Let's not talk about it any longer. There was a very important matter I was getting to. You may think that I'm crazy, but I have to say it. I don't believe that Lorden died of natural causes. What are you saying? I think he was murdered. What makes you say that? What do you know about his death? Not much, actually. Only that he died peacefully in his sleep, and that's what Unagast told me. And you just assumed it was due to an illness, old age, correct? No, I mean, yes, I believe it. And that's what doesn't add up to me. You knew Lorden. He was always in great shape. We met a few days before his death, actually. He wanted to reconnect. He was happy. It was obvious to you he was planning something. And that wasn't to die in his bed. He didn't have any health problems, but enemies. Those he surely had in surplus. That actually sounds very convincing. Now granted, reality is even if someone appears super healthy and thinks they're super healthy, especially in this time, you never know. You're healthy until you're sick, and it doesn't mean you're not having problems before that. You just don't know. I managed to find out the location of the medic who was examining Lorden's body and who decided to burn the corpse in the same day, which already seems bizarre. And you've talked with him? No, I wanted to, but your demons caught up with you. Have you told anyone from the pack about your presumptions? No, it may sound harsh, but they're suspects as well. Suspects? You were supposed to be family, other than the fact that there was an affair happening and a whole bunch of stuff? I don't really believe they did it. I certainly hope they didn't. But we can't rule out anything at this moment, so I cannot tell them about any of this. Not until we learn something valuable. Here, I've marked the location of the medic's camp on your map. I don't know the exact place. You'll have to find it. Speak with him and then report to me. I mean, if you're up to it. Of course I am. I'll be back. Alright. That was a whole lot of dialogue. So I could do that. Well, actually, that spot's right nearby. Alright, so we'll go to this one. I think that's the same camp we went by and we stole all the things earlier. And there was no one there. But this is right nearby, so we could probably do this and knock this out. This is starting to get the feeling of conclusion for this side story. That we're going to uncover the murder. And, you know, either the person... Smart move, Wolf. Smart Wolf. Because I would have absolutely murdered that wolf. Okay, so we've got the Wisent up ahead. And it looks like this area is right by it. That's deer. I don't care about deer. They don't try and murder me. Okay, so right nearby is where the camp is supposed to be at. There's a Wisent down there. Let's not pick a fight with that if we don't have to. I've certainly last stream we killed like 9 of the stupid things trying to get an intact skull to do something with it. Okay, so we're looking for this camp. Alright, so it's turning me back this way, so it's not up this far. Let's leave the moose alone. There we go, that's the camp. Hello, I'm looking for a medic. Is that you? What? Who are you calling a relic? I said medic. What? A medic. A medic. Oh, well, that's me. Who are you? My name is Rasimir and I... Don't bother. I won't remember anyway. What do you want? Let's see. You can pick a fight or you can pick your nose, but you can't pick your friends. Sure. I wanted to ask you about... Wait. You're not my grandson, are you? No. Whew, that's good. I was afraid you were. Good thing I never had any children then. If you didn't know, how could I? Whatever it's about. Lorden. Do you remember Lorden? Of course I do. It was Castellan who died. Great shame. He was one of the good ones. I've been told you have seen the body? Who told you that? I ain't seen anything. Go away. Please, really important. I have to know how he died. It was years ago. I don't remember. I'm old, you know? You shouldn't be asking about such things anyways. But I need to know the truth. You're the only one who can help me. Why? Because I don't have any leads besides this one. Why do you need to know? I'm his nephew, and I came to the valley after I lost my parents in the war. Looking for him. He was the only relative I had left. Listen, kid. It would be better if you dropped it, seriously, so you don't have a hearing problem after all. Safety reasons. And for the same reason, I ain't telling you nothing about Lorden. Please, you must help me. I'm not joking, boy. Do you think I enjoy living all alone in the wilderness like this? I don't want to end up the same way as Lorden. So he really was murdered. I already said too much. Leave. No, please, I'm begging you. I'll do whatever it takes to find out who did this. Okay, I'm gonna need you to get a whole bunch of onions, and beetroots, and a bunch of other stuff, and some random animal skull for no discernible reason other than it is an objective that you must achieve as an arbitrary MacGuffin to allow me to feel like I should do this for you. Really, I can't, kiddo. I want to die on my own terms, and not due to metal poisoning. What if I could help you leave the valley, make you safe? I don't know. This is my home, and you've lived in the woods, scared for your life. It's not a way to spend your last days, wouldn't you agree? Dang you, reasonably youngling. Alright. If you give me a horse and some supplies, I'll tell you what to do. Great, on it. I need somebody to escort me on my way as well. Even if they wouldn't find me, there are still bandits and wild beasts on their way. Okay, I'll find someone to protect you during your travel. And I want a wife as well. Forget it. It was worth a try. While you're just giving in to all my demands, could you force someone into marrying me? Oh wait, I'm not supposed to say that part out loud. Oh, this is awkward. I'll come back. Talk to Castrell. Yeah, Castrell had the whole horse thing going on. Alright. So now we get to run back. We're gonna waste our, well, I'm not gonna say waste. We're gonna spend our entire last day just running back and forth. Okay, hang on. Don't wanna piss off the Wyzant. Like, in a lot of ways, the Wyzant are as dangerous as a bear. Once they get on you, they just gore you and it's just over. You've got to manage to go far enough away they leash back. Which is the exact same outcome of the bear. If the bear gets on top of you, they will just gore you. Well, not gore you, they'll slice you up kind of thing. Alright. So had metal poisoning. So with the implication that they die, that Lordens died suddenly. Because metal poisoning in my head would make me think lead poisoning. You don't just give someone like a bowl of liquid lead and they just die. That's not how any of that works. So I'm curious what that would even be. I'm sure there'd be things like making someone drink mercury or something. How did it go? You were right. Lorden was murdered. To be honest, I was hoping I was just paranoid. But it is true after all. Do you know who its killer? I don't know yet. The old medic completely cowed. He spent the last years living by himself in a tent in the forest, pretending to be infirm. Dang. Is there any way to convince him? I found one. We need to arrange his escape from the valley. Great work, Rasimir. What do you need to get for him? A horse, some supplies, and someone to protect him on his way. Okay, leave the horse to me. I've always had a way with horses. I'm close with Leonard, owner of the nearby stable. I'm sure I'll figure something out. You need to get the rest. For supplies, we should give him some coins, preserved meat, and a water skim filled with the realm. As for a protector, try talking with Dumgoja. He lives in Jezreka. Owes me a favor. He should do. I remember him being pretty agile. Okay, I'll be on my way. Ugh. Metal poisoning could be a euphemism for stabbed? Sure. Okay, so they want me to cut straight across here. That actually works out for my purposes of mining, because I want to mine there. So let's go ahead and put the marker over there. Yeah, so if I cut straight across all this, I should be fine. Doesn't look like there's any threats immediately between us. There is some Wyzant a little ways off. Is there any of these journal entries I care about here? Mouths to feed, not happening. Hunt bear or boar, probably not happening. It's fine. We'll just fail some quests. I'm going to get enough reputation out of the rest of this to make up for it. Alright. Man, there's, yeah, and that's the, I could see the argument. I wouldn't... It'd be weird to call that metal poisoning, though. I would call that being stabbed. Or gutted. Aerated. I don't know if they would know what aerated was in this time. Now, granted, this game does break a lot of stuff like language they would use at the time. Like when you finish the one quest and your wife is like, "I'm gonna rock your world." I'm like, I don't think they said that in medieval times. Considering I'm pretty sure the "rock your world" comment came out of rock and roll music. Yeah, she's before her time. A little bit. I've heard shot with bullets described as lead poisoning quite often, which is why your brain goes to stab being metal poisoning here. No, it makes a certain amount of sense, and it could even be it's one of those kind of things that, you know, for their time, you wouldn't say something like that. But this game does quite a few stuff that, especially in the dialogue, they do quite a few stuff that you kind of head scratch being like, what? I mean, they literally have Dragon Ball Z references in the multiplayer map where the kid's running around town. I can't remember. Oh, yeah, no, I think it wasn't. Doesn't one of the kids go like, you know, Kamehameha or whatever? I guess they wouldn't have, you know, used going medieval on them, you know, either. Nope. And going time, you know, going current time appropriate on someone just doesn't have the same ring to it. Or going modern on someone doesn't have the same ring to it either. I arbitrarily got the workshop too. I think we're getting a little bit of XP just passively as our workers are doing stuff. I think I get like partial credit. Doja, I've come to ask for your help. You don't like wasting time, do you? I'm sorry, it's just the matter is pressing. And how am I involved in all this? Castrell said you owe her one. She said that? Dang that woman. I thought she just liked me back. I, don't know the details of your arrangement. Never mind. What do you need? There's an old man who needs an escort during his travel out of the village. Shouldn't take more than 2 days. Sorry, can't help. But why? I don't have my crossbow anymore. Let's say it broke. Broke due to me being an idiot and losing it in a stupid riddle game. And if I get you a new crossbow, then I'll do it. I'll be back with your weapon. And of course you don't sell crossbows in this town. Okay, well, we're going to ignore all that, and I'm going to go murder a bear. Because if I go to buy a bow, it'll be, I believe, up there. And I had a crossbow that I found, but I sold it because it wasn't as good as my regular bow. I'm gonna go present on your butt. You have a present for me? I love presents. Yup. So it's time to go murder a bear. Actually, the last time we were here, there ended up being 2 bears. You keep help to windowing back laughter. Oh, holding back laughter for the add dialogue. Should make a added raw dialogue mod. Yup. All right. Okay, so I'm not... So the bear should be over here. I don't need to fight all the bears. We just want to get to where the mine entrance is and make sure I got a clear way to the mine where I don't have to fuss with the bear. I do expect, because we saw 2 bears the last time we were here that I had to kill. I do suspect I'll have to kill one bear right by the mine entrance, and then the other bear will probably be far enough away I can ignore it. Wish I'd cut down more of those trees the last time I was here, because I think the mine entrance is right there. I'm pretty sure the mine entrance is down here. I think I'm going too far. Yeah, I've definitely gone too far. Oh, there's the mine entrance down there. Okay, so I gotta run back down here. I'm too far north. Let's not deplete our stamina too much, because I am expecting to have to tangle with a bear, which is usually putting a couple arrows into it and running away, and repeating it until it stops moving. There's the bear. Okay, so did the aggro. Okay, that log over there is, I believe, somewhere around where this entrance should be. I guess I won't need to tangle with the bear at all. That's convenient. How many torches do I still have on me because I forgot to resupply? I've got one torch that's mostly in good shape. But that's fine. We'll grab what we can. Then we make our way down the hill. Drop off a bunch of stuff. Work our way back up. Yeah, so what we'll end up doing is we'll need to hit up a place to get the crossbow, which I think will be that town on the far left, just southwest of where I built my town. I think they have a bowyer over there who can probably get me a crossbow that I can just purchase and not have to drag out materials to craft. Okay. How convenient and everything, mine. I believe this game, the way it works, is all the mines are like that. Where they contain a little bit of everything. But the better materials like iron, you have to build a structure on it to expand the cave to get them. Okay. So when we go down here, I'm going to need to make a couple more torches. Another thing I should do is... Oh, here, we got more goodies. Come on, give me the arrow. Okay. So, one thing I could also do is set up crafting to make the better arrows, or the better torches. The downside of that is those better torches do require leather to make, as opposed to the reeds. But that's the whole thing. But yeah, that's what this building down here is for. Is I grab my goods, I run down here, I chuck it in, and I call it a day. Then go right back up the hill, back into the mine. And that's just also I can get as much stuff as fast as possible. Alright. So for right now, you know, keep the apple wine and all that on me for right now. Drop off the salt. Drop off the stone. Drop off the tin. We are going to get a little hungry and thirsty. Let's save the salted meat, because that'll make me more thirsty. Cool. And so we just run our way back up here. We'll grab one of the... Oh, thank you for the reminder. Make the torches. I was 100% autopiloting and just running on back. So I just need to get close enough to... Alright, so we're in range. Simple torch. I can make one, because there's no more sticks in there. Alright, let's go grab a couple of sticks then. Make two more. That should cover us for a while. Yep, so just over here should be where we turn. You want to grab one of these logs, because I'm most likely going to wear out this pickaxe and the other one. And if I grab the log, that should be enough for me to... Did I already wear out the other pickaxe? I guess I did. I didn't even see the switch over from when I broke... Oh, no, I think I dropped off the other one. That's still fine. Ah, but I didn't quite finish... Okay, that's fine. And there's a replacement pickaxe. Alright, we can go back in there. And just get all the ore we can. But yeah, so the big thing we want is the tin and the copper, because my hope is I'll have enough of that at the beginning of the next season, I'm going to immediately just run over to the blacksmith, make all the bronze I can, and then put that bronze to good use. Make some tools, whatever we feel like. Because right now I can't really do much. Like, even if I got iron, it wouldn't do me any good. my blacksmith's not upgraded enough to use it. Oh, the reason I didn't bother grabbing extra stone picks is just the fact that I'm going to need to run back and forth anyways. Because of inventory. So I run back up here. And grab myself a log. Make another pick. And so I still have this half a pick, another one. So really the bottleneck on here is my carry weight. Because as you can see, it's only like 6, 7, 8 of those nodes to fill up my inventory full. And I could drop all the stone on the ground, but I'm building stone houses, which takes copious amounts of stone. So this is genuinely getting me the materials for the houses. The only bottleneck I have in the houses is the planks, which I do have a lot of people assigned to doing that. I got room for one more, but we haven't seen another good extraction person to toss at it. But if I get ourselves another person... Aren't the picks in the boxes anyways? They might be. Yeah. I apparently have 15 of them. That's okay. There's the tin. There's the stone. But as you can see, they are fairly heavy. There's the copper. You can make a better backpack. I'm actually getting not too far from being able to do it. Alright. But yeah, so the better backpack we need, I have to have high enough crafting technology to do. So that's one of the things that would generally help if I'm sitting there back home just churning out a bunch of bronze. That should give me a decent amount of crafting technology. You're still not going to be able to take, like, a whole mine's worth of ore with you at one time. The game is deliberately designed with some limitations there. But yeah, as far as I'm aware, they've never added any type of, like, cart. The closest you can get is, I believe, you can get a horse with saddlebags to act as kind of, like, one more small inventory. It's not even that small, but one more inventory. It's a thing I've never really done in the game because of how far down the animal husbandry path it is to get horses. Usually I've kind of hit the point in the game where my ability to build more onto my city starts to become far more limited by the building cap and that kind of stuff, or your own patience for just building more and more starts to wear down before I reach the point that I'm having to worry about, like, the horses and all that. It's probably one of those things, if I focused more on doing the crafting myself, that would not be the case. I might have 1 or 2 more nodes I can put in my bag before we're overburned. I also can get, yeah, I can put 1 more after this in there. Okay. I vaguely remember in a run in the past bringing a bunch of stuff to build the little torches inside here. I can't remember if I was able to do that or not. Alright, so we're too full of inventory. If I pick up that log, I'm not moving forward with it. Meanwhile, let's quickly look at our management. So, if we go to our buildings, I don't remember which building makes the stone picks, but we have that way too high. Let's cut that down to 5%. Let's cut you down to 5% and kick up the bronze here. So I can keep working on getting all that sorted. I also need to get people moved over to cooking. The big thing that's been holding up cooking is not having the wood bowls. Speaking of which, did we have... Yeah, so workshop has people on it. We do have them set up to make bowls. Are we actually getting the bowls in our inventory, though? Because if we are, then I can start having it where we produce soup or whatever, and then I can sell the soup and get a little extra from it. Because remember that being a thing. We also should be checking to see if... Yeah, let's check to see if we have wood bowls, plates, and vials in here. Because we should be moving on that. So let's go ahead and drop off more copper. Drop off more salt. Stone. Tin. Okay, so let's check our wood stuff down here. Like I said, we're going to be checking for wood bowls. Yeah, so we got a bunch of wood bowls, a bunch of wood plates, and a lot of wood vials. That's perfect. Because going into the winter, our alchemy person is going to start making an obnoxious amount of poison. And what the intent there is to do is so I could start poisoning my arrows. Or if I just get an overabundance of poison, just selling the poison as poison. It's not a particularly lucrative potion, if I remember correctly. But it's better than selling the wood vials and, that's such. Alright, let's grab the log for making the next of the pickaxes. I had missed a spot over here somewhere. That must be the one. Yeah, they only spotted when I turned around. Okay. But as you can see, when you're hitting the point of collecting the ore, there's enough ore down here that you can kind of burn an entire day just mining. Hey, Alistair! Thanks so much for the raid! I hope you had yourself a good stream. Can we get a shout out for Alistair, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. But what were you playing today? What did you get up to? All those good times. And so playing Shadows of Doubt. Nice! We played that just the other day. I assume you've been enjoying the update. Did you play as the rat detective? Or, okay, so you're still learning it. Gotcha, that's fair. Ah, first-time player? Yeah, don't first-time player the rat detective. Rat detective is not going to make the game easier. Can I fit one more in my bag? But yeah, no, it's an excellent game. I hope you had a good time with it. Alright, so we are overburned to the point I can't walk. So let's go to our stone here real fast. And I want to drop just enough that I can walk. Sounds interesting. You did die. It does happen. You go in the wrong place, and you get security on you, and then you get filled with bullet holes. And I understand bullet holes are not good for one's longevity. But yeah, no, it's definitely a lot of fun. I really like Shadows of Doubt. I also enjoy the Twitch integration. We haven't had any like really fun, exciting moments of the Twitch integration yet, but just the way you have like random people in your town get names from people in chat and all that. I think the best we had was we had a situation where Allison Adventures was a suspect, and so to clear their name, we had to learn a bunch of stuff about them, and they're being very uncooperative. So I ended up slamming the door in their face to knock them out, and then cuffing them so that I could, get the information on them, and then realized they were innocent. And then when we finished, I left everything to their character. I can't see crap. Like, there's dark and there's dark. Yeah, they were very mean. There was like 30,000 cameras and guns guarding the victim's body. Yeah, no, there's definitely sometimes the hardest part of figuring it out is getting to the victim. Especially if they're in some of the very high up floors where they have like you're not allowed to be there just at all. Like the whole area is off limits. It can be very hard to get access to those bodies. That's actually, I had one, I falsely accused the wrong person that I found a murder weapon, and I was like under duress at the moment, so I did a quick scan, got a fingerprint, I'm like, cool, that's not the victim, let's go, we got our person. And it ended up being their spouse. So like there was multiple sets of fingerprints on the weapon. Like you don't even know who the victim is. Yeah, you walk up and you get like their fingerprints because you check the body or whatever. But yeah, no, there's some, like if you, with the difficulties, you'll play on the really easy difficulty and it'll be like, okay, you got their fingerprints, you got their name, you got this. And you're like, all right, I got a lot to work with. And then you play in extreme, it goes, okay, they're tall. How tall? We don't know. And their shoe size is 9. That's all you're getting. Get out. No fingerprints, no nothing. And you're like, oh, come on, man. All right, so with that said, though, I need to step away for a quick break, so I am apologizing for having to take a break like right after a raid. I need to run downstairs, welcome my wife home, throw some food in the oven and all that, and I'll be right back up here in about 5 minutes. It is my quote-unquote long break for the stream, but it is only about 5 minutes, so I'm going to run do that, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. I appear to be having trouble getting back out of the hole I'm making. You'll be fine. Just, you know whose problem that is? Not mine. You know whose problem that is? The neighbors. Please tell me I can just dump the dirt, like, anywhere. I may have found my new favorite game. Your jacket, ma'am, it's green. Just like your jacket. You should buy some. Don't make me go back to my warehouse. You, sir, the Zap. No, come on. Come on, buy the Zap. Alright, fine. Alright, one moment. You wish Storge was this efficient in real life? I fought back when, people were trying to be more aggressive in going after people for minor offenses and all that. I was like, hey man, does this really matter? Healthy baby! Hey. Yeah, I'm poorly equipped for this guy. Did you? Well, I will take my victory. You just stay here, you're just gonna die. You know what we could do? New plan. Everything must go. Everything must go. Everything must go. All of it into the main piece, because I don't think the main piece can be destroyed. If it can, well, then we're just screwed and we just can't do anything about it. So I put all of it in storage. I don't think we send everything down because I don't think I could send it all back up. I want to see if this takes damage. If this takes damage, we're sending everything down. Be invincible? Dang it. Alright, well. It is what it is. Oh, that is all enclosed with large fence. We do not want to be in here. This is a dead end. Alright, looping back around. I was like, I want to take a peek at that bow driver. This is not the place to do it. That is tall fences on all sides. Hey, zombie, just ignore me, right, buddy? We can be cool. I don't really know how I'm looping back without going over where I just was. I guess we're exploring the dangerous way. Oh, that is way worse. Okay, alright. Oh, I may have just killed myself. Alright, we made it work. Hey, buddy, coming through. Okay. There. There's our winner. Hey, buddy, I need a volunteer. Do you do volunteer as tribute? Okay, do not instinctively stab. Fall over. Alright. So we make our salad. Welcome, buddy. And we have 121,000. Or sorry, 135, 121. So we have beaten our record. I've got eggs in my pocket. I gotta keep that in mind as well. I hate all of this. This is deeply upsetting. Magic. The real money is over here. So how do you feel about this corner? Alright. Come by for another pass. Plus, with their performance getting a little pokey, this is probably helping us keep the performance from getting too terrible. Alright, nip after, Yeah, let's roll the dice. 60% chance that things don't go terribly, 40% chance they do go terribly. Yeah, let's push the button. Boom. They died. Arrived. Welcome, Cookie.
Hello, sentient cookie. Ooh, ooh.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard Tomb like say ooh ooh that I can think of. It's probably happened before, but like that, I mean.
I don't just want to.
Yeah, she doesn't just walk around and go, I like it, ew ew.
Oh no, ew.
She's like, ew, get it away. I don't want it.
Yeah.
I feel dirty. Stop it. What? Can we make them leave? If I shoot them. If I make them dead, they'll leave. he barely did anything to the whole situation. So, all right.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I never tried. The way we'd find out is I just back up the van and say, okay, can you hook up? And it either won't give me the option or will.
Why? 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 Game. Why?
I'm gonna bust up my gas station.
That's fine. All right, and I am back. Little did you know he put the entire platform in storage. I have no idea what clip that was, but I'm sure it was something cursed. Okay, so I've already dropped off. We still have torches left. We still have a bunch of seeds and all sorts of junk in here. I don't even know if the seeds should be in here. It's fine, we can figure it out later. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, and that was, honestly... Please be invulnerable, nope. Yeah, honestly, I'm, like, well, at the time I was like, crap, did I mess up this run? Was kind of like what I was feeling. I, in hindsight, am really glad that worked out the way it did. Both from playing, as well as from, like, the viewer standpoint. Because it was really kind of fun that, that was the first planet we had gone to, Volcanus or whatever it's called. And it was just the fact, thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. It was just the fact that I had gotten there and wound up not have, like, basically our trip to Volcanus ended up cursed. I got over halfway and things started going sideways. And it was just as already that far that, you know, like, even stopping caused me to continue my journey, and so I just kind of like overcommitted. And so it was one of the things as like, okay, you know, I got to destination, my ship was in dire straits, and so it's like, I don't know what to do with this. So I had to kind of like evacuate the ship, so I just grabbed everything off of it and just landed to the planet. No remote support. I had to make it all work on Volcanus with just the resources on Volcanus. And that ended up being a lot of fun. I could definitely see an interesting approach to the game, like kind of doing a challenge run where instead of starting on the first planet, you have to start on the other ones. Which, granted, the one that forces you to sushi belt, I would not want to think about having to start a run just with that. I don't actually think you could, because you'd need the recyclers to function on that planet at all. So it's probably a non-viable start for that kind of thing. But that could just be you'd have like, for that challenge, you'd just have like the fudge where you just give yourself the one required technology to be able to work with it at all. Okay, so I don't think we're going to be able to... Alright. I don't think we're going to be able to return to the storage building before the season change. So we're going to abuse our inventory a little bit. And so what I'm going to do here is to take the material that weighs a lot that I need the least. We're gonna quickly pick it up, drop it. Okay, and we'll quickly make ourselves another pick. Guess what? It didn't break up the game. Yeah, and that was always the fears when I had to drop. I was like, oh, I'm in trouble now. Okay, so we drop it here. I'm gonna try and grab as much as we can. And then we'll check to see how close the time in game is to us actually being forced to the next season. Alright, so time-wise, got a bit over 30 seconds. Get one more copper node, and that's probably all I'm going to get. Okay, are we doing in time? No, I still actually have a little bit longer. All right. Okay, and that's gonna be the last thing I'll be able to get is these. And this is a trick that people have used in this game forever. Is at the end of the season, just get into the mines, overburden your inventory. And this is one of the things you did partially because back when the game first came out, you didn't have linked storage. So your choices were, when you would mine, is I would have to mine the stuff here and run all the way back out to the mine, all the way back up to my town. Which is one of the big reasons why people would try and build right next to the mines if you could. On the multiplayer map, there's a couple of mines you can do that where they're right by an area you can build. But like, for example, this map, this whole area is like really unbuildably uneven terrain, so you could build down here where I got down there. It's still pretty rough. Or I could build way up here. So that gives you an idea. That's a huge trek for that mine. And I want to say it's the same thing here, where I want to say there is a mine down there somewhere, but same deal, there's nowhere nearby to build. You have to get down to this area. I want to say there's another mine over here somewhere as well. It's fine. Like, I want to say there's a bare spot over here. That might be the mine over there. But you get the idea. I think there's like one mine you can get it relatively easy in this map, but the other ones you all had to trek. So that's the reason why people abused storage the moment they gave that. But on the multiplayer map, you can get right up against it. The Head Wolf. Your villagers are telling tales of a mysterious man with the head of a wolf. They've got many theories about it. One more absurd from the other. Your people are curious about the opinion. Tell them that you have no time for some wolf crap and that they should get back to work. Let's see. Suggest that it's not a man, but a hybrid born of a she-wolf impregnated by a man. Point out the prankster who dresses up as a wolf. Admit that you are the legendary wolf with the human body. So, if we're thinking game logic here, I assume if we point out the prankster, something bad happens to the prankster, would be my guess. If we do the fourth one, that could like go one of two ways. One is they could believe me and it becomes this like weird thing. Or two, it kind of just upsets them. The second one, like, you know, that I actually don't know what the ramifications beyond people be like, that is some BS. And this one is just kind of a jerk who's dismissive. I'm gonna go with the second one. It's weird. The villagers laugh your theory off, and you're rewarded with a bottle of wine for the most absurd idea of them all. Excellent. Okay, we have another family is now expecting a child. Alright, so I cannot move because I've got all of the stone ever. The chest in my house cannot handle the amount of stone I'm dropping there. Can you not? There we go. What I'm going to do now is we'll be dropping the stone on the floor in this room. Okay, just enough that I'm able to walk. Yeah, and those were two quests I took that... Angler without a cause, Ida. Interesting. Alright, so let's clear out our inventory. So there's a bunch of copper. There's salt. There's this. I just realized I forgot to put stuff into compost on the last day of that season. So we're going to have no fertilizer to start this season.
Hi, honey bunny.
Okay, how is my beautiful family doing? Don't. Excuse me, is everything alright? Nothing is alright. Who do you think I am? A nesting hen? I'm going insane standing here all day. All dang day. I understand the troubles, but what? You're going on your little adventures, swinging your blasted hammer all the time, picking up rocks? Who needs this many rocks anyways? I mean, that's actually very fair. And who am I in this story? A womb with breasts? Honey, relax. You're so much more than... Don't honey me. Honey is sweet. And trust me, I'm bitter right now, and it's your fault. You're right? No, you're... What? Don't agree with me when I'm mad. Great, now you've ruined my outrage. Are you happy? I honestly don't know. This is a very pointed critique of survival gameplay. Yes. Stop it. Stop it with your calmness and your reason. I'm angry and frustrated and tired. So tired. Maybe I could... No. You're not going to propose anything. It's not your time. It's always your time. Now it's mine. Well, don't agree with me when I'm mad. Okay, so what do you want me to do? Give me a present. You want a gift? That's not a stupid idea. You're stupid. Get me a gift. What kind? A good one. Go, now. So you're accepting or failing is, as you wish, my love, or you're clearly unstable right now. I'll be back when you cool off. This is what you answer if you want to have an even angrier person around you. As you wish. To be fair, she is taking care of the kid all day. And I am very validly collecting lots of rocks. Quite literally in that moment, I had just been retrieving rocks I had dropped on the floor. So her criticism is very valid. As I dropped 64 stones worth of rocks right in the middle of the living room. Right then and there. She just needed to vent. It was nothing personal. Sometimes you just had a rough week and you're like, look, I need to blow some steam and I'm hoping you're willing to allow me to subject you to that steam. The classic, do you want me to give advice or do you want me to listen? I can do either. I just need to know what is wanted in this moment. Okay, almost got enough for this building. You don't really pay attention, but all I understand is wife mad at Rual's character, probably rightfully so. Yeah, basically she's stuck taking care of everything at home. And I'm just like, yep, I'm just gonna go out and do things. You know, like, yes, we are building a whole village, and that's fair. But also, you know. So, interestingly enough, so we have to get a crossbow. Oh. Oh, okay, like, literally I just go to that person and all that. And don't test me. Well, that's interesting. All of them want me to go to the same person. Go to, Domagaj or whatever. That's gonna... Okay. I mean, that certainly works out that all three of those objectives are perfectly aligned. That doesn't happen often.
Have you ever wondered what...
Well, I wouldn't even say it's about women or men. When someone's having a bad day, it doesn't regardless. De-escalation is the choice of just being like, hey, you know, they probably have valid grievances. Maybe, maybe not you should be the one being subjected to those grievances. There's certainly a discussion to be had there. But nevertheless, there are grievances. They're probably valid. You might not be the guilty party, as it were. So this time I'm going to make sure to drop this in the compost to begin with. It happens. Like, I certainly know I've had more than once where I've been working and someone's blown up on me, and it's like, you know, I'm completely, utterly uninvolved in this thing. But at the same time, it can help people. Alright, so about half full with that. Any of the meat getting kind of dodgy? Let's go to some of these ones. So yeah, so you're getting dodgy. I'm gonna drop a bunch of onions in there to let them kind of go. We got carrots that are getting dodgy. All right. Yeah, so here's a curiosity with some of these ones that they're starting to go and whatnot. So we look at the carrots. If I take the carrots that are about to go bad, I only get half a coin for it. Or if I take the carrots that are fresh, I get almost 2 coins for it. So waiting for them to get dodgy and then start trying to sell them, not really the play here. Meanwhile, this is all looking good here. We don't have any rye handy. Get the goose house. You get the poppy seeds. Alright, so let's go and check on our management stuff before we get too far. I'm going to want to go to the person working the barn. Ah, that's right, I took people off of the barn. That's why it's not getting done. Is I literally don't have anyone assigned to it. That'll do it. And all these are set to have a decent amount of things. So I'm not going to worry about those. That's not the priority. Do you have manure for me? Seems that's broken. Yeah, we'll see. All right. Like I said, let's quickly run down here before we get distracted too much. I would like to get you out of my way.
I was using that.
And I'm going to use it now. So... Alright, so to make tin bars and copper bars. And we also have iron bars.
Blacksmith, whitesmith, it's all the same to me. I'm colorblind.
Okay. How long are you gonna want me to do this? Oh, Yeah, it didn't play the sound. Yeah, I can look at that after stream. A bunch of my sounds got broken when ran into a file system thing. Like, I didn't lose any of my files, just the directories got changed up, and switching it back is going to cause more headaches than fixing it. Hydrate sound. Alright. So what I'm trying to do really fast is I want to get a bunch of bronze made. And then we're going to need to take the blacksmith and start assigning the blacksmith to, working on bronze stuff. Okay. Man, you can actually go, if you don't like this, you can set the times to be faster. You can also set, instead of the times as being faster, that'll work in bulk. Those are both options. I should also check, because I saw the firewood thing pop up there. I should check if we're getting low on firewood as well. Or if it was just kind of a UI thing. But a lot of times I don't turn the batch thing on, just... I don't tend to spend that much time doing bulk crafting. Alright, in fact, what I am going to do is once we finish with the copper, I'm just going to change the assignments of the blacksmith to hopefully keep the bronze coming. And then we can just have him work on it. But we're going to spend a bunch of money unlocking some bronze patterns and all that. Because I should be able to get the bronze pickaxe, which means no more making stone pickaxes. And just kind of keep upgrading our tools. Okay, can't quite reach it because it's too heavy. Okay, there's the copper bars. And the iron bars. Alright, so let's go to our management and go to the blacksmith and see what we can't do to help out there. So smithy. Go to our list. Right, so... we have tin bars, so that's one thing that needs to change. Let's drop you to 10%, put you up to 10%, and give the tin bars 10%. We can reduce the priority on the axes there. We want to edit the assignments. So we're going to take the stone pickaxe off the list entirely. Alright, which one did I accidentally... okay. Do those. And now I can go to our technology. We will need to go to smithy. Oh, we also unlocked the workshop too. So I'm going to need to get that going soon as well. But I'll do that in a minute. So let's go to the smithy. Because with all this... yeah, so that'll be bronze. Bronze and iron. We're going to end up having bronze as the thing we're going to use forever. So let's go in here. So we've got all those sorted out. Let's get all the way to the bottom here. I'm not going to worry about the weapon rack or the training dummy. So there's the bronze... is that a combat pick or the tool? Can be used for hunting or combat. Okay, so I can't get the bronze pick. I can only make the bronze weapons and armor with that. So we're not going to sweat that. We're just going to let that sit for right now. Okay,
This will be the most recognized craftsman in the world.
So let's do our quick inventory. You've got a bronze axe to spare. You've got an iron axe to spare. Oh, you're down to your last hammer, aren't you? I need to check that. So you're off making all the poison. Cool. You've got knives and all that. Alright. I've already forgotten which I was like... Oh, yeah. Hammer. Okay. Let's take a quick peek at our inventory here and make sure we actually have hammers. Because we were making... Yes, okay, we do have a copper hammer and copper hose and all that sort of stuff. Cool, cool. So we're good here. Anything else you want to grab and drag with us or do anything like that? I don't think so. I actually have a little bit of limestone, not enough to do much. We are starting to make poison. As you do. I got a wicker basket I don't want or need. I doubt that wood wheel person is still over there, but I'll grab that. And I think that'll be good. Alright, so. Ida is over here. The person with the wood wheel was over there. I don't know if they'll still be there or not. We're going to beeline over there. If they're not there, no problem. Do I have food or... Oh, wait. We were going to check the firewood, and it's looking like we might be low on firewood. Actually pop up here and just see. Firewood. Okay, we are out of firewood. That's kind of what I figured when it kept popping up, is that we're like on the fence. So I should be able to just make a batch of firewood. And get it all sorted. Okay. Now, good news, it looks like even though I'm out of fertilizer, it does look like most of the field is already fertilized. So we might be okay with that, where we won't miss out on much. Okay, so get the next batch of trees. Okay. Cool. And we're probably reaching the point pretty soon of where I'm not realistically going to be able to, or sorry, we're gonna probably reach the point soon where we'll have like the rotation of the trees growing back in, as we're replacing them. Because I am kind of more and more passing that off to our woodcutters to handle. Okay, so all the rest of that is just planks. So I'm going to need to go over here and make a bunch of firewood. And then I'd like to get on my way to getting these things done, because our wife has demanded a gift. And then everything else we've got sorted.
Hey, I was using that.
And now you're not. Okay. But this should take care of the firewood that keeps popping on and off. We also, with some of our money, should probably go and get more trees for our orchard. Because I've got a couple of trees I acquired from I don't know where, and then I also put up a full batch of hops. And it's just another place to get more food from. so you know it's worth doing. Because we could take a bunch of the raw food and sell it. It doesn't make a whole lot of money. A couple hundred if I get like a pretty good stack. But cooking it can be very lucrative. The big problem with cooking it is the dishes. You've got to make your wood bowls and all that kind of stuff, unless you're doing a lot of bread and stuff like that where it doesn't have a container, which is ultimately probably what we will want to do for selling food. Just make an obnoxious amount of flour and bread and all that. So you can just bring all of that over, sell it, not have to keep making more and more dishware and everything. We'll see. There's lots of things you can work on in the game to make money. And so far I've been mostly ignoring that. But we are getting to the point where it's going to start costing enough to keep the village. Taxes-wise, I'm going to have a production line set up.
I always double check if there aren't any on a tree.
Okay. So I can go over here. Drop off the stack of 92 firewood. I'm actually curious with all these seeds. Oh, grab that, we'll sell that. With some of these seeds and all that, I do wonder if you could make decent money with just the seeds. Yeah, because I mean, that's 150 or whatever the carrot seed. So honestly, I could see just producing until we have enough seeds for everything. Okay, so let's get out of here. Did I bring food with me? I think that's the whole reason I turned around in the first place, that I didn't have. I've got more crap to sell, or trade. I'm never gonna get out of here because I'm just all over the place. So drop off the feathers I don't need. Drop all this stuff off that I don't need. Yeah, I did not grab food. Alright, so let's grab a couple things of food for the road, and I really do need to get moving. Alright, so what is the next thing getting ready to go dodgy? We got carrots. Alright, so let me grab, like, 30 carrots. They're dodgy enough that I'm getting severe poisoning eating them. Partially rancid carrots. I'm only at like 75% poisoned. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, so when I turn this way, that should maneuver us between the wolf packs. We can go check to see if this wagon wheel thing is up there. If so, we do the wagon wheel thing. If not, I'm going to sell the wagon wheel and not deal with this crap. Alright. And we'll have a little bit more fairly rancid carrot. Ah, there we go. Almost 90% poisoned. But now I got a full belly of mostly rancid carrots. That's not at all how that works in real life. In real life, when you're eating food that's gone, usually you'll either be perfectly fine or you'll get some type of really dangerous bacteria that, you know, like once you get botulism, you get botulism. You don't kind of get botulism. You don't get like 30% botulism. You just get it. It's like, you don't kind of get salmonella. You don't get like traces of salmonella. You get salmonella. If there's enough viral load that it gets you, you got a problem. You just don't take the chances, because it's not like you just look at something and be like, oh, it's a little dodgy. Clearly guaranteed salmonella. It's like, oh, it's a little dodgy. I shouldn't take the chances in case. And it wouldn't be salmonella, it'd be botulism. Or some other concern from food poisoning. Okay, so now I'm gonna worry about the town right now. I'm gonna run over here to where we saw that wagon wrecked. And then we'll switch back to the town. Alright. How are we doing on money, by the way? I believe we're doing really well. Yeah, 2,600. What are my taxes expected to be? My taxes are expected to be 2,100. Okay. And that is the thing, that as you go, your taxes will get higher and higher. The good news is, even when you goes and says, okay, you need to pay your taxes, this year it's going to be this amount, they do give you time to bring the money together. So very genuinely, if you've got a town high enough to have significant taxes, you've got time to adjust to make money. Is there a compost bin in the Oxford map? Yeah, no, it's not attached to the map. You just build it. Okay, that's where the cart was wrecked, was right here. So it's gone. I figured it would be. Yeah, no, the compost bin, when you look at it in your menu, it's under furniture and decorations, workstation, farming workstations up here. So it is really, really, really buried in there. But it is a thing. It's one of those ones that I played a bunch of the game, and I don't even think I found it till someone was like, you need to build a not you need to. It's like, you know, I was making the comment, I wish there was a better way to get rot for fertilizer. Like, oh yeah, you could build a compost bin. You're like, what? And started going through all of the technology menus here looking for it. And like, oh yeah, no, you start with it. It's under decorations. But it's functional. And in my mind, I was like, functional and decorations don't belong in the same sentence in video games. It's either decor or cosmetic, which means, you know, you can have it give a mood score or whatever. It doesn't need to be literally useless. But I would not have a functional thing buried under there.
Greetings, stranger.
Can I help you with something? You look like a reliable fighter. Could you please help us? What's going on? What's the problem? At night, we can hear the horrible howls and barely sleep. Would you be kind enough to get rid of the wolves for us? I can do that, no problem. I'm sure sooner or later I'll run into wolves anyways, so I could just, instead of running, murder them.
How are you?
Alright, show me your wares. There's some wine. Have some wine. I saw the whole stack of carrots is gonna be like $6. He's like, look, man, I don't want your rancid carrots. And sell the wheel. Okay, so get all that crap out of here. I'm not gonna buy the trees and all that yet, because we don't know what the cost of the gift is gonna be. And plus, most of my money is gonna disappear to taxes. Feels like real life. All right. So we can run over here, and Ida was the person who has the riddles. That earlier in the game we answered her riddles, and she gave us the scythe that one of the other people lost. And both times I've done her little mini game on my own and on stream, her riddles aren't very hard. It's like, if it wasn't multiple choice.
To stop chickens from running away.
Let's see. This time I need Dugar's crossbow from you. Oh no, not you again. I'm not playing with you anymore. Come on, don't be like that. No, forget it. How much for it then? Your coins won't be good this time as well. I need you to do something for me. I'm in a time-critical situation. It won't take long. Alright, okay, what is it? I need you to get me some fish, and they better be fresh. I don't have time to argue with you. I'm getting your stupid fish. Oh, that's a lot of fish. You suck, lady. Does my fishing place still have equipment at? Because I didn't even think to check that. So you're out of fertilizer. That's fair. So if we go to the fishing building, you ran out of fishing spears. Cool. Technology. Where can I get fishing spears? Not there, not here. Huh. So I'm not seeing fishing spears listed anywhere. There, let's go to production. So no fishing spears here. Not in the kitchen. Not there. It's not going to be under sewing. Workshop. Would it be Smithy 2? Not the sewing hut. Better not be all the way up like Smithy 3 or anything like that. I can't imagine it's that high. In the forge, it won't be a schematic? Gotcha. Okay, so it is here. It's just we get it to start with. Alright, well that's unfortunate because to fish, I need the fishing spears. I don't think there's a fish vendor right by that I could just spend money to make my problems go away. I genuinely don't remember. I also can't remember if I could search for that either. Yeah, because it doesn't show your town stuff, it's your buildings it cares about. Alright, let's go see if I can't just go to one of the merchants and trade for it or something. Before running the whole way back. If I have to run the whole way back, it's fine. We'll go murder the wolves along the way. Well, probably have to be like a hunting trader. Because I don't think you're just going to be able to walk in the town and be like, yes. Oh, I didn't need that. That's what I'm looking for. Alright. Oh, no, they got fish meat. But they only got 2 units. It's not going to help.
Have a nice day.
Have you ever wondered what a world without kings would
Let's check you.
How can I help you? Whatever you need.
Did you sell food?
Got it.
I can only get 12 between the 2 of them. And I need 20.
Have a nice day.
Alright. It's fine. You don't trust any animal that has a built-in schematic by evolution? So you're saying you don't trust raccoons? And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so what we're going to need to do is run back to the blacksmith. We're going to need to make ourselves some fish spears. I'm going to need to fish a bunch. Do you trust raccoons? I mean, you can trust the motivations of a raccoon. Raccoons are just there to get the shiny or get the noms. As long as you are aware of when you and the raccoon's objectives are aligned versus misaligned. They're very, very predictable creatures. Alright, in the meantime... we need to kill 4 wolves. Raccoons are cute and they have little grabby hands. But they like your trash can. Yep, pretty much. Yeah, I know we have raccoons around here where I have to, bungee cord our trash cans closed or they'll tear everything up. And they are some fat raccoons that they definitely get around town and get their fill from people who don't do anything to keep them out of their trash. Or just straight up feeding them, knowing some of the people in the neighborhood. We had an alligator that got into one of the lakes nearby us and it had to be euthanized because some lady was feeding it out of her, Okay. Some lady was like feeding her out of the back of her house. Which was things like, have you not seen horror movies involving alligators? This is how horror movies involving alligators, you know, this is the setup for all of them. Okay, so before we do that, we did gain a skill in hunting. Alright, so we can get extra resources from wild animals, slower durability loss on our weapons, a higher trap limit, better sneaking, better aiming, better sneaking speed, reduce the thing. Let's do the durability loss thing, because that'll save me materials. And what kind of over they got black bears? Yeah. But anyways, sold. She was older than sliced bread. Well, that's those things that sliced bread is one you just mentally assume has always been there. And it's like, no, actually, that's pretty new in the grand scheme of things. Or for a lot of people, it's just ubiquitous with being in the world, but at the same time, you're like, no, that's a fairly new invention. There's a number of things that kind of fall in that realm where, you know, as a person who didn't grow up with it not there, feels like it's just been a permanent feature of society forever. And then the reality is like, no. That's fairly new. Okay, so there's only like 2-3 wolves there, so I'll have to go up and kill the other wolves on the way back. That's fine. But anyway, it was a lovely lady. She was. Your old man was so old he remembers when the Dead Sea was only sick. Ah. The jokes. I remember when dirt was new. I was actually talking to Tomb the other day that it's fun to me that, you know, part of science is a learning process, that, you know, you do the best of the information you have and you come up with your, like, her hypothesis and all of that and try and figuring everything out. But then quite often a lot of things, you'll be working on that and new information will come out and you have to revise. And that's a normal function of science. That's not a bad thing. That's literally how it works. And so, like, one of the ones that came up for a while was there were certain assumptions with, like, Neanderthal and all, and I've talked about this recently, where generally a lot of our perception of them was that, you know, they were violent, and they were dumb, and they were oafish, and all that. And then, you know, we came to realize later after finding some more remains, like, oh no, like, we see where they definitely took care of each other enough that they were able to heal from injuries that otherwise there was no way they would have made it. You know, a bad leg injury would be a death sentence. And we've had to revise that actually we think they were generally kind of not docile, but they would be more aligned with other great apes because we're kind of in that, like, hominids kind of in that same general slice of things, and that they're a lot more like that, which challenged a lot of views and all that. But we were talking about, like, some of the things that would be kind of fun things to potentially happen that would utterly just throw current stuff into a fit. And it's like, okay, imagine we're going around and we find, like, dinosaur remains, but those dinosaur remains are only like 10, 20,000 years old, and just the absolute kerfuffle it would be to everything, because it would ruin all of our timelines and when all that stuff happened. And that would amuse me greatly. Okay, so we can go ahead and get a bunch of linen. Let's see, you guys who really had a breakthrough when Lord Sandwich had his servant use bread slices so he could eat grilled meat cut on a picnic with a friend without smothering his hands? I mean, not only that breakthrough, but one of the few that helped, yeah. Komodo dragon or Greenland shark? I have no idea the context we're going with this. So I got a bunch of linen thread from our flax. We're going to toss that over here for right now. Oh, I said a bunch? I got 5. Yeah, no, that's what we're doing is I had to get the linen thread to be able to make the fishing stuff. Living dinosaur is still around? Oh, you mean like the chicken? Sharks are walking. Actually, and I'm pretty sure sharks predate dinosaurs, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong on that one, but I believe they predate dinosaurs. Sharks have been around for an obnoxious amount of time. One of the random facts I like to throw people off with is the fact that when you look at sharks, they're older than the rings of Saturn. That Saturn's rings are newer than sharks are. And that's because on the grand scale of things, celestial-wise, the rings of Saturn are like brand freaking new, whereas sharks have been around for a hot minute. Alright, so I need a whole lot of fish meat. So first, I'm going to drop these off. Not all of them, but a bunch of them. Fishing spears. Let's drop like 9 off right now, because they're heavy. Sharks are also obnoxiously old as vertebrate individuals, possibly 500 years, we think. I'm assuming 500 million years or something like that. Because 500 years is not... That's basically like nothing. Oh, as an individual shark age. Oh, okay, I can words. Yeah, I actually, I don't know how old the sharks is. Like, the one I know that live for freaking ever is there's a lot of tortoises that are stupid old. Like, just absurdly old. All that poison. Greenland sharks become sexually mature at 150 years. That is ridiculous. Okay, I think what we do... Do they still exist? I have no idea. Let's go up here, kill these wolves real fast. Yeah, no, the thing that's interesting me to think about is some of these really long-lived animals and long-lived trees, and go, you know, that animal is old enough that, like, it's been it's been around longer than, you know, we've had electricity, or it's been around longer than, you know, like the American continent had like any of the colonies or anything. Like they're, you know, they've been around since before that. You know, just these like really absurdly long times. Give me my spear. Yep. They're dangerous animals. Yeah, no, it's like some of those tortoises, I know they just get up to like 700-800 years and just bonkers amount. That was we have cypress trees that are very old trees here in Florida. And we've had some of those that, like, they're over 1,000 years old, and it's like, one, the fact that they managed to just not get caught up in any type of fire or something that kills them in that time is a testament. But to being like, this tree, yeah, this tree is older than, like, some of our basic metallurgy and all that. So unfortunately, because of that death... Ah, that's actually a pretty rough one. Okay. So unfortunately with that one, it set back the time enough so as before we fought the wolves, did the flax and all that. That's actually been one of the longer setbacks we've had so far as the autosave. I'm going to just double check that we didn't have an autosave between then. Yeah. That is unfortunate, because we were at... Was it really that far back? So day 1... 1820. Yeah, what time is it? How long ago was that? Yeah, that's rough. That is a rough delay. And they only have one puppy's litter. Greenland sharks are actually in danger because their generation cycles are so slow. Yeah. Yep. That's, even if they're not being hunted, a lot of the animals that are very long to live like that, again, the giant tortoises and some of those sharks that take so long to reach maturity, that going that long with nothing going wrong is not easy. But yeah, now you go to these tortoises where they get to 800-900 years old and all that, and then thinking it's like, okay, so we're going back to, like, medieval times and all that. Like, that turtle's been around that long. Well, tortoise, not turtle. That tortoise has been around that long. And it's just a bizarre thing to wrap your mind around. And I saw the wolf run off. There we go. You know someone who owns a 200-year-old tortoise? Yep. Where did the other wolf go? Because I tagged, there was 2 wolves here. I killed the one, I tagged the other one. The one I tagged ran off. Unfortunately, it looks like the arrow was a solid hit that bounced. So it won't just bleed out on its own. Those are foxes. Yeah, that arrow's gonna be gone. There we go. That wasn't a wolf, that was a nature spirit floating like that. That's as like, it's like, yep, this is some sky wolf. Alright, let's deal with the other wolves first this time. Because we already know it's going to be too dark for me to do what I want to do here anyways. So I'll kill the wolves that I need for this objective. A quick save now, I've wiped those ones out. We'll kill these wolves, then we'll go make our fishing stuff. Okay. Your animal care class had a wolf that, or had a tortoise that just kind of roamed the building and stuff. I can see that being fun. I feel like tortoises are also a good way of, like, teaching the lesson about when choosing pets, make sure you choose some, you know, consider the lifespan of the pet. Because of all the people who get parrots and think it'll be like, this will be fun, you're like, oh yeah, this animal is going to outlive you. So make sure you really, really want to have that pet. Oh, this is not what I want. I'm glad I got that little bit of armor. This is not the one we already injured. Wolves. Could you stop with the merging in the ground garbage? I demand you obey the laws of physics. Yeah, we had him in a lot of birds and horses and ferrets and snakes. Lots of different stuff with very different lives. Yeah. But like I said, I think it's a good lesson for people in that, especially being like, hey, oh, you're considering getting this parrot? Keep in mind, this parrot, you're not acquiring a pet. You're acquiring an inheritance to give on to your kids. And possibly their kids. Maybe choose something not quite as extremely long-lived. That to me sounds like more of a folktale thing, Darth. It could be true, but as we've discussed like a lot in the past, there's a lot of those kind of stories you hear, especially when they're predominant figures, that a lot of times it'll end up being made up. The classic thing, it's like, oh, Einstein said whatever, and then when you look at it, it's like, yeah, there's no factual truth to it. But, you know, people like a good story. But yeah, because especially like in the days of the Founding Fathers, people didn't keep that many of the exotic animals. There were those out there, but bringing something like a pet like that to the colonies was probably not going to be that common of a thing. Beware of quotes on the internet. Many of them are fake. Abraham Lincoln. A man before his time. Alright, so we can go here and make our thread again. But yeah, no, that'd be one of those things I'd be curious with the parrot story, if there was a credible source for it. Those are nice gloves. We found them. It's also a struggle, especially with the amount of propaganda that came out of the Founding Fathers' time as well.
I know not every marriage.
You hear all these stories about Samuel Adams and realize he wasn't like a awful person, but he knew how to propaganda. Oh right, I have to go to the blacksmith. That's right. The man knew how to propaganda. Okay, we can run over here and drop off the meat. And we can go over here to the blacksmith to make the fishing stuff. And then we can drop this off. And then hopefully taking that extra time to hunt those wolves will have given me enough time for it to get a bit brighter for when we get the fish meat. The worst case is I could start working my way back towards town. There'll be plenty of fish in the river there. But it's a good thing that we kind of notice this. I partially wish in the game where it puts those notification icons up in the corner that's like, oh, something's missing. I would really love it if you could just kind of go here and almost have like a summary, if you will. Okay, so let's get the durability loss thing again. I don't have to replace my weapons as much. But I do kind of wish when it came to like the management, where you'd have those icons up there, instead for those icons, it was literally like, you need stone, like, you need knives, you need hose, you need size, like, whatever it is you're missing. Like, it would just list the things you're like, you're short on fertilizer. So you kind of see the thing versus have to drill down. Any of the follow, welcome to the stream. Because you just kind of have to drill down, and sometimes it's not super easy to get what you're looking for. Okay, so let's grab that fishing spear. And now I've gone through the whole list again. So promise it's going to be dark. I am hoping that these spears last long enough for me to get the amount of food we want. Which I'm hoping they are, because very genuinely, with them needing the linen fabric, if they don't last very long, that's going to be pretty obnoxious. Alright, so I want to get up there to where like the pike and all that are. And it'll get that going. Okay. Because I need 20 meat. Oh, right, but I'm going to need to be able to butcher them, so let's not leave this area. Right, because we can butcher them at the area over there. So I'm going to need to find the fish. And unfortunately, with it being so dark, because I'm not going to be able to really see the fish. Alright, well I guess what we'll do is while we wait for it to be bright enough that I can see the fish, we are going to go ahead and see if we can't get planks on that roof to get in our house going. And then when day breaks we can deal with that. They should be swimming in groups? Right, I just can't see them because of how dark it is. I've seen the groups before. But wading through that in the pitch black, when I can't have the fishing spear and a torch out at the same time, is just going to be an exercise in frustration that'll probably not get what I'm looking for in the first place. Whereas if I do this, I can quickly get another house done. And then still get the fish in the morning. Okay. Right, one more tree's worth. Yeah, the fact that every time we go tree cutting, we go through like 10 trees is just a lot you can knock out. I could still actually add another tree in here. Still adding our tree in here. Okay. There we go. Alright, so now if we go to our sawmills, we can make a bunch of planks. We can finish up this house that's directly in front of me, get the next house started. That'll be perfect to work on while we're waiting for daylight to break. Then we can get our 20 fish meat. Run back to the lady, get the crossbow, turn in the crossbow, get the gift for my wife from the person who wants the crossbow, because it's apparently the same person. So that'll be good. That'll let me continue the, like, story in the game. Alright, so planks, get to work. And then with all that sorted, we'll see what we got next on the list. And we've got all the things set up to craft bronze. Oh, right. Do we not have enough technology to get the bronze blacksmith up? We'll have to look at that. Because we are making bronze now. And so I want to start... Oh, no, that was right. The bronze thing I could make was equipment for fighting, which I really don't need that much. the game doesn't really escalate combat that much that I've seen. I could be wrong. Like the bandits don't really get stronger. It's not like Oblivion where you gain a certain number of levels and then suddenly you have bandits showing up with like magically enchanted armor and you know these weapons are supposed to be legendarily rare or whatever. Like that kind of thing. It also doesn't have, like, you don't get, you know, super bears or some nonsense. The enemies don't have, like, any type of leveling to them that I'm aware of. So, where I'm already able to handle most of the enemies relatively easily, what I would ultimately do is work on getting the recurve bow, because that's relatively easy to get a hold of. It is a significant upgrade over the longbow for the damage. And then I'd probably get to the point of poisoning my arrows and giving them a little bit more damage for when I'm dealing with the Wysant and the bears, so that I could just knock them and be done with it. Now you can get to the point that you get the iron armor and iron weapons, so you can kind of toe-to-toe some of the animals, but it's just one of those things that, like, that's kind of a nicety, not really a necessity. Alright, so this should be a lot of planks. This should be enough to fully finish the house and get a pretty good dent on the next one. I'm just trying to watch my inventory space, because we're going to start pulling logs. There we go. So I'm going to start pulling logs out of storage. And I'm fine with that, I just don't have the carry space for it. So let's get this house done. And this will be one for net new residents. I've been trying to do like every other house. We move people into it. Yeah, it's fine. I'll make another one. But every other house will move people into it. And then the other one we will... Basically, half of them are for upgrading the houses for the people who already live here. And then half of them are for new people to come in. That way I am growing my population while also progressing the improvement of what we've already got. Little a, little b. Okay. Alright, house complete, so that's going to be for new residents. I'd much rather it have a stone foundation. But it's not looking like that's going to be a thing. Alright. So it's not quite bright enough yet. We're getting close. Let's go grab like another load of logs. Get this foundation built. I can toss a ton of stones into it. Cool, we're fine to do this. Wrong house? I'm pretty sure it wasn't the wrong house. I could double check it. The foundation isn't determined by the type of house you build. The foundation, whether it is wood or stone, if I'm not mistaken, is determined by how steep the ground is. As the ground gets steeper, it'll go to a wood structure as opposed to a stone structure. And then if the, you know, then you go steeper than that and it won't even allow the wood structure. But I'll double check it. Okay. Should have one more piece of... There's the last piece of birch. Looks wrong? Yeah, no, I can double check it. It's worth checking. Okay. Yeah, so that's the foundation we put down. Because we compared that to the small house. Yeah, small house cleanly fits right in there, so that's not the small house. You grab the medium house, and same deal. Cleanly fits in there where this sticks out on all sides. So, yep, no, that's the right house. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of wishing with the foundation it let me just go up there and swap them. Okay, almost time for us to go fish. Not trying to build the whole house, I'm just trying to get far enough where I can take all these planks that we got and toss them up on the roof. Okay, meanwhile we'll go here. Time to eat some more dodgy carrots. Okay. We'll need to drop off all the sticks and feathers and other crap we've collected as well. Okay. Alright, so let's run back over there. Try and get at least enough that we could put the roof on and all that. And then from there, we should be able to go and, it's definitely daylight enough I should be able to fish now. We're just gonna dump these materials, get that sorted, top off our water. Once we get the 50, or the 20 fish meat, we can run over there and drop that off. It's gonna take a minute because of stamina. Let's just dropping off as much as we can. Probably also need to double check on getting the copper hammers and all that. The good news is when I hit my next level on the production chain, I get the level 2 blacksmithy, and I can make bronze tools, like actual tools. Because that's the reason why I didn't invest in the art stuff, so I could get, you know, a bronze pickaxe, bronze hammers, that kind of stuff. And that'll go a long way. Because that'll save me a couple of logs here and there. But yeah, to give you an idea how much mining we've done, the fact that I've got enough stone that I can knock out the entire building. You can make bronze with the Smithy one. You can't make bronze tools with the Smithy one. You can make the bronze bars, and you can make bronze weapon and armor. But bronze, like, pickaxe is Smithy 2. Let's double check. So we can go to production, Smithy 1. I do not see any bronze anything here so far as tools. You got the dagger, sword, battle axe, mace, pick, but I do not see those. We go down here, and I see a bronze scythe, knife, sickle, hammer, axe, pickaxe. There's my tools. and that's Smithy 2, and I don't have that. So, no, you can't. It's locked behind Smithy 2. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, you can make it. Yeah, but I mean, there'd be no reason for me to not upgrade the Smithy 1 into a Smithy 2 when I hit that point. That might be fair, that you can use the anvil in the Smithy 1 to make it, but I still have to unlock Smithy 2 to unlock them. Alright. Okay, so we've depleted all those things. Let's drop off those feathers and arrows and all that. But yeah, regardless, the point is, I can't do stuff with bronze yet that I want to do. The why is less relevant, but ultimately I can't do the things I want to do with it quite yet. Can you buy them? Maybe farm some cheap materials? Yeah, I mean, I could buy them. But the point was more that it's something I would like to get into production. Like, I don't need the bronze tools, they're a convenience thing. Let's drink our water. Alright. So now we want to find the fish. Now we can hopefully see the fish. Okay, so fish are supposed to be around here. I have no idea if the fish light up or not when you're doing that. You also have fish up on this edge. I don't imagine you're not allowed to fish during the winter. Oh, there we go. Ah, so when you're down in the water, you can't see them because you're too low. Okay. Fishing spear, not very long range. That's one perch. I'm throwing too far. I also have no concept of the amount of fish I need. There you are. Think I got one that time. Okay, that's another perch. That's another one. Hi, Roland. Can I help you? Just creeping up here in the lake on me? And another one. Okay, so Roland's also fishing. And another. And another. That was satisfying. And another. And now I've overfished that group into non-existence. Perfect for the sustainability of the town. I figured it's just going to use up the spear, but we'll see. This does take quite a bit more time. I think I got one? Yeah, we did. I did not get one that time. There they are. Okay, it looks like you got 5 more throws out of this thing before it's broken. So if we nail every one of these, which I did not, that'd be just enough to wipe out another group of fish. It's fine. There you are. Because then I can go and get all the fish meat I need. There we go. Looks like 3 more throws and this thing's done. Two. And then we'll have 1 more. And hopefully got enough. I'm hoping perch aren't 1 fish meat per perch. But honestly, whatever it is, doesn't change the fact that I need to do it. I think we'll be fine. I imagine it's probably at least 2 units of fish. Cool. And we got it, and the fishing spear is broken. So let's see how much meat we got. We'll bring 20 with us for the Angler Without a Cause quest. And then, whatever's left over, we can just chuck in for them to cook. So perch. Come on, more than 1 meat per perch. Yeah, 4 meat per perch is good. So massive, massive overkill on the fishing. Yeah, so just drop all of it in the granary, grab 20 back, run to Ida, turn that in, grab the crossbow from there, run it down, turn in the one thing there, and then get the gift as well. I'm really hoping with the gift I can just give the guy money and be done with it. My suspicion is that is not how it's going to work. That realistically, he's going to be like, oh, I'll do a favor for you if you do a favor for me. And make me go through a big hassle. Okay. Making solid progress on all this. Alright, one thing I need to do is go to my excavation things and just deprioritize stone. Because I'm knocking out the whole building. I got a huge surplus of stone. Okay, so let's go to our extraction buildings and just make sure we tone down the stone a lot. Extraction shed. Priorities. Stone. Oh, geez. Alright, so we're gonna knock this down to, like, let's say 10%. So 10% on the clay. I'm gonna bump the copper way up where it says I'm gonna get 2 units. I'll put the rest in the limestone to help insulate the buildings. And then you... I'm gonna bump that down even farther to 10% on you as well. Okay. I need to eat a bunch of my dodgy carrots. Oh wait, I don't want to toss the... Yeah, we need to toss the fish meat over here. And I got a bunch of running around to do yet again.
My uncle had been building.
Okay, so do this. 36, which should leave me 20. Let's grab some more of these dodgy carrots. Like, we're the leader of our town, and it's like, you know what I'm going to be eating? All of the food that's going rotten. That is my bread and butter. Is just all of the food that no one else will touch because it's genuinely very unsafe. Drop you off. Okay, cool. So with that, we can do a quick save just so in case I get myself killed somehow. We can run back to Ida, turn this in. Once we've got that, I gotta run the whole other way to turn in the crossbow we get from Ida and yada yada. We can also turn in where we killed the wolves. I think we already killed both packs of wolves in the area. Yeah, no more wolves between us and there. So at least anytime we need to run to the main town, I've killed all of the dangerous wildlife anywhere nearby it. Let's have a sip of water while we're here. Okay. I'm curious what the implications of the poison are, because it doesn't seem to be draining my health. It might just be one of the things, if you max out the poison, it might just straight up kill you or start doing significant damage. I don't know. But it's honestly been very tame, considering I'm repeatedly poisoning myself. Up to like 80%. So poison doesn't seem that big a deal. We'll also need to check on when I'm going to get rye again for the animals. Once we've got the pigs up and running a little bit... Ooh. Who are you?
Hello there.
Can I help you with something? You'll be the one begging for help once I finish it with you. Mwahaha. Your evil net laughter needs polishing. Shut up. Give me all your coins and dang it, valuables. So you're a bandit, huh? Can't you see? Of course I'm a bandit. What if I have no money? Then you'll die. Okay, kill me. Wait, you're not supposed to want to die. You ruined everything. And you're supposed to help your parents at home and not rob innocent people. Go home.
I have to go now.
Because you know how I deal with bandits, kid? You know how I deal with bandits? That's how. You don't want it. Oh, I thought he screamed like he was running away or whatever. But yeah, if you're gonna threaten people with violence, you gotta be ready to receive violence in return. That is the nature of how that works. And eat more dodgy carrots. Because something about rancid carrots is not particularly nutritionally sound, apparently. Really just not getting the full mileage out of our rancid carrots. Alright, before we get caught up in that, I don't remember which side of the river the... Yeah, it was on this side. That's fine. We'll run over here, turn this one in. And then we go run over to Ida, get the crossbow. And then we got a lot of hiking to do. It could even be that the poison's affecting my stamina recovery, because that does feel like it's a thing. But that could 100% be... Oh, right. We have more people. Hey, lady.
Hello.
Small talk. What are you good at? You're good at tracking prey. Ooh, do I need that? That's fine, we'll take you anyways.
How can I help you?
And small talk. Could you tell me anything about your skills? You're a fine craftsman and cook. Oh, ho, ho. You are precisely like what I'm looking for. All right, new villagers. So let's get you set to a home. There's your brand new home, friends. And you are good at what? So you are good at hunting, and you are good at diplomacy, which I don't care about. Congratulations, new hunter. And then we got you, and so you get to live there, and you are good at workshop and all that, but you're going to be working in the kitchen. And now what I need to do is make sure our kitchen actually has some recipes set, because I don't remember if I did that. So production, kitchen, recipes. So you've got roast meat as your only option right now. We'll also add roast fish meat. But we're going to want to get like an actual soup or whatever going soon. I'm not going to deal with... Actually, I can deal with this over here. So accept assignments. This is how I start every conversation on the Say Bus. What are you good at? Would you like to join my commune? Look, man, it's a different time. So technology, cooking is under production, so kitchen. So we've got porridge, which is oat. So it's grain, cabbage and meat, carrot and meat, beetroot and meat, roasted meat and onion, meat and a bunch of mushrooms, scrambled eggs. Alright, so I think what we're going to do is we'll get the porridge, the stew, the soup. Skip on the meat and gravy. The mushroom soup. Scrambled eggs. All right. I'm noticing these aren't actually... Okay, so the stew and all that is worth a decent amount. Like, they're 20 and 30 and all that. The scrambled eggs and that, not really worth a whole lot. Probably not enough to care about. We'll start with that. So, let's get back to our assignments. Because what I'm going to go ahead and do is go to the kitchen again. And we're going to change up the assignments. You will not be making any roast meat whatsoever. I want you to make porridge, stew, soup, mushroom soup, and scrambled eggs. You will not be roasting any more meat ever again. And we'll start splitting things up between these. Because that should give me food I can sell for a little bit of a profit. I don't actually know if this food makes a big difference. Okay, so let's go and knock you down to 10 and bump you up to 10. And that'll do for now. Alright, so we got soup and all that being made. So then the hope there is I should be able to turn around and occasionally sell that soup or whatever. Even if I can't, that's fine too. The wolves are dead. That's a relief. Thank you. We all chipped in and prepared a reward for you. Please accept it. You gave me... Honestly, those iron arrows I'm on board with. The money they gave me was like throwing pocket change at me. Hello there. I'm looking for something that'd be a great gift for my wife. Of course. I have plenty of items worthy to be presented to a loved one. Are you interested in something specific? Not really. May I ask what's the occasion? My wife is furious and I wish to keep on breathing. Ah, so the usual. I understand. Did you actually do something wrong, or is it more you didn't do enough situation? The latter. Naturally. This would be perfect. For you. It costs 500 coins. Let's see. It's not cheap, but I'll take it. It's not time to be thrifty. Satisfied wife means peace of mind for the husband, and that, my friend, is priceless. You have no idea. I don't like the implications this game is giving about marriage, because I can assure you, in the time I've been married, you don't just randomly deal with your wife being utterly and completely pissed off for no reason. Like, don't get me wrong, the implication the wife had in the game was like, she was basically going, you don't do enough around here. Which is fine, because that could very well be true. But also, it's very much just being like, oh yeah, no, they just tee off and you just gotta deal with it. It's like, that's not hopefully how it works for most people. Because that's not my personal experience. Usually if there's something that Tomb's not happy about it, like, there's a valid reason for that. And even then, she doesn't randomly, like the character in game where she just immediately started blowing up on it. That's just not productive for anyone. Okay. I've got your fish. Take it. What happened to your manners? They went out where the sun doesn't shine. Give me the crossbow. Here. Finally. Bye. Let's see, you may not know the reason why your wife is upset, but there is a reason. Yeah, that's the thing. With the video game, she's like, you don't, like, she didn't say anything specifically, like, you don't do enough kind of around here, and it's like, I built the town, and am actively working every single day. I don't understand. Wait, don't you want to know why I need the fish? Maybe another time. Excellent. Alright, so let's check where we have to go. So I obviously know the thing going to my wife is where my wife is. This thing is farther. As you said, it was a different time. Yeah, and that's the thing. I think the idea is very genuinely they don't really have an answer. It's just they wanted a reason for you to require to give a gift. Which is fine. It is totally fine for the game to have a reason for you to be like, hey, go do this gifting mechanic. Fair enough. And I think it is fair to be like, her being like, you know, I put all this effort into, you know, taking care of her kid, and where the expletive are you? Which is a fair criticism. A very fair criticism. Because raising kids is a hell of a lot of work. I did like that it called us out that we just happened to finish mining and I had to drop stones in the middle of like the floor so I could carry the rest back. And she's like, you always bring your stones home and that's whatever you're doing. And like, I feel seen. In this moment, you're calling me out about leaving stones and collecting stones all the time is very valid. Because that's literally what I'm doing. Yeah, no, it's absolutely JD. It was just tongue-in-cheek. But, it's one of those things you're just like, Yeah, no, I didn't take it as a serious thing that's like, this is the way it is. This game does have some really unhinged things. I'm wondering if in one of the updates they toned it down. There's, they don't have that many voice dialogue in the game. It's a pretty limited amount. And one of the very few voice dialogues they have is basically the people going, it's like, I wonder why other animals don't, like, bleed once a month like we do or whatever. And it's like, it's fine. It's good to normalize conversations around health and body and all that. But the fact that there was so few voice lines, you'd hear it almost once or twice an in-game day if you were running between towns. And it was very much the same problem of the, you know, I used to be an adventurer like you till I took an arrow to the knee, where you just kind of got tired of hearing the same line again and again. But it got uncomfortable because you're like, could you talk about that less? Like, it genuinely made the voice lines a little awkward after a while because of the frequency of it. Yep, so most of our buildings all have nice roofs and all that, except I got these last two buildings here. They're only halfway. Regarding voice range, still amused by the first Witcher, random NPC. One of the prostitutes has the clap, you wonder which one from The Witcher. Yeah, there is some voice lines in game like, why is this a priority? Hey honey, I got you a present, darling. Oh, you have? What's wrong now? Nothing. I mean, I'm wrong. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Honey, you were a little crazy, yes. But I wouldn't say you were wrong. I understand how hard it must be for you. You do? Of course, caring for a family, enduring life with me, and you make wrestling bears and chopping wood look easy. I'm just muscles in here. Wrestling bears is not that hard when you know that its weak spot. The beak? Oh, we're literally having the lines like, the beak? I'm like, what? I don't think bears... You know what? That sounds like amazing advice. Yeah, I do have my moments. So you're not mad? Madly in love is all I am. Love you, honey bun. And I love the gift. Aw. Love you too, bunny rat. Actually, I have something for you too. I figured that gift could be expensive. And we should be smart with our coins right now, so here. I'm sure it will help. How did you get all of this? I, found it. You amaze me every day. I need to go now, though. See you. So what did you give me? We have maxed out our affection with our wife. We are incapable of expanding upon our affection. She gave me a fruit tart pie. Well, fruit tart. I guess technically it's in the family pie. She found 5,000 coins. Was it 5,000 coins? Oh, jeez. Hey, do you want to be... Hey, wife. Do you want me to take care of the kid and you be in charge of the village? Because one of us is way better at this funding a town than the other. And here's a hint, it ain't me. One of us is making things happen. I'm just running around digging up stones. With 5,000 bucks, we can pay someone to dig up stones. Alright, so let's get this turned into Namagaj or whatever. I'm kind of hoping that someone will be like, yeah, we're just gonna... Still hear dog noises. Okay. Alright. There we go. I hit the one and I still heard a dog growl, or a wolf growl. And I was just like, I don't know where it is, and it scares me. Because when I'm aware of the wolves, they're not hard for me to take down, as you could tell from the first one, where we just one-tapped it. But they do a decent amount of damage. And so it is really easy to get yourself in trouble. You don't realize it's coming after you until it's already on top of you. And then at that point, you know, it manages to get 2 or 3 hits in on you before you're able to, you know, drop it. Quick save just in case I run into the bear, because I want to say, is this the route to the bear? Yeah, this is the route that takes the bear. Let's cut some corners and not go through bear territory. Alright. But yeah, no, with the 5,000, that'll help a lot, that we can unlock a bunch of things. I also know these games need to have a limit on like how high the affection or love or whatever romance gauge can go in it. But it always amuses me, the idea, it's like, you have maxed out your affection with your spouse. Your spouse is incapable of increased affection. There is no more affection that can be granted at this point. And you're just like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize how low this threshold was. You know, it's just video games, it's just a score, but it's a comical thing to be like, oh, sorry, spouse, I'd do more for you, but you physically are incapable of showing me any more affection. We've peaked. Okay. Recognize this? My old crossbow. How'd you find it? I've awoken my inner angler. I think I don't want to ask the details. The only thing that matters is it's back in my hands. Tell Kestrel that I'm ready when she is. Will do. No, you're gonna make me walk across this entire freak... Okay. Hang on, we're good. I was about to complain that it's gonna make me walk across this entire map before, you know, I know what I even need. But fortunately, that is not the case. Fortunately, it is telling me, hey, you know, you're going to need 20 dried meat and a water skin. And that's no problem. I think I got like 5 or 6 water skins I've collected over time, just from bandits and all that. Just gotta run home, fill one up, and bring it with me. And then I have tons and tons of meat, so I'll just have to go into the hunter's place and dry up 20 of it. So that'll be good. And then that'll finish that part. And I'm curious where this goes from here. Because basically we're going to find out that someone killed someone. I'm thinking I did at some point play through the entire story, and it's been so long. I kind of think the way the story ends is like one of the others admits to killing them. There we go. Then one of the others ends up admitting to killing him or whatever, and it just kind of leaves it at that. I don't think it ends up being like some big conspiracy kind of thing that, you know, the game doesn't have some epic final fight you do between two people. Or maybe we do fight the person. I don't remember. But I mean, with the style of game it is, like whether this is going by memory and I just don't remember the outcome or just got the vibe check, or just the game without it, it's going to be one of those situations where one of the other pack people is going to have done it. Whether it was Unagast who did it because of the whole affair thing, or was Samador or whatever it was, who maybe did it when the pack started falling apart and he didn't know what to do. And so, like, did that, and that's the reason why I was like, no, I don't hurt anything anymore. You know, kind of a guilt thing. Regardless of the why or anything. That's the whole thing, yeah. So I've got the meat. So I happen to have meat on me, which is perfect. So we can go here. And we will... Oh, wait, before I forget. Grab the things here. So we've got our water canteen thing. Yeah, water skin with water. Grab one of those. Then run over to the hunter's building. And I'll cook up the meat real fast that we did grab. And I know I'm cooking up more than I need, but I figure I'll just take the other 10 with me. And we have to also get 500 coins. But yeah, no, I'm sure it's going to be one of the ones like Unagast or Summer. I could also imagine it being something like Unagast being like, oh yeah, he was planning to do this awful thing, and I dealt with him before it was, you know, went bad. Or like found out that he's going to betray Castrel. I don't remember. I feel like I've seen it before. But a lot of this story that gets weirdly heavy out of nowhere just isn't a story that, like, the carrots aren't cutting anymore. Oh no, we're definitely going to be eating more of the rancid carrots. We're definitely boosting our immune system and not slowly poisoning ourselves. Not cumulatively undermining our immune system by just hitting ourselves with whoever knows what. Like, low-key, I know there's a lot of really dangerous things that happen from eating rancid food. And I know, like, for example, like, canned food that isn't canned properly, the big danger there is stuff like botulism. But I genuinely don't know a lot of the different risks from eating bad food beyond, you know, just generic food poisoning, like the actual individual thing. So I don't know what the risk would be of eating vegetables that have gone dodgy. Like what the actual health thing you would go through beyond just wreck your stomach. Because a lot of those things, like most stuff, from what I understand with food poisoning, your concern is bacterial. So it's not really a cumulative thing. so much as you got exposed. Was there enough of a bacterial load that the bacteria got a foothold in you? If yes, get wrecked. If no, you know, your immune system would potentially fight it off, and maybe it's not too bad. And some of those, that bacterial load is only like barely any present. Some of it you actually have to have a decent amount. Cool, that's our rye. When we get the rye, I'll be able to make our own animal feed. Alright, so we've got our water skin, we got our dried meat. What we are going to do real fast, I'm going to eat some more dodgy carrots. And where we're going, there's going to be water along the way, right? Yeah, we'll have a river we can sip from. You like the idea that cooking it makes it safe to eat? Yeah, and there's so like depending on the individual bacteria or contaminants, there is some stuff that you very genuinely can cook off in real life. Like for example, salmonella. A lot of times you can cook whatever has the risk of salmonella and kill the salmonella, thereby making it safe. There's also other bacteria that you can cook and, you know, it does nothing for you. I did not fire it like I meant to? Why am I not firing?
You messed with fire, and you'll get burned.
Okay, that's not going the way I want. Did they give up? Do we not have... No, I got arrows equipped. I think maybe it's because I was actively backing up, it was not firing. Let's see, you might also be products of bacteria, like Botox, botulism toxin. Oh, right. Gotcha, so it's not the actual bacteria itself, it's what the bacteria do. That's kind of like what happens with your teeth. The bacteria that get in your mouth that cause cavities, the bacteria themselves don't do anything to hurt you. It's, as they do their thing, they leave behind, you know, acidic waste or whatever it is, and that's what starts chewing through your enamel. Oh, that's real bad. Yeah, keep not firing for some reason.
I'll end you.
You will die.
Okay. Yeah, it's not the bacteria, it's their crap. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Right, which is why cooking doesn't help with botulism. Well, at least I stabbed the crap out of the one. Yeah, no, for some reason I keep going to fire the arrow, and I think maybe it's just I'm letting off the wrong mouse button too fast. And as a result, I'm not firing, giving the person a chance to run in on me before I get a hit in on them. Okay. So the good news is we are just down the hill from the first time I ran up. So let's see if I can get the jump on them this time. Oh, you scared me, rabbit. Yeah, because the last time I had the ones running in close, and I saw the archer in the back, I tried to pop a shot off. I did hit the archer. I don't think I killed him, though. You remember your father throwing up after eating cheese? You looked at it, had a big patch of mold on it. Since then, I've heard him say cheese is okay if it has mold on it because certain cheese use mold. I mean, yes, but no. Okay. Yeah, it's those things that, like, very, like, because if you look at, like, blue cheese, effectively the blue part is a type of mold. But there's a difference between just eating cheese that's got random mold spots on it. I see you over there. Let me move. I'm surprised you came all the way out here to come after me. Ow! He won that one. Yeah, this mold is clearly not normal. Yeah, no, it's a thing. But it's like you're very looking, because you're looking for a very specific mold. It's also like certain things when they go dodgy, it can be okay. Like certain types of breads when they start going, the mold on them is more unpleasant. Then there's other ones that the mold on it, you're like, no, that's really, like, that's really bad for you. So it is one of those things. Alright. Yeah, no, that archer had my number, because a lot of the archers I found, I could duck behind a tree and bait them into shooting at me and hitting the tree, and I pop out and I just finish the job. That one, on the other hand, just held his shot, wait for me to step out, and then just took it. I wonder if there is a mechanic behind, like, as you level up hunting skill, or just in general, if they, you know, increase the number of bandits in the camps, or give them better equipment. Or maybe, like I said, with the archer, normally they just hang back, but then, you know, you hit a certain point, they'd be a little bit more aggressive, so you can't just abuse that. I don't think that's a thing. But it'd be fun and interesting if it is. Gonna do just the same thing as last time, because we did manage to kill one of the marauders before it even got out of the fortification. Think that's a person?
And never come back! Come on!
Oh, I got stuck in a rock. Wouldn't be so bad if I could actually see it. And I also quick save right at the top of that hill. Yeah, because I think there's 5 in there. 4 melee and an archer. Okay. There are also other foods other than just cheeses that they are consumed with like bacteria on them. It's not a super popular thing though, because a lot of the time, oh, a lot of time I just aggroed immediately. Okay, I probably should be carrying my I actually have a iron battle axe. I've been waiting to break this iron spear that I got right at the beginning of the game. But it might be time that I genuinely upgrade my equipment with the best I've got. It's just, you can't use the spear for hunting on your other people, so the spear's really only useful for you, the player. Well, that's interesting. If you don't have a house, you'll wake up at the nearest village's fireplace when the season changes. I never thought about that, because building your house is one of the first things you do in the game. Okay, I literally just one-tapped that guy. It's a good opening. Let's back off. No, 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 no. I see you sitting at the top of the hill waiting for your shot. There we go. Oh, he stepped back. Okay. Yep, so got you right in the face. Where'd your weapon go? That's fine. I don't think we had another one that got closer to me, I don't believe. Okay, so got you, no, actually, didn't I have one that got over here that I had to melee? I mean, I don't see the body. It's fine, but it's an opportunity to get some good loot that I won't have room for. So got you two looted. I shot several arrows into these rocks that probably ricocheted everywhere. Yeah, and I tagged you pretty good. An iron mace, that's worth me taking. We had one inside the town here that I pegged in the head right on the opener. Whom I do not see. There we go. Ooh. Actual bronze armor. And a kite shield.
Alright, I didn't realize this had gone away, so let's chase down these arrows. Gotcha. So anytime I pull up like the actual inventory on something, it makes this disappear. Yep, so there's some more arrows. They already looted that ruffian. And one peek over here. Alright. So we got some goodies in that. So I'm assuming if we go to put on the bronze armor, yeah, so it's defensive properties will be really good, but its environmental properties will be terrible. We could finally put on a shield. I've literally had not had one of those the entire game. But that was good. It took me a couple of attempts because I was doing a very sloppy job of that fight. Now obviously I was playing on permadeath. That would be something I'd approach with extreme caution. That I probably would have crept up from as far away, waited until I could, you know, get a tag on one of them, tag one of them with an arrow, and then the moment I saw like the range respawn, just run away. Like, don't even try and get extra hits of opportunity. Just, well, crap.
I'll crush your face. I'll crush your face. I will make you dead. You will die by my hand!
Yeah, I don't care about the cudgel. Alright, so apparently this is the place for the bandits. Because it's two back-to-back bandit camps. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Watching for an archer. Okay, looks like this one may have only been melee. Got winter clothes. A giant pile of stuff there. Yeah, so not gonna worry about the firewood. Okay. So unfortunately, while we're getting all this stuff and it's really nice to get all that loot, I'm just getting way overburned really fast. Most likely I'll take one of the, whatever weapon looks the best for melee, and I'm just gonna offload. Oh, don't complain about that now. How close is the nearest water source? That's where the bear is down there, so let's not do that. Let's run over here, grab this water real quick before we start actually dying of thirst. And then work our way down. Also, we've earned ourselves a nice little snack. So we're gonna go ahead and eat some more bad carrots. Okay.
It's time for a beverage.
You have an extra water skin? Yep. There we go. Yeah, no, I can do that as well. I just figured I didn't need to because we're close enough to a river I could just run for it. So if we go this way, I should be able to avoid the Wysant on both sides. Yeah, we should be just fine. There's some wolves not too far off the path, but I think we'll be able to avoid them. I'll go ahead and put us on the, inspect mode. That way if we run to the Wysant or whatever, I can see them before we're aggro too bad. Out of the bow ray in case we run to wolves. Okay, and it'll be really good to be able to drop this all off. You have an extra up? Yeah, the water skin. Yep, I don't need it though. I had water right there, so we just drank the water. Because if I use the water skin, it actually does gradually eat up its durability. I don't remember if it fills, use it whether it's drinking from it or refilling it that causes it to lower durability, but it's one of the two of them. Well, it's not a big thing because I think it's just leather to make them. Still rather not waste some materials if I don't need to. Okay, so we should be home clear. Alright. So I need to run down here, drop this off. I'm not going to worry about hitting the mine this in-game season. With all this extra crap. Just me getting over there in time is going to be a pain. So I think we'd better served if I just do this and then, worry about selling stuff and all that garbage. Alright, I have all the supplies we need. Great. What about Namajo? I convinced him he's waiting for your signal. Very good. I managed to get us a horse. Looks like we have everything we need. That's right. Let's not waste any more time then. Go to the mech and tell him that everything we have is waiting for him in Hornica. As soon as he gives you this name. Wish me luck. Alright, but before we go anywhere, I need to... Well, actually, first let's check our inventory. So, we are still using an iron spear that I've been using forever. That's got 75 piercing damage. I can get the iron mace, which is 65 bludgeoning damage. And 95% block reduction. I don't really care about that. And otherwise, we're not attached. I think I'm going to switch up to the mace. One, because it'll be fun to do that.
Hail, friend.
Show me your wares.
Best goods in the realm.
So let's see here. So so we'll sell the iron spear. Got some spare meat, some poison, and a whole bunch of other stuff. Yeah, we got all of this stuff here. And like really... Yeah, I got the iron axes and all that. Like, I had this bronze armor. And it's good stuff. Like, it'd be really, really good stuff. It's just the heat protection isn't sufficient for me right now. We got those longbows. Get rid of the furs real fast. We can get rid of the wine, the juice. That's a spare winter coat, so we'll get rid of that. Okay. Get rid of the dandelions. Even though that's not much weight. Alright, what else can I get rid of some weight with? The carrots we've been amusingly just eating that they're bad. So that'll get rid of some weight. I can get rid of this longbow that I've had equipped, because it's mostly worn out. And that'll be fine. Let's get rid of like half of these stone arrows. I changed my mind. Get rid of the axe that's in the worst shape. Okay. So before I forget, we need to swap my bow. Cool. So that takes care of that. I'm assuming it already took the meat from me. It did. Cool. Oh, that's you? Yeah, I don't care about you. I don't have the hops yet. I don't think I'm going to have the hops in time for him either, but we'll see. Alright, so with, we should be able to go to Dieter and they'll get the name. And as I recall, isn't there dangerous animals over here? So I've got wolves immediately in front of me in the direction we need to go. I'm just going to murder them. I'm not going to bother trying to get around them. Okay, was that just the only one? Nope, so we still have the warning that... Okay. Oh, that's bad. Stop. There we go. So rather than go around, we've just wiped out the wolf pack. I think I shot a little high on that one. All right. So still the Wizened nearby. The Wizened, on the other hand, I don't want to deal with. They just take too many hits, it just takes too long. Whether it's memory or... I feel like we did this before, because I vaguely recall that maybe he's dead when we find him. Like we come back and he's just dead or whatever. No, he's not. I don't remember. Everything is ready and waiting for you in Hornica. How can I be sure to trust you? Because I'm Lauren's blood, and same as him, I always keep my word. Dang it, son. If it wasn't for those eyes. Fine. I'll tell you what I know. Then I'm out of here, and I advise you to do the same. Just tell me. I was awakened in the middle of the night. Cloaked man said there had been an accident, and someone was in need of my attention. I wasn't thinking much of it. That's part of my duty, and I was half asleep on top of that. So I grabbed my mantle and walked out with a stranger. Rain was pouring down from the sky, so heavily it almost hurt. I realized that man was taking me to the Castellan's house. I asked him about it, and he confirmed. The accident happened to the Castellan. Let's see. Castellan. He said, the voice was so faint, I could barely understand him. We went in the house, and there I saw Lorne. It was clear to me that I'd been lied to. I wanted to run, but the cloaked man blocked my way. Why was it clear? What did you see? Lorne's throat was sliced. He looked peaceful, as if he was sleeping. His eyes were closed. The wound was elegant. The cut was really precise. I wonder if Lorden had even realized he was dying. The man spoke to me in the same voice as before, and told me to burn the body as soon as the rain stopped. That way, I won't need to lie. because everyone would presume disease. So that's exactly what I did. And he helped me. He helped me move the body and light it up. Helped me scrub the blood off the floor and burn the sheets. He was very polite, calm, but not cold. In the end, he asked me if he needed to threaten me with death. I denied. It was clear to me from that moment I saw the blood. I went back to my affairs and never told anything to anybody. Then a couple weeks later, I've run from Gostivia, fearing for my life. Why only after weeks? Because in the man in the cloak became the Constellant himself. No, it cannot be. I'm sorry, my child. You're lying. He would never have done it. I'm sorry. What was his name? You know his name. Tell me his name. Unagast. Yep. Yeah, I vaguely remember this. I feel like we did... I don't think I did this on stream. I can't remember. But regardless, we're going to go ahead and run it down and get this done. Get this story knocked out and sorted. Alright, let's drop by town real fast, or drop by our town real fast to drop all this crap off that's filling up my inventory, so I can run faster. But we're getting this all sorted out. Okay, you're just a lynx. Okay. You say just a lynx, even though real life you don't want to, you know, upset / corner lynx. They don't tend to be a thing that goes after people, but they're still a dangerous animal. Even if they're, like, not as big as, you know, a panther, I think, but much... They're, like, significantly larger than a house cat, but significantly smaller than, like, a panther. But they can still rock your world if they feel cornered or threatened. Alright, so you can run on down here. Now, one of the things we'd probably want to do is... We've got our animals up and running. More than likely in the next season or two, I'd want to probably get a second farm going. And that farm, instead of being a little bit of everything, we would probably go to that field and be like, okay, here is a giant chunk of that just like rye, wheat, and oats and that kind of stuff for making the animal feed. And that would give us the opportunity to keep expanding our animals to get the manure and all that happening much faster. Then you'd also have the grains for processing into flour and whatnot. But we are reaching the stage in the game where the amount of different things that we'll run into will start getting more and more limited. That it will be just kind of scaling up the buildings we already have kind of stuff. Yeah, house cat is firmly at the limit of what feline I feel reliably doesn't pose an immediate threat. Yeah. Because, I mean, even a house cat can do a number on you if it's so inclined. Now, granted, you're not likely to die encountering a house cat that's being moody. But it'll make you regret getting involved. Okay. I'm gonna drop off a bunch of the surplus food. Okay, we can drop off the egg. I'm keeping the tart. Drop off the dried meat. Drop off the other meat. Drop off the roast meat. Keep the soup, I guess. Drop off the wheat bread. And what we could do from here is we'll need to drop off the onion seed. Okay, and you're still doing fine and everything else. Okay. This is me. I might die later from infection, but not immediately. Yeah, no, exactly. Alright, so let's get the actual story done here. With Unagast. Because I genuinely think we did this before, which is totally fine. I vaguely recall that, like, it gets to Unagast, and it was something around, like, Unagast's idea was something, like, dangerous, or, like, getting back at, like, Castrel for causing a problem, or that I was gonna do some major, like, heist thing that would endanger everyone, or whatever. You know, something ill-advised. And Unagast, you know, got thing. Dying like the beast hurt your feelings. Okay. I haven't played, so I don't know. Like, it's one of those games that, you know, it looks well done, but isn't the style of game I tend to play. Alright. So once we pay our taxes, we'll probably take whatever money is left over after our taxes come in, and that's gonna all go dedicated to the orchard to try and get that up and running more. It took over both your screens and locked them up. Oh, like something crashed on it? Yeah. Alright. Yeah, I don't know. Like, for me, the story in this game, there's nothing wrong with it. The story in this map. It's just something about survival crafters that most of them, the story hasn't really grabbed me. It feels like you're playing the game, and it's almost like you're finding notebooks that are completely detached from your experience in the game. That it's then like, okay, this totally is happening to you. The only exception is I feel like Subnautica did a really good job of getting you invested in what was going on. But like Planet Crafter, the lore and story in the world, that's fine, but again, you kind of feel detached from it. I hear the forest story grabs you really well, but I never got super far into the forest. I played it a decent amount, and just, I found like the whole narrative it was going for, where it's like, oh, you have to sink to doing the bad things. You know, now we're going to go and, you know, use this as a thing to be like, hey, look, you know, in these situations, you become the bad person, which is a perfectly fine story. But for me, personally, I found it very off-putting.
I have such a bad memory for faces.
Hello there, dear Rasimir. Hello. How's life treating you? Like a father? What do you mean? Strict but fair, I guess? Very mature of you to say. You are really growing. Seeing more and more of the shades of gray, huh? I do. But gray still consists of black and white. Things are still good and bad, right and wrong. It doesn't change that. I never said it does. Tell me more about my uncle. I'm not sure if I have times for a story. I'm certain you'll find some. Alright, maybe one more story. Let's see. If you want to be depressed, I'll watch the news. Give me escape fantasies. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not even like having a bad story or sad story or whatever. But like, a lot of stuff depicts like a very jaded view on humanity that I don't... It's not a thing that really, you know, I get excited for. It more kind of annoys me. Of just like, oh, you become the very thing you sought to fight kind of thing. And like I said, it's actually a genuinely good story, but it's a trope that I've kind of gotten tired of. I just remembered a good one. Me, Lord, and Walred. We're trying to catch a rooster, who swallowed a bunch of pearls, and... You personally like a good late-night comedy? Yep. Oh, Rasmir. I told you already that they passed away in his sleep. I missed the dialogue. But people don't usually die during their sleep, do they? Time is merciless. Lord was an old man, Ray. Did he die of old age, then? No. A disease? Some ravaging sickness? No. Then how come he didn't wake up the next morning? Rasmir, I never lied to you. So why start now, huh? I knew this day would come. Finding words to describe it, to explain, it seems abstract, undoable. But the silence has been burning a hole in my chest for too long. I did it, Rasmir. I killed my best friend, my brother. Don't call him that. I understand your pain, the feeling of betrayal. Again, we didn't really know our uncle, so we were being awfully invested in being like, how could you do this? You betray someone so important to me. It's like, dude, we literally didn't know him. But I'm begging you, believe me, that it brought me no pleasure whatsoever. Why? It's complicated. So we could say, was it greed? You wanted to be the Constellion after him? Was it jealousy, living all these years in Lord and Shadow? The sense of inferiority must have been constant. Was it vengeance for how he toyed with Kestrel, for robbing you of the one you true love? I'm gonna go with the last one, because honestly, like, the greed thing doesn't really fit the narrative of the character. The jealousy thing as well, like, assuming him to be inferior to Lorden also is kind of, you know, kind of a jerk move. Everyone's got their strengths and weaknesses. And they did depict Lorden as, honestly, a bit of a sociopath while doing lots of good things. Like, he just liked the fame. They kind of depict him as, you know, he had a lot of positive things, but for the wrong reasons. Versus vengeance, I could see that. If you're looking for a reason I hated him, you found one. But I didn't kill him out of hatred. What he did with Kestrel was awful. But he didn't have to try to be cruel. Besides, every part of this love triangle was hurting someone. We're all to blame. What about the baby? You could have been a father. It doesn't matter who the father was. This beautiful boy didn't even draw one breath of air. His life was over before it began. It's a real tragedy. You're right, it is. Yeah, there's no reason to say that to him other than to just be vindictive, to tell him it was his kid that didn't make it. Like, again, because we don't know the context, that is just being petty. You're right, it is. So why, yeah, and you could go through all these. So why did you do it? Out of fear of Lorden's doings, of what he could become. After he killed that man in Novice, I've stayed with him, and everyone else left. But I couldn't stop thinking about what he did, how little it bothered him. He was angry at them for breaking up the pack, but he didn't see his fault in it. And what was the worst? He didn't even see trouble at taking a man's life. That's when I started wondering, has he done this before? Lorden didn't want to stop the mission. I convinced him that it was time for it, and he should move to the valley. I thought we could put all that behind us, and the rest would try to find happiness in the little things. But Lorden had a restless mind. For him, not moving up, not breaking another barrier, was torture. When we arrived here, there was only a couple of villages, but we built ourselves a house in Gostivia, and truly believed this would be enough, but not for Lorden. A week had not passed when he declared that he wanted to travel to meet the king, and that he's planning on doing it alone. 2 weeks later, he came back as the new Constellion of the valley. He moved into his own house for appearances, as he called it. Since that moment, he was getting more and more distance from me, from anyone really. I'd been seeing him walking around Gostivia like a true leader, shaking hands, hugging babies, making small talk, always with a big smile on his face. He seemed really great, if you didn't know what was hiding behind the smile. We were living right next to each other, and yet after some time, we talked only a couple times a year. He was afraid of me, afraid of his moral compass. He didn't want me to restrict him anymore. Conscience was a burden, so he got rid of it entirely, and that's when the worst side took control of him. I didn't see a shed of sincerity left, just a constant mask. Years went by, he was going more and more often to meet with the king, so one day I started a little investigation, and what I found out sickened me. Lorden had become the very thing he swore to eradicate. A festering lord, going around with his filthy friends, getting off at rich people's misery. He was benefiting from wars, selling weapons, shaking hands of rapists, just to be in their good graces. He had to be stopped. It took me months, years to get to it, and I feel responsible for everything wrong that he did during this time. I should not have hesitated. But killing your own brother, it felt unimaginable. Yet I knew I was the only one who could do it. I sneaked into his house during a heavy rain. He was sleeping so peacefully, as if all the sinister thoughts had left him for the night. I was staring at his face for what felt like ages before I took out my blade, made one clean cut, and it was over. He didn't even open his eyes, and just like that, it was done. You know what's going to happen now, right? You'll pay for what you've done. I do. And I'm not going to fight it. Whatever you decide, I will accept. So let's see, I understand your reasons. It required a strong will and a good heart to do what you did, but the blood has been spilled. You should leave the valley and never come back. We could do, you deserve forgiveness, killing your family just because you think it's right, but I will not let you die for a self-proclaimed martyr. You will live with the guilt of what you've done until the time gets you itself. You are banished from the valley. You can do, you were right, everything is soaked in gray. I don't condemn you for your decision, however, you took a man's life, and by the law of the king, it is punishable by death. Or we can choose, you are a murderer, none of your lies change that, and the only thing you deserve is death. You will be hanged for what you've done, and I hope you will never know rest. So, with the time period we're talking about, assuming there's not another, well, if they have to leave the valley and there's nowhere nearby, all of these could ultimately equate to death, because depending on what's in the area, being banished without time to prepare for it is basically synonymous. Now, granted, all we know, we maybe go over the next hill over and there's another village or whatever. In this case, with the circumstances, banishment seems more appropriate. But, you know, obviously we don't know the details. But we did have Kestrel and Unagos both basically confirmed that Lorden was pretty much becoming utterly awful. So... yeah, I think I'm going to go with the second one. You don't deserve forgiveness, killing your family just because you think it's right, but you'll not let you die a self-proclaimed martyr. You will live with the guilt of what you've done until time gets you itself. You are banished from the valley. So I'm going to go with that.
You are exiled from this land, Unaghost. Leaving this peaceful place as a murderer and a liar shows your true colors. You tried to poison my mind just like you did with Jordan's. But that's not going to work this time. I've seen through your deceit. You deserve no forgiveness, only pity. Your hands will never be clean.
That's the first thing from the story in a long time that's had any dialogue. So that raises the question, who do I pay my taxes to?
A newcomer. Hello there. Take care.
I guess you? Seems harsh. Well, you gotta keep in mind my options were to banish or murder him. Or banish or kill him. Were the only two options we got. Now, the words I could use surrounding him, or just ask him to leave, well, that was basically your two choices to banish is either one, you'd be like, I understand what you did. One was to leave, not well, I mean, I took it as telling him to leave is the same as banishing him. You know, just being a little less formal. I took it as effectively both of them were banishing him. It's just the way I read it was the first one was being basically saying you understand, but you broke the law, so you gotta leave. You know, you justified it with yourself, that kind of thing, but you gotta leave. And then the second one was being like, hey, what you did was wrong, you've gotta leave. And then the other two are basically, you know, hey, I understand what you did, but it's also against the law, die. Or, hey, what you did was wrong, die. So I kind of took it as, makes sense. With option one, both he and his wife leave at the same time. Interesting. Yeah, no, it didn't give us that nuance as far as I could tell. But, like, it's kind of one of those things that, in our particular case here, I have nothing but the word of people who, in the story, have lied and deceived for purposes of taking down rich and wealthy people. Which this isn't a judgment or call on that one way or the other. But the only evidence I have against him is his own word. And at the same time, like, we're not going to get the answers to it. There isn't a trial by jury or anything among the peers. It's left to me to unilaterally decide. But regardless, he has confessed to murder, and, you know, that's all you got to go by. And still, with them not having the other side of the equation, which is the victim being able to say anything, it's like, okay, well, I'm not going to say I understand you, because by design, I cannot get the whole story. So, I'm just going to banish you. Because at this point, we only know that he killed the person, and that he claims it was justified. Still, regardless, the outcome's still the same. You kick him out. My assumption is his wife would go with him or not, depending on how she felt with it. Because I can't, like, you wouldn't get the authority to be like, no, wife, you're not allowed to follow him. He'd be like, that's not how this works. Okay, so we got our soup. I'm gonna eat our soup. It's a bit of a waste, but the soup's gonna go bad soon. And I get the bowl back. And so I could use that bowl to make fresh soup. Alright, so we got the fruit tart. Cool. And then I've got a bunch more planks I need over here, so I need 20 more planks. Let's go get ourselves another stack of wood. Do all that stuff. Oh, I should also, while we're here, see about continuing to insulate these buildings. But yeah, I feel like it's one of those ones that in the game, on that scene, there isn't really a correct answer you can do. You can certainly make a reasonable moral argument for any of them.
I definitely belong here.
Okay, I'm out of sticks. I need to figure out what I'm using all my sticks on. I'm sure there's something I've got sitting there, like stone knives or something, that I'm just sitting on a giant heap of them. Because they're gobbling up all those sticks. Yeah, like you can get into like the moral discussion around, well, what's worse, banishing or capital punishment? Is it decided? And I do like that the game doesn't take the heavy hand of trying to argue it one way or the other. Still, medieval times and all, most likely outcome of that kind of thing would be, as he said, you know, hey, you broke the law, it's time to hang. You know, you killed this person. It was not exactly a, forgiving time. Especially for anyone who turned against what was effectively the nobility. Okay. Still, ultimately, it doesn't matter that much. Now, I do think this will be the last stream we have of Medieval Dynasty for a while. Because at the stage we're at, pretty much what I got left to do in the game is just build houses and all that and do repeatable, like, quests of, like, hey, go, you know, kill 4 wolves, kill a couple bears, that kind of thing. And they do have some things that will expand what you do later on, like you'll get the marketplace that you can, instead of having to run to town to sell stuff, you can just drop stuff off of the marketplace and say, this is the thing I'm assigning you to sell, and they'll sell it automatically for you. But otherwise, like, we're at a stage where all you can do is scale up the town. There's no more story or anything like that to be had. Okay, so how much do I have? Okay, I got 20 on my person. So I'll only do the 20 on my person. We'll leave the other logs in there. Because the game loop from this stage is build your village, build your village, build your village. You will hit the cap on how many people you can have in your village, which the only way to increase that is by building up your dynasty reputation. And that quest right up there at the top, that's your primary source of dynasty reputation, is you'll get the crown, the crown's mission goal, whatever it is. You do that, you get a pretty respectable chunk of dynasty, or doing like the little one-off quests that give you like 20 dynasty here, 50 there. And to give you some scope of what that cost is, during a season you might get somewhere in the area of like 5 to 7 of those. And as you start to get your village larger, you'll start to have the cost of getting another citizen get up to 2,500 dynasty or more. I can't remember the exact amount. So it does become not a soft cap that's overstating it, but the ability to scale up your town starts to slow down. Now there's a caveat with that. Kids don't count against that. When you have a child in the dynasty, you don't need increased dynasty to get that kid. They don't count against those numbers. Which is one of the things that encourages you to set up your town so that you can have lots of kids get born and everything. Alright. It's also interesting, the idea that, why do we get to unilaterally make that decision? Because, like, okay, Unagast has committed murder. He's admitted to it. So, like, the did he not do it has already been settled and established. So now we're effectively on to who was responsible for the sentence or whatever. In this situation, because we're not talking about, again, a time when we have the court system and all that, you would basically refer to whoever was the leadership, and in that case, that'd probably be the king. And so the king would unilaterally make that decision. You know, maybe they consult an advisor or something like that. So I understand for your own game reasons that they're giving you the choice, but the reality is it wouldn't fall on you. Or you'd have, you know, whoever your local representative of the king would be the one to do it. So the person who gives me these quests would be the one to make that call. How many people do you have? Citizens. I have 22. I don't actually know what the limit on how many we have is. But yeah. He admit to you, would he admit it if someone else asked? If you brought it to the officials? I mean, that we can only guess. But a lot of this time frame would be reliant on a lot of hearsay, unfortunately. So it would be one of those things that, you know, him admitting it, yeah, it's probably fine. Yeah, we'll keep all those on us. Like, him admitting it, it would be a matter of, if I were to go to the authorities, would they believe me? That kind of thing. And that depends on a lot of things. Now, it could be where he felt really guilty. One would assume that, because he was like, I accept, you know, responsibility and whatever for my actions. The assumption there would be that he is confessing and he is prepared to, you know, take that to whoever will listen, kind of thing. So I kind of took that as he is accepting fate, that he's tired of, you know, holding this secret that he's done this thing. Alright, so this one I don't need to guess who's moving. So what we can do is go to the second house here. And this is my house. So we can go over here. Aren't you a village leader or a minor lord? So, when you look at this, we are the leader of this village, but all these other villages fall under the Constellon or whatever his name is, all these other ones. So, there's that. As far as us being the lord or whatever like that, that kind of really depends on... Our uncle was the Constellon. What I still don't know how you pronounce that. Was like the previous leader, but you know, how would that move forward when he banished them? Because definitely not our choice so far as like being the one who gets to make the call of whether or not someone gets banished at that stage. Okay, so I actually have a spare set of these bracers. So let's chuck one set of bracers there. We'll want to sell the other one. I'm gonna drop the bronze armor in there for right now. And all that basic clothing. Let's see here. Yeah, so sell that set of bracers, they're extra. But yeah, so we are the village leader here, but we don't have leadership over the region of any kind. And it would be pretty unlikely in the circumstances that we would be the one given leadership. Not impossible, but probably not going to happen that way. Oh yeah, so we got the Iron Axe, which was 85 slashing. So between the Iron Mace and the Axe, I feel like the Axe would be the better one for us. So I'm going to go ahead and put that on. You can worry about that in a minute. Okay, so we're just about out of time for the season. We already finished piling up the compost bin. How much longer do I have on the King's thing? The Royal Beer. I have 2 seasons left. That should be enough to get myself a second harvest of hops. I don't think that's going to be enough to satisfy things. But that is what it is. The next thing we're going to do is I will want to take the time to get this whole field filled out with trees. But yeah, so if we look at what we've got left in the game. So we have under the technology. So if we look here, I have the mine is the last big thing here. The builder's hut is a convenience thing, but that's the last like net new. We get more stuff out of it under that tree. This one, there's nothing new. There's just upgrades. This one, we do have where we can get the sheep and the horses and the cows and the bees, and the windmills. So most of the big things are under farming. And then this stuff, we have the market stall and then the tavern. Otherwise, it's just, you know, linear upgrades. That'll give me a couple more recipes that just have higher stats and higher value. I do think we are just gonna go to sleep to advance the season, because that's gonna happen here in like a minute and some change anyways. So I'm not gonna get anything done in the meantime. All right. Okay, so we're back to spring. All right, so we had 2 weddings. So more married couples. Okay, and before I forget, I actually meant to destroy the house that we were living in. So we can queue up the next nice house to be built. Let's go here, houses. That's probably fine. We'll end up wanting to move it. Then go ahead and get these built. Roland. 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 Buddy. I need you to stand literally anywhere but where you were standing. I got things to do that don't involve me being told I can't do them because you're standing there. Is that another house? Yeah. Okay, so meanwhile we've got to check on the hops. Okay, we can go here, grab the rot. Also see if there's any rot in here, because we're getting to that point we're going to start getting rot in here as well. Because these carrots are down to 12%. He was thinking by the looks of him. It's like, I wonder how pissed this person will be if I just stand in the way. Alright. Well, that's annoying spam. So every time I'm having the rot disappear for a second to then have the fertilizer appear in my inventory, it's warning me that my inventory is full. But this should let them get back to working on the field. And the big thing is that the pig farmer pretty soon should be starting to get lots of manure. And they are set up to animal breed, so they should work on getting us more animals as well. But we'll also look to see what other production buildings we can get. I don't think we've unlocked much in the way of production buildings in a while. We might have an additional farm building I might be able to put down. And if so, we'll put it right next to where the pigsty is. Okay, so drop you off. So we'll need the fertilizer in here. We'll need to empty the bin. So let's take the mostly bad carrots. Do we have anything else that's that close to bad? No. We'll chuck the carrots that are going wrong. Toss them in there. And I'll need to do this because I don't have enough workers to do all of it. Okay, we've got this going on, and it looks like we're getting Ryan. And then flaxseed. And we can get all that processed to get our seed, to get all of our grains all sorted out. And get all this crafting going. It's a thing I have not kept up with. I've got the rye. And with the rye, I should be able to make, Sorry, with the rye, I should be able to get a lot of our stuff going. I'm assuming you're harvesting the rye right now is what's going on. Okay, daub, fertilizer, animal feed. Okay, maybe I don't need that much animal. Well, actually, it's fine. So we'll get some animal feed made. Because we're going to be boosting our animal amounts. Now, downsides, that looks like it's going to take 3 minutes. While that's running, I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to let it run, but I'm going to quickly throw up the clips and all that, and I'll be back in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. Impressed that even with some pretty awful grabs, I've been able to get stuff back with this one. The truck, if I had anything less than a perfect grab, you just have logs get dropped out of the side of it or whatever. Now that I haven't had any escape this, we definitely have. It's shaking a bit. It's not happy about that. But I think it'll do well enough to get it over here, which is all I really care about. Could you not bang in that door? I would like you to keep... I want the door. Stop hitting the door. I want the door. Thank you. Ooh, actively on fire? There's smoke coming out of that. That is an actively on fire building. I've not seen that before where you didn't start it yourself. Nine centipede blasters, 3 war queens, 2 scythers, and 2 lancers. So the only way I see this not ending in immediate death is if they feed themselves right down this line and we just pile up all the damage we can, like right here, and just EMP them and manage to just shred them one by one as they hit that tile. I do think we can do it, but if anything goes wrong at all, the EMP gets stunned. No, but this is Mech Resurrection Serum, man. Mech Resurrection Serum. This is how we save Canahawk. Is it dumb? Yes. It's really dumb. It is immensely dumb. The gap to see the full damage? Oh, they're probably popping through that gap. I'm just trying to get the ones that get all the way down here. This is going to get you killed. Alright, we're back. For the record, that clip with the whole fighting all of the things there, that ridiculous mech nonsense, I won that fight without losing anybody. It got real bad. We were down to like 2 people standing and just had to like run them around in a circle and all that. It got real dodgy, but did manage to do that fight. Got the Mech Resurrection Serum, resurrected Canahawk, who then died again later. I can't remember if it was like a head hit or something like that. But I was very happy that despite that ridiculous sweaty fight, that it all turned out. Okay, so we did get manure for fertilizer. Yeah, so right now I'm kind of doing all of the farming stuff here that's been not getting done. It might be at this stage here, I might change the game settings to speed up the rate these things happen. Because we definitely want to go and put a lot more focus on building, but with not having a person to work the barn as well for the moment, I'm kind of filling the gap. And so that's just taking time. Yeah, so we can get these poppy seeds. That'll probably have a little bit more rye to process, at which point then we should have everything caught up for the time. Because with the manure thing happening, I'm going to want someone dedicated working the barn to process the manure into fertilizer. And once I have that, then I don't need to be fussing too much over the processing all the time for the fertilizer. Okay. Yeah, so we're getting to the point of having too much carried. But that's multiple seasons worth of harvest we're finally processing. I could also see potentially choosing one of the grains and making an entire field that, just for bread production or something like that. I also have not been checking. Hey, and there's a point in farming. Love to see it, so let's go to farming. Alright, so we can have Whistling summons your mount. I don't have one. 2% chance to harvest additional crops. I believe that only applies if I harvest them. Slower durability loss of farming tools. Less stamina consumption during farming activities. I'm going to choose that one, even though I don't have a mount. Just because that's the only one that's going to apply. Faster farming. That only matters if I'm doing it. Slows mounts stamina consumption. More crops from orchard. Increases the mount's carry weight. Faster gallop. Okay. So we got a bunch of good stuff there. Meanwhile, I'm not going to worry about processing anything there. Okay, I think we might have gotten all the rye. Let's take a quick peek real fast. Yeah, okay, so they've already processed all the rye. Cool, cool. Okay, so with that, let's drop stuff off. So I believe a lot of this stuff goes into the resource storage. The question is, yeah, that all goes in the resource storage, not in the food storage. Cool, cool. So let's run down there and drop this off. So we can drop you off. The animal feed goes in the resource storage, which is excellent. Put that in resource storage, that'll be fine. Put you here. Cool. Oat grain. Poppy seed. I got a spare water skin that I'm not going to bother carrying with me. And another one. The torches I'll use eventually so we can carry those with us. Right, honestly for right now I'll stash the iron mace. I don't need the money that bad. And did we already pay our taxes? I didn't do that. Yeah, okay. So let's go pay our taxes. This'll run us by town. Do I have food on me before we go? I got the tart. Let's check with the kitchen. See if we've made any soup, or any of the things. Not looking like it. I will grab... What is our lowest condition stuff that we can eat? Apparently it's actually the berries. Sure, I'll grab 30 berries. And we apparently have a quest here in town as well.
How is life treating you?
What can I help you with? I lost my bow, or someone stole it. I'm not sure. Never mind, it doesn't matter. I'm in need of a new one. Could you please craft one for me? I'll bring you a new bow.
Oh, it's you again.
Alright, I literally have multiple bows sitting over here. Since this makes the bow get deleted, I'm going to grab whichever bow is in the worst shape. Okay. By that I mean I have one. There we go. So I can run back over to you. Here's a new bow. Thank you so much. You must be really good at crafting. I'm quite good, yes. And in that meantime, we're getting all these logs in to keep building. But yeah, so I have lots of money to spare, and like I said, I think what we'll do is we will drop by the farm while we were in town, look at whatever we can plant in the orchard, fill in all those spaces that aren't used, because that's what's going to end up getting it so we can get more produce types. Alright. Okay, so that should be enough for the hammer. Actually, before we do that, let's see if we have a spare copper hammer already made. Because that would be nice if I could just skip right to doing the copper hammer and not keep using the wood ones. Copper hammer. Perfect. So we could take our sticks that we grabbed and just drop those off. Cool. And put that there. And then this should last considerably longer. I should also check on the kids to see if any of them got old enough to do stuff around here. So I got Olaf. Olaf isn't enough to do any apprenticeship work. And then you're still an infant. Yeah, so we still have those. Because I don't believe you have to wait for them to hit what is considered a reasonable age for them to do stuff. Like, I don't think you have to wait for the kid to turn, like, 12 or something to be able to do any type of work. I don't know the rules around it, though. Because I remember, and I think it was the multiplayer map, there was one where you could get a kid to join your town, and they were old enough to be an apprentice or whatever. Okay, so give me that stamina moment. Because all these things we're building now, all of this is giving me XP towards getting more buildings unlocked. That kind of nonsense. We're going to be short on logs. That's no surprise to anyone. That's a forever problem. Okay, so I got that as built as we're going to get it right now. So I go start farming materials. Get a sip of water. Oh, you're out of firewood? I feel like they can handle that themselves. Let's actually go into management. Go to the extraction. Pop onto you. Add firewood. We'll drop that down to 75%. And you work on that. That should sort that out. You're watching 2 minutes behind, possibly because you had paused stream earlier. You only noticed that something was off when the clips had no sound. Yep. Yeah, no, they actually have it where now all that works. I probably should, and I know what there's reasons I've been hesitant to do it. I probably should make it so the clips do give audio. The reason they don't is because I have it tied to the my browser, and my browser's designed to not save to the VOD or whatever, just in case. But I probably should get that on there, and then what happens is that means any of my really, really old clips that might flag DMCA or whatever, I might have to get rid of those if that happens. Let's see, the VOD is included in the stream for subs and Twitch Turbo now. It is a very, very, very heavily requested feature that's been there for a long time. Like, actually, the big complaint people has is that it is paywalled behind Turbo and subs. It effectively lets you, when you miss a thing, you can just scrub back, replay to hear what you missed, and then jump back to live. Whereas in the past, when you missed it, the only other way to, like, go is to circle back to the VOD side of it and start looking back, or to use clip as a instant replay. And then the problem is historically the clip as an instant replay, even if you chose cancel, would still create the clip. And so afterwards, creators have to go through and clean out all those, clips of nothing that got built up. And it was honestly a pretty frustrating thing. But they did eventually change it so you do actually have to hit save now for the clip to save. Which is how, in my mind, it should have worked in the first place. reusable, still strange to use, such as me being used to hitting pause, then resume, and being a live stream, not back. Yeah. Honestly, I don't think that many people pause. For better or worse, I think a lot of people, even when they're not paying attention or whatever, they don't bother pausing, they just, like, mute the tab. Or, you know, close the browser page and come back to it later. Yeah, and that's just something that'll take a little while to adjust to. Okay, let's pay our taxes. Let's see, did you come here to pay your taxes? Yes, here you go. That should cover everything. Splendid.
How is life treating
How can I help you? Dear sir, could you help me with an errand? What is it? I pledged to create pants for the local folk, but I'm out of materials. I'll reward you, of course. Sure, why not? I have some spare time.
How are you?
Ready for a makeover? Can I help you with something? We need your help. Last night there's a terrible storm destroyed our house. Could you gather some materials to let me rebuild? Sure, I'll help you. Alright. Yeah, no, I didn't think about the fact of, like, the things getting paused out. Oh, we got our diplomacy hire. Revealing NPCs' personalities in conversations. Better buying and selling prices. Dynasty reputation points gained. I'm going to choose the better buying and selling prices because that affects everything. So the next level after this, we can faster production by NPCs, less resources needed for the King's Challenge, slower mood reduction. Very genuinely, the faster production by NPCs would be incredibly huge. Now we can lower the demand of what they need. Right, and what was I gonna check? Yeah, so I'm gonna need to get... I'm gonna have to go over there and do the fire when they're not handling it themselves. Right, so with the journal... That's logs and stone. And flax and leather. Man, I'm not doing those. Yes, that's 250 for that one. That'd be... Oh, you also give me building technology for the house building? And it's actually a pretty good amount. Okay, so we'll do the building technology one. I'm curious about carrying that much junk. Okay. So, that said... Alright, what we can do... Well, the vendors are going to go wrap up once the day gets too late.
How are you?
Alright, so let's see. So, management. We'll go to our orchard. Okay. So, I can get 4 more apple trees.
How can I
Show me your wares. Apple tree seedling.
Have a nice...
We can get 6 more pears.
How do you do?
So let's get the pear seedlings. Okay, and I don't have any of these, so that'll be 8 plum trees. We already have the hops. 8 cherry trees. So let's see, so you got apples, pears, plums. We have the hops already there. We just added cherry, so that's 5, so I got 3 rows left. Okay. So we got 3... Is that right? Apple, pear, cherry, plum, hops. And it's 8 by 8 fields, so that's 3 rows. So let's go ahead and get... We got 2 rows left. That'd be 1 row. No rows left.
Take care.
Okay, so let's get home and plant all these trees. And then from there, we'll want to go and get these other things done. I kind of wish the map, you could put markers on it, like mark a cave, and when you're close enough, it would just show up. Versus only having one marker you can move around, and then just quest objectives. Just so you can be like, oh, here's a good fishing spot, let's mark that, so I know to come back there for fishing. Here's where the cave is. You know, I found it, let's go mark it, so I don't have to go fussing around for it. Mark a few places to be like, there's bears here, be careful. There's wolves here, be careful. Like, it's not terrible because you can memorize the map. It's not that big a map. But I do find myself missing having a little bit more ability to adjust the map and mark things and customize and yada yada. It also looks like the firewood sorted itself out, so that's good news. The next 2 villagers we get, I'm going to want to put them on those wood sheds to increase the amount of planks and wood we're getting, and firewood for that matter. Because that's the thing that's keeping me from building buildings faster. I should also check. No new houses. I've already got that tiered up to tier 2. Already got that tiered up to tier 2. Nothing to tier up here. Okay, we do have the donkey and the goose stables we can make. Those will be something to get going. I can upgrade the workshop to level 2, so we'll want to do that. And we already have that upgraded. Okay. So it looks like the workshop we can upgrade potentially, and that'll give me access to do stuff with clay, which we have been collecting this whole time. So we should be able to make a lot of clay stuff. Which will be good, because some of the clay stuff we can build will be potentially useful. I do wonder with some of that stuff if you can use clay or wood bowls interchangeably, that kind of thing. Alright, so let's go ahead and slap you. Alright, so let's get to planting. Oh, I have to steal one of the bags real quick. Okay. I am not seeing any bags. I do not love that. Alright, let's go down over here to the tailor. Let's see. Miscellaneous. So I don't have the materials for like a proper bag. That's fine. We'll go here and say 10 simple bags. And we'll get those going real fast to make sure our farmers can keep doing their thing. I'm going to take one of those for planting the trees. We could also use multiple extra farmers, primarily to get one in the barn to process the materials there for me. But yeah, this is the stage of the game where it's almost entirely just scaling up, making money. Okay, before I actually drop those off, let's go inventory. Grab the bag. I'm gonna go ahead and eat my fruit tart thing, because I've already let it get a little bit dodgy. That's the pear tree, so here's the apple trees. Okay, orchard. Cool. And now I go over here to the pears. And I think I got too many seeds, but that's fine. Okay, so it's still assigned to pair. Okay, so we've got those rows done. It's time for the next row. Okay, can I make a light here? Buildings. Let's see. That'd be decorations, lighting. I don't have the materials for any of the lights. Cool. Because unfortunately they chose the decision of you can't have the torch out at the same time as the bag. I do find it a little frustrating when games do these kind of things where there's just not really a good way to handle this. Other than don't ever operate at night. Are you doing it? There you go. I mean, honestly, I think we also start working on a second field. And we just grow a bunch of flax. Like, really send it with the flax. Because that'll let us do a bunch of tailoring. We'll have the materials to make all, like, the, decorative stuff and all that. Alright, so you got that one. Get over here to the edge. That's the next row. So with this one, we'll plant the cherry trees. Okay. I got 2 rows more of hops to make. Then we can go from there. Did I miss one? Oh no, we're good. Yeah, we got them all. Okay. So good news here is because we're down to just those hops, which is interesting that says I only have 8, because I should have 16. Or more. But we'll see. There you go. You bought hops and not seeds? Oh, that'd do it. That's a bummer. It's fine. It does mean when I get back, it'll probably be daytime, so I won't have to do this garbage. And needless to say, we're going to need to find a use for these hops. Did I miss spots? So we got that one. We got that one. There we go. Okay, so checking on this. Yeah, so yeah, we did buy the hops themselves, but now if we look at our management stuff on our farm, we go to the orchard, I've got all but 2 rows here that are filled up. And like I said, I was going to probably just make half the field hops. And then I guess we'll be making beer or whatever. Meanwhile, I already know I'm going to be back. So let's grab this, grab all these other bags, chuck them in there. For the hops, do you need to go into... I think it's resource storage. It is. Let's go to resource storage and get that squared away. And drop off the hops here. Not that I could do much with them yet, but that's fine. Let's see here. So we've got flax seed and flax stalk. You want actual just flax, so that's not going to do any good because I'm not going to have that. So I'm not going to sweat that mission. In fact, I'm going to go with the old rags. So this one will be going back to the town to get a bunch of wood and stones. Alright, so what would it take to finish this place? I need lumber, right? Yes, I'm going to need some logs, some more logs, some more planks. So I'll take care of most of that. I can run over here real quick. It's not the right way. Yeah, over there. Keep finishing these buildings up. Alright. So we check on the management stuff of what we got here. The houses, I've got a building that's still underway. And then production-wise, the kitchen has no resources and the smithy has no resources. Right, so one of the other things we were working on is going here to our buildings, production, workshop 2. Let's find our workshop. There you are. Okay, so it's logs and planks on you as well. Alright, man, it's dark. So I'll try and get the workshop fully upgraded tonight. Because we can get that done, that'll open up all the clay stuff. Should be even more we can get going on with that. And pretty soon I should start digging up some of these trees that are closer to town. Because one of the risks you run when you have a bunch of trees close to town is you can cut them down, and they don't always fall straight the way you're facing. So you'll start getting the issue where you'll have like a tree caught up between 2 buildings, and you end up dropping it on one of the buildings. And I believe you can damage the roofs and all that. Which you do have to repair your houses regardless. It's a big part of one of the reasons you want to get the builder eventually. Is you can have the builder deal with all of that maintenance stuff so you don't have to. And it's not even that big of a maintenance chore, it's just another thing to do. Alright. So let's prioritize the workshop, because that's a building that is now going to be non-functional until we get it sorted. Yeah, it's decorate. Oh. Go for another round of chopping down all the trees. Try doing it this way. I remember doing this in the past. You start with one tree, cut, back off to the next tree, cut. And you do that till you kind of reach the edge. Since you already know you're going to be cutting down like 4 or 5 trees per round to fill up your inventory. Alright. And it doesn't really matter if I lose track. That honestly startled me. I was not expecting a level, I just heard a noise. Okay, so we have here the get more materials from deposits, the reduce the speed at which the durability goes down, resources recovered from destroying structures. I should have gotten that a while ago. We're not going to really do that much anymore. And I don't really care about the faster cutting down things. But the reduced durability lost is really good, as is the getting extra goods from deposits. I think for right now I'm going to go with the durability loss reduction. And then just keep on leveling. Okay. But yeah, as last time, when you're at this stage of the game, it is literally just wiping out forests. The amount of wood you end up needing. Okay. Bullets I can handle for the moment. So drop that off. And once I get this set up, I'll want to convert a bunch of this into planks, which is what I need for the other house. Okay. How long does it take trees to regrow? 2 years. So it is a thing that when you go on like mass logging, you can locally like wipe out the local forest entirely. It's one of the reasons you want to get your wood cutting things set up and probably overdo it on them as early as possible, because the woodcutters in your town don't actually cut down trees. They're just logs magically appear out of the ether. So it is a thing that even, like, honestly, if you could completely clean sweep all the trees on the entire map, but you had woodcutter set up, they would still give you wood. Now, it's probably not a realistic thing to run into where you can wipe out literally every tree on the map, but it's just the way a lot of these buildings work is the worker walking around doesn't mean anything, just magically materials show up. The exception being the farmers, from what I've seen. The farmers actually do harvest and all that in the fields. They're one of the only ones that pathing genuinely matters. If the people can't path to the farm, they actually won't get the work done. But everyone else, you could literally surround their houses and all that with a solid wall, and again, magically materials would show up. Okay. I'm honestly curious of this delivering the housing materials, like how to tackle that with the volume they want. I'm a little concerned I'm not going to be able to carry the 23 logs and 16 stones together. We'll see. Worry about that when we get there. Alright, and with that, that'll be the workshop 2 done. Alright, so we got wicker and all that. That's all fine. And this is the new one. Okay, so with the clay one, we'll get the clay bowl, clay vial. We can worry about the other ones later. So let's go to our management stuff for the workshop 2. It did get its people unassigned. We'll deal with that in a minute. So we will edit assignments, clay bowl, clay vial. I'll probably end up needing those buckets soon. Alright, so let's take you down by 10. 10. Alright. I'm gonna knock those down. You'll see how that does. Alright, so meanwhile, I should have someone who doesn't have an assignment. That'd be you. Get you assigned. And everyone else has an assignment of some kind or another. Cool, cool, cool. We do have buildings that don't have assignments to them. Did I not just assign you to the workshop? There we go. Let's check that again. And Olaf is an infant, cannot be assigned to anything yet. Alright, meanwhile, let's go to this house we've got over here. Take those extra planks and start working on that roof some more. So I'll need even more logs. But then this is going to be another one that's getting net new people into it. Yeah, it's like, here's an example of trees I should have probably cut down. Because now they're right in the middle of the houses. So there's a good chance if I cut down those trees, they will fall and hit the houses. Right now, I don't too worried about it, so we'll just ignore them. I also need to be careful over here. We're getting gradually closer and closer to where the wise ant live. It's not the end of the world. I'd have to just take the time to kill them. But it's easy to be so focused on this, be looking down at collecting stuff, and just walk up and aggro one of them. And then find yourself overburned where you can't really run to get yourself some distance. Okay. Nope, we got another log over here I missed. Okay, so we look at the map. Yeah, so they're just up there. But pretty soon we should start seeing it gray out animals as we spread this out. And we, technically grow our town into their area. Okay. Yeah, so fill up the inventory one more time with logs. Make those into planks, get that house done. And I'll see if I can't get 2 more extraction people. So either 2 more extraction people would be fine, getting a farmer would be fine. Diplomacy I just don't need at all. Not right now. Survivalist I don't really need right now at all. Production people I can use. But that'll be good. So we can drop off all our junk. We'll need to bathe. I'll grab the 16 stones on the way over. And then we'll see if we can't get 23 logs once we're closer to town to get the house rebuilding objective done. Okay, I need to take this to cut into planks first. You already had the logs up for these weird diagonals, right? You do not. Okay, now let's make them into planks. Alright. Let's see how far we get with this. And then we'll need to bathe and get ourselves clean. That would be one of those things to get the tub decoration so we can do that. Not have to run out into the water and find the deep spot. I might still need more planks. Okay, we'll see. Yeah, and I'm going to be short just a tiny bit on the planks, but that'll be okay. But yeah, that'll be kind of the game loop we're going to be doing for a little bit here. Build a house, run out, get people, occasionally, sell stuff, occasionally craft stuff, that kind of thing. Alright, so I need 11. I still need 32 more planks. That's like a full load. Alright. One thing I'm also going to need to do is drop all the crap that's like filling out my inventory too. Alright. And I'm just chopping it all down. Does food spoil over time in this? Yes. Sometimes you actually want the food to spoil. Because the food spoil becomes rot, which you can turn into fertilizer. In early game, that's your best source of fertilizer. You there, yes, you? You live here now. Yep, pretty much. And also, hey, Nitro, how's it going? You used to hear there's a forest here back in the day. Something, something, modern progress. Okay. And just like that, that's another big area of land cleared. But yeah, like this whole area was forest. Like all of this is forest over here, and you can see you can see all the tree stumps of just how many trees they've cut down. And we also dug up a bunch ourselves that they'll never come back.
Hard. Furniture making is almost as impossible as swimming.
Yep, and you see there's like in the distance more trees missing. Some of this area is... Oh, I need to turn that into planks. Some of this area is starting to recover. That's cleared over there. All that farm was forest over there. This area was forest. Okay, and this should be the last of the planks I need. Then, like I said, we'll pick up the stones, make our way over to the next area. England was once forested, you hear? But they needed buildings and ships, and yeah. Well, that happens in a lot of places, especially for, like, farmland. People will clear large areas of forest and, you know, turn it into farmland. And it's like, it's always a trouble because you do need to feed people. That's a necessity. But at the same time, you really need those forests to be around for a whole mess of reasons. And it can be a whole issue. Especially when you go to places that have, like, old growth forests. Those, when they're gone, they're gone. There's no putting them back. Versus, you know, some other forests that are not quite that style, you can let them kind of grow. Go out of your way to plant a bunch of trees, and sure, it'll take 20, 30 years, all depending on what you're planting. You know, you can make a new forest. But, like, the old growth forests, it takes a long time for a place to get to that stage. That's kind of the same thing when people, like, knock out the rainforests. You can't just be like, okay, stop it, and then put a bunch more trees down, and suddenly everything's better. Like, you could eventually have it recover through a lot of support, but you're talking lifetimes of commitment. They need to grasp that pesky Robin Hood. I know, right? They had to stop the forest bandits. Okay, so this will be another house done. And then we can dump the rest of the planks, and I can't even imagine how many sticks and feathers and other garbage I got in my inventory with how many trees we just cut down. Okay, another house made. So we'll drop this off real quick. What's your best stuff sell to? What's your best stuff to sell? I'm actually not really selling that much. I haven't had much of a need to sell much. Honestly, money has not been a really big deal. Like if you do like the regular quests and all that, you'll get plenty of money. And honestly, like the junk I'm finding on the ground these days has made it so it's almost not necessary at all to deal with a bunch of that. I forgot the berries actually give you a lot of water as well. Okay, so we had a whole stack of those. Had to grab some food. But, we've honestly not been producing stuff for sale yet. Like, I'm getting to that stage. But generally, most of what we're producing is just kind of getting consumed or whatever. Yeah, so the berries are the dodgiest, but they don't give me much. Let's go ahead and grab the cabbage. No, it's not. We'll grab the dried meat. And then one thing I want to do is let's go to our management on our hunting place. I don't want them drying meat anymore. I think I left that still on there by accident. So dried meat. Don't do it anymore. Forget it. Other meat. Just max it out. Because we use that for making stews and all that. Alright. And we can eat that dried meat. Alright, so let's grab the 16 stones that they want for us to get them the building supplies. And then nearby town, we will cut down trees to get the 16 logs, or the 23 logs, or whatever it is. Wifey. Okay. I love you too. You sleep well. No. Alright, so let's get over here. But every spring you need to pay taxes? Yes, that's what I'm saying, is I haven't even had to really put any effort into producing stuff just for sale. Just running around the map, turning in quests, and then fighting the occasional bandit and getting stuff off them has been incredibly lucrative. One of the things they did in the most recent update for roughly their 5-year anniversary is they did buff a lot of the items that you find on Point of Interest. And yeah, it's been one of those things that since they buffed that, I've just... Ow! What is your deal, Fox? Usually those things always run away from you. Like, it didn't hurt that much, just... It's weird that that fox aggressed me. Okay. But yeah, so like we've gone through and we found really valuable gifts and all that gave us, you know, $700-800 at a go. I can't tell you how many bottles of wine and all that kind of nonsense we found. Just finding random carts on the side of the road, that kind of thing. Genuinely, like, I have been using iron equipment almost the whole game so far as axes and all that kind of stuff, and I have yet to, like, I don't have access to iron yet. But we've already finished the entire story, you know, all the chapters, the entire story and everything. Can you beat the king in the game? No. I don't believe that's the nature of the thing. Yeah, and my wife found $5,000. Which is one of the last injections of money we got. Alright, so let's start getting the logs we need for the quest, because I need 23. So that'd be 3, 6, 9, 12. All right. We'll see how this goes, because the logs are heavy. You have 250 coin of selling bronze mace, or 250,000 coins selling bronze mace. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, and that's the thing, like, very genuinely you can make easy money in this game. Honestly, even if you're crafting, like, really kind of crap stuff, it adds up. So even if you're getting a little bit of money here and there from selling stuff for like 20, 30 gold a pop. Okay, so now I have 25, so I actually have more than I needed. Cool, so let's go in, turn this in, because it's supposed to give me 120 building technology as well for turning this one in, so I actually do want to get this one turned in. I'm suspecting we could still turn this in as stinky as we're getting. If not, we can just walk to the water and deal with it. And what are their complaints of the farmers right now? What am I short on? No fertilizer. That is our lifelong problem. That's probably just going back up there and cleaning up manure. Regardless, we're going to have to pop into the water to clean off to try and recruit more people. And the good news is most roles I can use. Diplomacy and survivalist I don't need right now, but pretty much any of the others would be good. The extraction, excavation, all that should be the thing. Why don't they make their own? I missed the context of why doesn't who make their own. Okay.
Hello, traveler. See you soon.
You're not who I'm looking for? Get back here. All these logs are heavy. It's not a problem when you have lots of pigs. Yeah, we've got our pigs, they just haven't gotten that many yet. In here, should be all the materials. Thank you so much. I'll show you some building techniques I picked up. Okay, so let's dip in the water. And then see of the two women here, which has the better skills for what I need right now. And then it looks like we're gonna have to hit a different town to look for the next person. Okay. Hey, this is the first map? Yep. Yeah, no, the last time I played, we did the multiplayer map.
Sorry, Captain's pack.
They need fertilizer, but
Pretty
they
sure he
own...
stole my money.
Their own governor has not got it for them. They should make it themselves. You can assign someone to do it. Alright, so let's see what skills you've got. You're really good at tracking prey. I don't really need fertilizer, or don't need that person. Small talk. What skills you have? You always liked to sink into long, thrilling conversation. Get out of here. You're both terrible. Usually everyone plays Oxbow nowadays. Or Oxbow? Yeah. No, I mean, the pro and con with Oxbow is, in a lot of ways, it is better set up for doing stuff. Like, you can get where you can build your settlements really close to the mines. You do have, like, the quest board thing, where you can just reliably get quests again and again kind of thing. Where this one, you have to, like, run around and talk to people. I do wish they would update this one to have that board. Maybe they do now we finished the story. I didn't even bother to look. Yeah, the notice board. If they do, I don't see it. But, so they definitely, like, a lot of improvements on Oxbow. The thing is, Oxbow also doesn't really have much of a story or quest of its own versus this one does. Okay, there we go.
Lighting up by themselves.
Yeah, so it's, like, been a lot of improvements.
Hello there.
Okay. Small talk, what are you good at? Crafting never ends. I need the resources for growing on and on. It's fine as, like, you like to stay occupied. Alright, before we do that... So there's you who's a production person, which I can put to use.
How do you do?
Small talk. What about your skills? You don't mind getting your hands dirty and sweating. Farming is complex, but rewarding work. Okay. So let's, before we take them, as far as the things we need, let's look at our buildings. So for production, I do have the sewing hut and the workshop can use people. And then for the other person, we do have farming, could use an extra person as well.
Around.
That's
Hello
fine.
there.
Creating a place, thank you, welcome aboard.
How can I help you?
Welcome aboard. And we'll get those assigned. So you get this house. And you'll be assigned, so farming and production you're good at. So we're going to go ahead and put you on the farm shed. No, the barn. Because I need someone doing the barn so I don't have to manage it all myself. And then we go to you. Assign you to that house. And then you are most skilled in hunting. Which is not really what I needed you to do. But honestly, we could probably use an extra hunter too. I don't need to be picky. There you go. Go hunt. Get meat. It's fine. But yeah, so very generally, one of the big reasons why Oxbow is more popular is just that message board gives you very direct things of craft tree, or like craft this thing, you know, 10 of them, do that kind of stuff. Whereas this one, you have to run around and it'll be like, get me my bucket. And then you see them and it goes, okay, get me another bucket. And then you run around, get me another bucket. So we got iron legwear, a gold ring. We still have some couple logs. Iron legwear is worth 2,500. Gives me a really big amount of defense. But as far as heat protection, it's awful. So I'm not worried about that. We'll probably just sell it for cash. Like the minus 22 heat protection means if I'm trying to wear it at all in the summer, practically straight up die levels of dehydration gonna happen. I'm just gonna take the cash. But to give you an idea on the taxes, I just snagged that. Those items I just grabbed there, probably almost enough to pay my taxes for my entire town, even at the size we're at, which is I think 18 or 20 people now. The taxes are really not that bad. Okay.
Hail, friend.
Alright, so there's the gold ring. She can't afford my the legwear there. There's some wine. Sell the spruce seedling while I'm here. These were our extra winter bracers. And I just realized I need to be changing our outfit. I'm still wearing my winter stuff. Alright.
See you soon.
So I gotta find someone who's got more cash.
How is life treating
Okay, so let's see here. And we're good there.
Good luck.
Alright, so let's run home. How did your barbecue go? Barbecue? Did you know can tell if you have a good or bad king? Yeah. You can pull up here and go to your management. Sorry, it was here. Was it map? Yeah, map. And it has the one here. So we have Carol Carol the First, warlike. And so you can see those things. That'll kind of give you an idea of what you're looking at.
Alright, so let's run back home. And it's going to be back to building more buildings to keep things going. Because that's pretty much the game loop at this stage is build house, go to town, you know, take whoever you have from town, you know, assign them, get the next thing going, go to town, assign the next two. So, like I said, this will probably be our last stream of Medieval Dynasty for a little bit. Because we are hitting the game loop where there's no net new things to do, really. The only big things I'd say we don't have yet is the marketplace, but really all you do is just say, sell this item, and they just sell it for you so you don't have to run to town and do it yourself. You have a Cruel King, and you did for him everything? Yep. It's fine. You also get the tavern, but the tavern... I want to say the tavern is just about, like, brewing stuff and all that. Which isn't our production line, which is fine. Honestly surprised I haven't bumped into wolves running back and forth up here. You said it, dear. But yeah, because I want to say we're probably self-sustaining at this point. Because the woodcutters will get us enough firewood to keep that handled. The farm, just doing its rotation, will handle its own stuff. Doesn't require me to input anything. The crafters will keep crafting, so the only thing I gotta do is make the money for the taxes. And genuinely, if I just take what they give me and sell it, we're probably good there as well. But this is effectively end game. Yep, so we got all that. Oh yeah, I meant to buy more hops. It's fine. Let's see here. Drop off the fur. Drop off the feathers. Drop off the logs. Plant the maple seedling. Drop this off. Drop off the sticks. Oh wait, we live in this house now. So go in here and change my clothes. So winter hat off, winter collar off, winter shoes off, winter trousers off. I can put all the bronze stuff on. So now I don't need to worry about the temperature nearly as much. So, the winter thing as opposed to this. So that offers me more protection here. Let's go ahead then, because I'm more concerned about overheating than that. So let's check on the regular old pants. The regular old pants are better protection, so we'll go ahead and do this. Because yeah, wearing the armor will afford me more defense in a fight. But we already win all the fights we get into for the most part anyways. And heat's more of an immediate problem. Alright, meanwhile, let's go and get this maple tree planted. Because that's what I'm doing up here, is I'm planting maple trees. Because those give me the best amount of wood. So, decorations, nature, maple trees, A. Because I keep doing this, the maple trees give me the most wood per tree cut down.
can effectively get myself a tree farm. Granted, it's happening at a stage in the game that I can kind of just handle this with NPC or with the citizens anyways. Because it's neither here nor there. But still. Alright. The other thing you can do is put down paths, and the paths will help stuff out as well. Alright, so we've got the chickens there. Got eggs, nest with a bunch of eggs in it. The food's all handled. So we got... Alright, all the manure over here. We could use that to make fertilizer. And now it could get our farmers back to work as well. And now we'll see about what we need to do to get in our house going. Okay, and there's the fertilizer. We got the compost bin. So let's see here. Stuff that's going bad. The berries are the next thing. Let's chuck all the berries in the compost. Okay, we still got more space. We'll leave the rest because a lot of the rest is not. Hey, we got potage. So we're getting real food finally. Okay, so what are you complaining about now for the farmers? No item fertilizer. I just dropped off 11, so don't lie to me. It'll just take a minute to refresh. We can drop off the feathers and stuff here. There's the logs. Oh, I got 2 more maple seedlings. That's perfect. Like I said, I kind of want to keep working on up this hill. Just planting these maple trees again and again. To just give myself a tree farm up here. Decorations, natural things, maple trees, maple tree A. There's that one. There we go. Cool. I've got the orchard mostly built. Okay, so now I gotta decide where we're putting the next house. So this house needs to go soon. So we got 2 houses that are the old style houses that probably should go. I'm not gonna tear those down without building first. So let's see. We could go ahead and put some more houses over here. I'm gonna need a shovel. Start pulling up all those tree stumps over there to make space. Do I have them making shovels themselves, though? Wooden shovels, 25. Yes, I do. Grab 2 for now. And go to our inventory and get that equipped. Because I'm going to put it right over here. I'm going to start yoinking all these logs to make room for it. Yeah, because this is the road going by, so we'll make it be a little highway going out that way. So grab the biggest house we can. Turn this way and back up. Reach the settlement level of development. Apparently this is the first time I've gone to this size, which surprises me because I thought I'd been bigger than this. But that wasn't a new achievement. Ma'am? Wife? Thank you. It's not the place to be cooing, making cooing noise to the baby. It is an active construction site. All right. Yeah, we're also going to want to work on just getting a lot more. I mean, ultimately, a lot of these things are going to improve on their own. Let's actually check to see if with our manager, if we notice anyone appreciably gaining levels. Yeah, so those people at like 4, those gain levels, because we have 2 people that gave us 6 to start. We got this farmer gave us 6 to start. And then there was a trapper, I believe it was. Yeah, that gave us 6 to start. But anyone else you see at 4, that's someone who's been working here long enough to level on their own. Look at your daddy putting all those rocks he collects to use. I do think it was pretty funny, the fact that the game, with her getting mad at you, did be like, you're collecting all those rocks. I'm like, hang on, wait a second. Because I know mechanically you're gonna do that, whether you're keeping to like wood tools and all that. You need stone with those, or if you're building houses, you're still collecting a bunch of stones. Okay. Hey Kim, how's it going? Okay. Collecting all those rocks? You feel so called out? Oh, you weren't here for it, Treacle. It was a whole dialogue where we walked up and her wife had a quest for us and she just ripped into us. She's like, I do all this stuff, you're just collecting rocks all the time. And it's like, I'm sorry, what's happening right now? Like, why am I being chewed out in this moment? How is Mayor life? It's going good. We finished all the quests in the game so far as like the proper quests and not like the little ones. Wow, rude. We're allowed to hobby, Shirley? Well, it's also like, in the game mechanically you're building the city. It's just kind of one of those things that it felt like a bit much. I mean, clearly it was meant just kind of as a tongue-in-cheek kind of thing. It was basically an excuse for you to need to get a gift for your wife to like show you the gift-giving mechanic. But it was just like her ripping into you kind of thing. Which, to be fair, it's like, okay, Loki, she's here taking care of this kid all day. And kids are really stressful. And it's not like the only time in the world that someone has been just on their wit's edge and ended up taking out frustration on the wrong person. Then you did have her, like, when you go to give the gift, she, like, apologizes to you and was like, yeah, that was probably expensive and we need to be saving money. And so she casually gave us $5,000 from unknown sources that she would not elaborate on. Which was definitely like, hang on, you need to be in charge here, because you are the one bankrolling this town right now. Like, as much as I want to claim that this town is, like, making its money, right now, you have probably made more money than I've done this entire playthrough, so hang on. For context, wine Rual bought as a gift was like 500 coins. Yeah, no, I spent... Like, the character was even like, it's like, this is steep, but it's worth the money. And she just casually got $5,000 hanging out. That, somehow she made happen between you know, when she asked me to get the gift and when I got back, you know, later that day, all at the same time while taking care of our infant son. Yeah, she found it. That's pretty much what she said. She was like, I, found it. Okay, tree trying to kill me. You saw that tree's attempt on my life. Okay. You saw nothing, tree solidarity. The trees are rallying. Not only were they siding with the zombies, but now they're organized. Okay. To be fair, in this case, considering all of this was forest, this whole area was forest previously, might be the guilty party here. We may have started this war. Alright, we got you up here. Like, if we were up here and we had the render distance turned up quite a bit, you could just see the endless sea of tree stumps. Because the sheer amount of wood I need to build this town is certainly a thing. And we're getting some trees that are starting to finally grow back inside the town. Many of which will probably end up staying because unless I really need to get them out of the way, I kinda don't want to cut stuff down in the middle of town. Okay, this will be the copper building hammers right about to snap. Bonk. So I don't need a new one. There it goes. So let's see if we got another spare copper hammer sitting around here. Okay. So we got some bronze bars in here. We got clay bowls finally happening. I got tons of extra seed here. Copper hammer. Cool. Got some more axes and all that, that's fine. Got some more bows, got a little bit of limestone laying around. We're actually getting really low on normal stone. So what I might do is the next in-game day, I might go over to the mine and start doing all that nonsense. Because if we're low on stone, yeah, and we're slowly burning through all of our copper as well. How am I doing on tin? Gotcha. So let's get that sorted. A couple things to work on here. First, before I worry about trying to put all those planks, while the person's not here, let's get the tin bars going. And if I recall correctly, I actually have the copper bars in the box next to me. So we can go and get a bunch of this unlocked. If we're lucky, we get enough production technology from doing all this, we can potentially get to working on actual bronze stuff that I care about. Because I can make bronze armor for selling. I'd much rather get the bronze tools going. Because we can get the bronze tools going, that will be tools that'll last way longer than what we currently got. And we can continue to scale up all that stuff. Okay, so let's go and convert all those copper and tin into bronze. And then we would need planks for the roof of the next building. Okay, that is slowly increasing the weight of what's in our pocket. The bronze bars are just heavier than the other bars we've been working on. So once we get close to full, I'll drop off the bronze bars into the box next to us. Okay, so let's go over here. Heck yeah, alright. So that's good, because what that means is I can now unlock bronze tools. So what we'll do is we'll try to go through and unlock each bronze tool and completely get rid of the copper tool production entirely. Drop off the bronze here real fast. Drop off the tin. Let's get the smithy upgraded. Guess I got more copper, a couple of iron bars we located. Get that into the primary storage. And then let's get this smithy 2 built. There you go. Alright. So building, construction, this, smithy 2. And we can re-equip our copper hammer. And I'll probably need to put on plank roofing. So looks like I'm going to need 24 planks. Actually, before we do that, let's go over here, put any remaining planks I need to put in this place. If I can. Okay. Let's get all of this picked up. Okay, so put that last log in here. And then all the rest needs to be planks. So one thing I'm going to do that I'm probably going to regret is I'm going to pull up any tree stumps we see for as far as my resource place can carry, so that they don't grow back in an area I'm going to be building in. So that way we kind of have the maximum distance we can build in. So as long as I see the thing in the bottom right, we start yoinking tree stumps. I do really wish there was some kind of like headlamp or something. Obviously that doesn't work in the time frame, but just the running around in the dark and have to just switch those out again and again sucks. Alright, just always so dark. I wonder if I could change the minimum brightness for, like, being outside. Because honestly, at this stage, it's more just annoying than anything. Yeah, so that's the overall brightness. I don't think I necessarily want to turn up the overall brightness. We can change the day length or the season length and all that. Yeah, so we can't change like the minimum. If we just change the brightness as a base thing, it means the day will start to get like obnoxiously bright. I do appreciate when games do give you sliders for not only just the overall brightness, but being like, okay, you know, on the maximum darkness, where does it land? Maximum brightness. So you can be a little bit more customized there.
I need some water.
Okay. We need to get a sip of water. And to bathe just a little bit. Okay, so it's almost bright enough we'll be able to see the logs again. But sadly, even that won't show me the logs. Or not the logs. It will show me logs. It won't show me the tree stumps. Okay, let's run into town. Alright, so we gotta process these into planks. And then we should be able to finish the smithy too. And maybe get the house done at the same time. It'll be close. Okay. Yeah, then like I said, what we'll probably do is make our way up to the mine and pull whatever ore and stone and all that out of there. Because once I get that sorted, that'll be enough stone to keep us being able to build houses. Because we've been slowly moving our mining extracting people to be more focused on stuff like the copper and all that, to make sure that's continuing to come in. Alright. We also deprioritized the reed because we're not using nearly as much of it now. But I am really excited to get the bronze stuff going. Get ourselves like bronze pickaxes, bronze shovels. And we could trade that away for cash, certainly. But if I start getting all the bronze tools here at the base, and then later on, you know, we move on to getting iron as well, and just kind of move everything up, it means I'll have to replace the tools far less, so we should just have more materials building up. And then all those materials can become their own thing to sell. So, like, once I'm making iron pickaxes at that point, any extra copper and all that could go into making bronze, who cares? Whatever bronze stuff we make, we just sell. And if we do just make extra iron stuff, like, some of that stuff will be worth a lot. Especially, like, for example, we got those iron pants. Those iron pants sold for 1,500. Like, that's what I actually got in pocket for selling it. So making one set of those, or actually it'd be 2 sets of those, would be enough money to basically pay the taxes for a full year. Not counting any other production we're doing. Speaking of which, I just remembered we were making all the poison. I should have it where we can start having, you know, poison arrows and all that be made for dealing with bears. Even that doesn't feel that important, and honestly, I should find potions that are worth some money and focus on crafting those for selling them later. Okay. There we go. Yes, that was like 70 planks we just put together there. And now I got a lot of tools to queue up. Okay, the Smithy 2's done. Let's run over here and get this house built. And that probably is a case where I should be tearing down the... I got those 2 houses there that are still the 2nd tier. I probably should focus on getting those swapped out because of the last 2 houses that aren't the highest tier. But I kind of also do want to just keep growing for right now and not do that thing I just said. The catch is that will start to be more and more of a burden on our firewood. The amount of planks you need for these is so ridiculous. Okay, I'm still slightly short. Because the good news is it looks like I got a lot of room I can grow over here. I'm still in range of my storage building. Okay, so that's kind of the limit of the range of the storage building is right here. Okay. Alright, so I've cleared all that up. We shouldn't have to worry about that. Don't see any stumps in here. Gonna do the same thing on this side for at least as long as my inventory and or shovel last. And I know this one's relatively close to the range limit, because that's why I started switching to building on the other side, as I hit the range limit with those houses over there. And if ultimately I decide I want to have more trees here, I can deliberately plant trees in between, that kind of stuff. Okay. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you for tuning in and all that good stuff. I also don't remember, did we get a shout out for Treacle? If not, let's get one. And if so, when we do a second one, that's fine too. Because Treacle's fantastic. And people should definitely check out Treacle. Plays a lot of RimWorld, been playing some Stardeus, some stuff like that recently. Good times, all that. So let me go ahead and make sure we got that shout out. Even if it ends up being like a double shout out kind of thing where we've already done one, that's fine. Want to make sure we welcome people in who have done it. Yep, so check out Treacle, another fantastic content creator on the platform. Like I said, playing some RimWorld, has played some Stardeus recently. Definitely good times over there. Alright, so let's go over here. Let's not use all of these, let's use 30. So we have some of these left for, you know, making stuff like the wooden bowls and all that, and firewood and whatnot. So we can get these planks done. That'll let us get the next house built. I do want to make my way over to the mine sooner rather than later, where I won't have enough time to take advantage of it. But that's fine. Okay. But the good news is we're getting a lot of production done here, which is what let us unlock the Blacksmith 2. I want to go to the Blacksmith 2, decide what things we're unlocking, which is going to be all the bronze tools, certainly. And then I will want to go up to the queue on the Blacksmith and basically tell them to just make the bronze stuff and nothing else. And we will try to get it sorted to enable that. But that should be good, because then we won't be wasting a bunch of logs and branches and all that on wood tools that we're not going to stick with very long. It should also start to spare us needing to craft the tools ourselves as much, because getting something like a bronze axe will last me several days. Of, you know, like going hard use on it. Versus when I make the stone axes, they get used right. But granted, I haven't needed those in forever, because we find the occasional rare iron axe, and usually it lasts me long enough to get another iron axe. Okay. Now, I don't think we're going to run to the next town to try and find 2 more people right this second. Like I said, we go to the mine, we deal with the mine. Because if we run to another town, by the time I get back, it'll already be the end of season. It was over here, just that back corner. Okay. And then we'll have enough planks for about half of one more house's roof. I'm not going to worry about that now. We've already got one extra house. We'll plop over here and drop this off. So there's the feathers. There's the 46 planks. The spruce. The sticks. I've got 2 proper torches. There's the logs. I don't want those in my inventory either. Okay. Those should be all good there. I need to have my character eat. Probably need a little bit more food than that. So let's run down here, grab a sippy sip of water, grab a little food, make our way to the mine. Yeah, let's sort of do... I do have a pickaxe on me, right? Yeah. Okay. Right, so we're gonna pop into the blacksmith super fast here. So forge, we already have all that unlocked. The stuff here I don't really care about. Let's go to the anvil. Okay, so tools. We should not be able to do anything iron yet, but bronze. So we will want the hammer, the axe, the pickaxe, the shovel, the knife, the sickle, the scythe, the hoe, and the shears. So we just bought all of the bronze stuff in its entirety. So let's go to our management stuff here. And go to the smithy. Because this is going to need rearranging. We're going to edit our assignments. No more stone axes, only bronze axes. No more copper, only bronze. 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 We do want the fishing stuff there. Ooh, stone arrows. Do I want to keep the stone arrow production? Nah, let's not have you do stone arrows. And then all the rest of that we don't care about right now, because we've already got enough. So, if we look at this now, I have entirely too much stuff to make. So let's right now just put everything on 5%. Then they take the tools I expect to use more and we'll bump those up higher. Okay, so I don't know how much a lot of this is going to go. Let's focus on it like this. It's going to take you forever to get any tools made. That's okay, so confirm that, do this. Because we upgraded the building, we've got our production person. Is that really... Ooh, is that really who I've had doing this? Do I have no one better available? Let's have you switch over to doing the blacksmith. So have the person who's better at that. You can now fill in and do the craftsman stuff, because that's not as urgent. The child is too young to do anything yet, and everyone else is assigned. Okay, cool. Meanwhile, let's grab our food real fast. And I guess maybe I'll quickly make one bronze pickaxe. So we don't have any fancy food here, which is fine. I'm sure my people are just eating the fancy food as fast as it pops up. I will grab the dried meat again. Yeah, we'll make one bronze axe, or one bronze pickaxe, because I'm using a stone axe. Never mind, you're already working. Okay, that's fine. They're getting it done. So we can go up here, and we are going to be going to there. That's where that is. And how are we doing on... Here, stone pickaxe is only about half health. That's fine. It just means I'll grab a log on the way into the mine. And then with that log, we'll be able to make our stone pickaxe in there. And we'll just let the smithy do the smithy things and make all those bronze tools. But the big thing we want to get is copper and tin. I might actually deliberately skip out. Well, actually, I'm probably not going to skip on the salt just because in the time it'll take me to identify it, I will likely keep running through it again and again and again. It'll probably be more of an annoyance than anything. Okay, so there's a chance I might have to fight the bear. Okay. As I say, it should de-aggro. Oh, bear is chilling right there. Okay, I think the bear's stuck in this terrain here. Oh, okay, he's right there. Okay. So, the bear's being kind of a jerk and staying just on the edge of that ridge where I can't shoot him. He's making a whole lot of noise. Wait, did you just die? How hard did I hit it with that copper arrow? I mean, I know he's got like 5 copper arrows stuck in him. And also, when did that stone arrow show up? Bears learned about cover and sight lines. Best to take it out before the lesson incorporates stealth and preemptive attacks. No, that's Vintage Story. Vintage Story is the ones where the bears do the stealth and preemptive attacks, where everything is just silent and then just suddenly bear. Okay, grab what we can. Now, unfortunately, because I fought the bear before coming in here, we do have a lot of hides and all that in our inventory, so I'm not going to get much in this particular step in, but that's okay. Go to our inventory, is about full. Yeah, one more will do it. That's also fine because we're right about to break this pickaxe. Okay. Oh yes, you the other day, la la la. Have a nice day, exploring prospect. When suddenly, oh, it's a brown bit of bush next to me. Oh god, oh man, when we were like on the stream, there was, man, how many times I end up getting jump scared by a bear in Vintage Story? Just like walking across the terrain, all you hear is roar, and then suddenly you're dead. Okay, so we've already looted that. Let's run on down this hill. I've got a storage building down here. And as I previously mentioned, it'd be pretty nice if I could find a spot to move this up the hill. Yeah, the wolves howl and bark, and the bear just makes the noise when mauling you, pretty much. Alright, so copper, drop that off. Furs, drop this off. Even though it's not the right place to put it, the 80 meat will drop that off. There's the stuff there. There's the stone. There's the tin. And we should be good to go. So now we run back up here. Another round. Which mine did you choose? I don't know the difference between the mines. I went to the mine that's between these two lakes by Jezreka. It's just the first mine I found. Like, it's I've played this game before, but I haven't memorized the maps or anything like that. So this is just the one I've gone for because it's the one I located. Pretty much all of the mines, as I recall from the last time I played the game, they start out where you're just going to find like copper and tin and that kind of stuff. And then when you get the mine upgrade, whatever it is, and you build the mine, it'll make it deeper, and then you find iron deeper in. So like you're hard locked from being able to reliably get iron until you hit that stage. Now, you can find the occasional chunk of iron in a cart and that kind of stuff, which we've actually got a decent amount. A good 4 or 6 ingots that we got wandering around over time. Because that's the thing that makes me curious about the pacing that we've got, is the last time I played, I apparently didn't get my settlement to the same stage I am now in the game, but I did get to the point where I had the mines unlocked and into the iron and all that. Which map am I playing on? The single-player one, the first one. I did Oxbow the last time I played, which is why I chose to do this one, is to do the story. I do think in future runs I'll probably do the multiplayer map, because it's a little bit better set up for building your settlements. There's more flat areas to work with, more places you can actually get to the mines where you can build near them to start with. They're a little bit better about giving you places to work. Alright, give my stamina a chance to recover. Okay, so I did get too much, that's fine. We'll just go down to stone here. And drop 1 stone. Let's see, it bothers you more than it should how the pickaxe doesn't actually strike deposits that are lower than you on the ground. It looks like you're boxing them. That's animation weirdness. But understood. I can see that. Alright, so let's run over here. But yeah, so I want to go, like, this is a perfect example that probably the only way to move this ore around without abusing the storage thing would almost have to be getting the horse with the saddlebags and just taking what you can. But I do want to be able to move the storage thing because just grabbing a pocket full of ore to the point you're extremely overburdened and walking it back, not the greatest. I also love the quality of life of being able to choose over here, like stack similar or something like that. So when I'm doing this kind of stuff where it's very repetitive, like collecting logs or collecting ore, that kind of thing, you can just walk up, go to the building, and be like, okay, just dump all the crap in here. You know, I've already got stuff that looks like this, just dump it in here. Alright. And then we grab that log, so when this pickaxe breaks, I already have the log on me. Okay. And just all the mines. It's okay. Someday our kid will be old enough that will be allowed to send them to the mines. Like any good parent would do in this day and age. It's nice, safe, steady work. Alright. It's certainly better than the kid we ran up to who was like, I want to be a bandit. And you're like, okay, give me your stuff. No. But then I'll hurt you. It's like, try me. It's like, you're supposed to be scared and give me your stuff. Alright. So I'll go and get these dropped off. Now, the thing I do have to be careful is there is still a bear singular in the area somewhere, and I don't know where. It's probably over that ridge that way. I'm not too worried about fussing with it. Yeah, I'll get 80 meat and a bunch of fur, but honestly, I'm up to my eyeballs in fur, and we don't use the meat nearly fast enough to like continue to do that. My hunters are handling the meat process just fine. Work experience apprentice. It literally is apprentices in the game when you get the kids working. Actually, can you do apprenticeships on the mine? You probably can. I'm willing to bet if we look at our excavation. Yep, there's a spot for an apprentice. I only have one person who can be an apprentice. But they're already working it as like a primary duty. I imagine it's probably one of those things that anyone who's an apprentice probably levels that thing faster, but maybe doesn't contribute as much. Because like the focus is on them getting better at the job. So more training, less work. No need for bone meal in this game? Yeah. And the tin. Okay, and this time when we get up here, I drop those logs. I want to grab another log. I should also drink the water we have. There you go. I also don't think a water pouch made out of leather is going to make a very satisfying pop sound every single time you open it. I have a feeling it won't be nearly that good. Okay. Yeah, I think it's when we get the actual mine building. Or, no, I think actually the excavators level up, and at that stage, once they level up, I can get them to go after the tin and iron as well. Okay. Don't dig too deep, you don't want to unleash Balrog. You may not want to unleash Balrog. I'm sure Balrog knows how to party. Okay. Yeah, I vaguely remember it becoming a thing when I played this the last time. That later on I got to the point where I would go all the way to the back of the mine and start mining from there. When I knew I had enough time to fully clear the mine over a season. Okay. You know, we did good this time. That I actually got to the mine before it was too late, so we might be able to full clear this segment of the mine. To the point that there's no more. Even if I don't, that's still fine. We're still gonna have plenty of material. This should keep the blacksmith busy for a while. Which is the idea, is because then hopefully we'll get those bronze tools. How are we doing on the unlocking more stuff? It's technology. So far as our wood's getting up, buildings getting upgraded, so we need 5,000, so I need about 1,000 more building technology, unfortunately. So that's gonna take time. For the hunting 2, yeah, so we got almost 1,000 before we get the herbalist 2. The farming needs about 350 before we get food storage 2. And then we need about 200 more to get the sewing too. That's probably going to come along in a good way. The production. With all that blacksmithing stuff and me grabbing the ore, very genuinely, when the evenings when the blacksmith isn't there, I might just go up and just process the ingots to try and push that tech level along faster. The farming, about the best I could do is do the farming myself. Which is genuinely the way you level up the farming the fastest. Okay, there's another round. Now we'll need to grab the next log so we can get our pickaxe again. I should also check, because I'm pretty sure when we get our next, our next stuff for the production chain with the sewing too, I'm pretty sure that's when we get the ability to make the better bags. Okay. Why is my guy always winded mining? He acts like it's hard physical labor or something. Okay. Let's get a look at how much farther this goes down. Yeah, so we go down here. Yep, so that's, you see where it says required mine. Once we get the mining thing, that's gonna be the thing. So we should have probably one more trek down here. And then there won't be any more ore for me to grab here. Okay. Maybe 2 more rounds? Either way, it's looking like we're probably gonna get this place sorted out. How often does it respawn? Once per season. So by default, every season is 3 days. But all the ore on the map respawns per season. The trees respawn every 2 years. Animals, you can wipe them out, for example. So like if we look up here, like where you see that wolf icon there, if I kill all the wolves in that area, it'll gray out, and there'll be no more wolves there until the change of the season. So seasons are effectively kind of a reset on the map. There's also stuff like if you leave a bunch of junk on the ground, if the game's going to do any like cleanup of stuff, it happens between seasons as well. But as you can see, dealing with one mine, dedicating a full in-game day to just mining it, is about enough to clear out one mine. And there are multiple on the map. So even if I literally spent the entire time focused on just doing the mines on the default settings, you wouldn't be able to fully clear all the mines in a single season. Makes sense as a loading screen? Yep. Pretty much what it is. It's effectively resetting your session and everything. I think that's part of how they don't have to worry as much about stuff like memory leaks and all that kind of stuff either. Because they kind of reload the map or whatever each season. You remember exactly, but you once blocked the bear spawning with the building? Yeah. I made the comment earlier, and I don't remember the exact mechanics around it, that I do know the first time I played the game, as my town spread, it got too close to where deer would spawn, and so it disabled the deer spawn. They do have the concept that you kind of encroach on the animal's habitat and wipe, you know, the habitat is non-functional while you're that close. And once you have a mine, you can leave it to the mine. So already for everything but iron and tin, I could already just leave it to the villagers. It's just a matter of right now I don't have enough for all that. Okay, so it's this way next. There you are. Like, genuinely, at the stage I'm in the game, I could just sit in town and just occasionally eat and drink so I don't die. And just the village, I would just have to, like, queue up stuff. The only thing I can't really do systems-wise with the villagers as they are is I can't pay the taxes. I believe, though, I want to say when it's tax time, you can actually walk up to your wife, and I think you can send her to pay the taxes, if I remember correctly. You know, you need to have the money and all that, but you can have her physically do the job of it. Right. Generally, though, you don't actually need bronze, because you can make the wood and stone tools as well, but I could just stand back and let the people do that until they unlock the next thing. I think I'm just barely not going to have enough room for all of this. Because I think those next two nodes are the last two. Yep, that's it. That's all of it. What? Yeah, like, when your wife is having her tirade in the game, where she's like, you know, I'm busting my butt and you just bring back stones or whatever, be like, hey, awkward timing. Do you mind running all the way to town? I could easily do it myself while I'm out doing the stuff that requires me to go by there anyways. But, you know. It would be valid for her to complain in that situation where you're just like, you know, wake up, sit in chair, wait for the season to change. Just occasionally swing the hammer. Actually, with the way a lot of the building XP and all that does, I wonder if you could genuinely just like sit there and just let your town do its thing and slowly get you XP. I imagine for building XP, you have to do building. I think that's the only task you can't escape till late game. You know, and then late game, you get the builder and you can be like, I want a building there. And they'll gradually build it as the resources become available. Okay. Let's drop this off. And the 10. You didn't get a bronze pickaxe or anything made yet. No, not yet. That's fine. Yeah, no, the builder's hut's really far down. If we look at our tech tree, the builder's hut is under this one. I think it's second to last. Yeah, so the builder's hut is literally almost double the amount of building XP we've gotten so far. So just by context, it gives you an idea how much more town I need to build before that becomes available. Okay. Oh, that's another wall that when we get the mine would open up. There you are. Yep, that's another one that opened up. Okay. And we fully mined this place out. Just double checking on the way back. Make sure I didn't miss a node. This might be another place that opens up. No. Okay, so we can just go ahead and run back down here. See if we can't drop off these logs ore real fast before the night's over, because then I don't have to deal with it in the morning. Okay, so there's a little bit more copper. Gonna drop that log off. A little bit more stone. And a little bit more tin. Alright, so we were to look up, and we got 2 more feathers. So we're to look at what we actually got with all that. So right now, I have about 100 copper ore. We actually have extra fertilizer at the end of seasoning. That doesn't happen much. We got a 82 salt, 282 stone, and 25 tin. Or no, sorry, 66 tin. It's honestly not bad. Let's check on the time in game. Okay, so I got a little bit over a minute before the season change. Realistically, I'm not running back and get anywhere with that. Let alone do I want to waste the torch on that. So I'm going to take a minute while that's going by. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back here in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. Thanks, everyone. Sorry. I did not expect that to do that. My apologies. Stop it, eyes. I need you to cut it out. Are you having an emotion? Yeah. Don't you hate it when that happens? Think we broke Strainer? Yeah. I think I've only gotten teary-eyed, what, 3 times on stream? What is that time span? But what would end up happening is, you know, you'd be a person who didn't really have a lot of prospects or opportunity where you were, and you could go someplace where there were prospects and opportunity. But what would happen is, for transportation and housing and lodging and everything else, you'd have to go through the company town, because the town, like the entire town, you'd Why did I die?
A ticket has been submitted for medical assistance.
I don't know what happened. I got thrown forward and hit the, I was crushed. Please don't break that. You're a real jerk, you know that? Alright, we're back just in time to see the flip to summer. Okay, no special event there. Oh, yep, so we didn't finish the beer. I didn't have the hops. We didn't finish the old rags. It did say, I think it said for a moment that I lost 1 Dynasty rating or whatever. Let's see what it says for the king at this stage. Yeah, so failed quests. We failed the pregnancy pregnancy cravings quest because this came up and I'm like, I can't help you. We failed the old rags quest and we failed the royal beer. Where is our management stuff? I was trying to see. Our current reputation with the crown is bad, which has increased our taxes, I think that means, by 10%. And I don't know what that means. So apparently we have upset the king. The king is not our biggest fan right now.
Hey, Mr. Husbandman.
How is my beautiful family doing? According to little boss man over here, we're bored. Any way I could help? Maybe you could tell him one of your stories? I'm willing to try anything at this moment. My famous made-up tale? Gladly. A long time ago in a realm far, far away lived... Let's see. We could choose a cowardly knight, a deaf bard, a kingdomless king, a blind painter, or an honest nobleman. Mood, but +2, maybe they don't like the king? Yeah, no, I'm guessing they don't like the king. A blind painter. Alongside his pet, Moth. Their home was like no other. It was burned down, made out of pure gold, mold-infested, rainbow-colored, reasonably priced. A rainbow-colored oak, rainbow-colored inn. They didn't have any friends a part of each other. No one really liked them, because every single day they spent... You could say playing boring games, telling made-up stories. Let's see, eating fertilizer, trying to sell their tacky wooden figurines. I'm gonna go with the selling their tacky wooden figurines. But soon, it was all going to change. A nearby village was attacked by a flock of demonic dusts, a band of heartless tax collectors, a swarm of carnivorous bees, a gang of rebellious teenagers, a pack of extremely adorable puppies. Definitely the puppies. The attacks were ruthless as they were whimsical. The villagers ran in terror, leaving their homes and belongings behind. All hope seemed to have been lost. That's when one of our lovely hero and his companion came to the rescue. They used the mighty weapon never before seen in the realm. Common sense. A magical ladle which made funny sound when swung. Unprecedented violence. An intricate dance routine. A clever lie. I'm gonna go with the magical ladle. It's a baby. It would love to have a weird, funny sound. With the use of this unstoppable force, the foes dispersed and vanished into thin air. The puppies. They vanished into thin air. What have I done? The villagers returned to their home and cheered the noble hero and his pet. They asked what kind of reward the liberators would want. The answer was simple. Their lives. There no more babies until the end of time. All their souls. Every single one of their possessions, a throne made from their teeth. All of these are pretty awful. All of these are truly horrible. All of these are terrible. Like, you save them to kill them, you save them to take every single one of their babies, they take their souls to take every one of their possessions, or a throne made out of their teeth. I'm going to go with the throne made out of their teeth. Well, the fact that the hero lived in exile in all those years, with only a companion incapable of human speech at his side, made his sense of humor a little rusty, to say the least. The villagers didn't appreciate the joke, and threw him into the dungeon. But that's not the end of the story. You see, the dungeon, the hero found love. a beautiful guard named Mustache Marta, Carolina the Overeater, Toothless Tamara, Piggy the Pig, Sombor. Which Sombor is one of the pack people, so it's just thing. I see your character subscribes the German fairy tale tradition of children's story rather than the Disney one. Aw, man. I'm gonna go with Toothless Tamara. And they got married and lived happy lives because they never had children. As we're telling our wife and her child a story. That would be ruthless. Like, all of that set up the entire story just to be an absolute jerk at the end. They died soon after. They could never leave his cell, which she liked very much. They both loved interrupting each other's sentences. They didn't know any better. Hey, Sim, we are telling the most cursed fairy tale ever. But let me go ahead and get you a shout out real fast. So let's get a shout out for Simcopter1, who is absolutely a fantastic content creator. I highly recommend checking out. Playing a bunch of World of Warcraft Classic, but also plays lots of simulation games like American Truck Simulator and all that. So if any of that sounds good, you can find it over there. Also does the occasional like board games like my brain is saying Heroes of Catan, which is not, it's just Catan. And stuff like that. My brain is just like, Heroes of Catan. It's like, that's not a thing. Right, so we lived happily ever after with Toothless Tammy because they never had children. They died soon after. He could never leave his cell, which she liked very much. They both loved interrupting each other's sentences. They didn't know any better. All of these are awful. All of these are utterly terrible. And I'm telling these to my wife with her infant child, of which the doing the whole story and saying they never had children as the happy ending is some extreme toxic behavior. He could never leave his cell, which she liked very much. I'm gonna go with that one because honestly, a lot of these would definitely not endear the wife at all. That was one of the strangest things I ever heard. But it looks like our tiny lad loved it. He probably just likes his dad's voice. You might be right. Your accent is one of the things I immediately liked about you. My what? Do I have an accent? Are you joking? Of course you do. You sound nothing like the locals, or even most of the travelers. You never pointed it out. I thought it was obvious. Just like your different colored eyes. My what? Now you're just pulling my leg. Just a little bit. I have to run, my love. Yeah, because our character supposedly has... it was, I think, a blue and a black eye? Like, one eye as dark as charcoal and the other one is blue-gray. Quest completed based on true love. We can pretend that's true. Thanks for shout out anytime. Always love to support friends and all that. Let's go and see about continuing to insulate our houses. So we made the wife happy and we disappointed the king. That the king demanded beer and it could not get enough hops hops grown to satisfy. Alright, so we got that house a bit more insulated. So we still got these two, or this house here, and that house there that need to go. They're made out of wicker, and that's wasting a whole lot of firewood. I also want to plant more stuff there. Did we load up the compost? Nah, we didn't load it up, but we got some in there. Got your priorities right? Yep. Okay. So let's work on making fertilizer for the farmers. And we'll see if there's the King's Mark to get like our next big objective. Because yeah, you can anger the king more and more and he will raise your taxes and all sorts of stuff, which makes it harder. to succeed. Okay, we can go over here, drop off the fertilizer we made to the farmers so they can keep doing their farming stuff. Okay, so I got a bunch of stuff warning me that it's not getting done, so let's take a look at our buildings. Fishing hut does not have tools, and the barn... So let's see what we got. Okay, so we just don't have materials for that. That's totally fair. No resources. But you have the knife and spear. Oh, the resources it doesn't have is for drying the fish. That's fine. I don't care about that. Production-wise, the kitchen just needs resources. That's totally fair. The sewing hut doesn't have a worker. And the iron bar doesn't have resources, and the fishing spear doesn't have resources. Right. So what we can do here is let's sub in for the tailor since we don't have one real quick. The tailoring building is over here somewhere. There you are. So let's get ourselves some linen thread made real quick. So I can make sure our fishing stuff is continuing to be made. I do love that they didn't even bother changing, like, you can do a transform on textures to move it to make it look like the thread is moving and then just loop it. But they haven't even done that. So you have like the spinning wheel going, and it's very clearly it's just a rigid object that's the thread, and my character's just moving his hands up and down it. But because the texture isn't even moving up, it just looks weird. But yeah, all they would need to do is just take the texture that's on there, and like I said, you just kind of move it by, like, say, the x-axis, keep moving along the x-axis, and then just have it loop again and again. It's not a high priority, but it is just a fun thing with all the other stuff they've got going on here that they've got, like, you know, spinning wheel and all that going, that even if you look at, like, the spinning wheel, they deliberately have it slightly off-centered to make it look more authentic. But just didn't bother with the moving of the thread. For whatever reason, that just wasn't something that got focused on or priority. Okay, so let's go and drop this off in our storage building real quick. And, oh, I still have fertilizer in my inventory. Drop that off. Let's make sure I didn't accidentally drop the wrong thing off in the farming area. And then we should check. We did finish another house. Yeah, okay, I guess we just had multiple stacks of fertilizer. Also, let's grab that and drop that off for right now. Okay. So, let's check on the map real quick. Do we have the marker for... Okay, so the king does not have a demand request whatever going on. That's fine, so we can just work on town. We did build a new house that doesn't have people in it over here. This house should be vacant. So what I want to do, though, is let's get building, house, another one of the nice houses. I see. There's a tree stump right here. That's fine. So let's get this starting to be built. We'll want to go to town and get ourselves 2 more people, and I'm really hoping we can get people that are good at excavating. Because then I can assign them to our woodcutter and all that to get our planks going faster, because that's our bottleneck on our houses. And I'm having to step in and substitute a lot there. Ooh, got a skill in production. Okay. So with that one, we've got, again, XP being the thing there. Yeah, all that stuff I don't really care about. Let's slow the durability loss on our hammers. Because I'm going to be mostly doing the building now and probably not the other stuff. So this is probably going to be where all our stats go. Didn't get around to fix the hydrate sound, part of your to-do list since yesterday. This is the same stream that I was told about it. I'm pretty sure. No, because I added it to my list to do at the beginning of stream, and we're still going. You know, it's been, what, 9 hours? I'm not going to work on that during stream. That's kind of stuff that derails the stream pretty bad. Alright, so let's leave that last log there. Okay, so what we're going to do real fast is I'm going to work my way to town. Why am I going to town? The hops plants. Yeah, no, it's all good. No, you're good. I'll get done. Apparently I got a log laying there that I missed. Okay, so we're going to work our way over here. I can get the 2 rows of hop plants to get the orchard done. And, right, I was going to get the 2 new people. Okay, we got a fox over there. Yeah, because the wolves be right up this path on the right. So without the sound you don't drink? No, I'll drink. I just want to get past these wolves, and when we're just running in a straight line, then I'll worry about it. It's just easier for me to not notice the redemption without the sound, because the redemptions otherwise show up kind of in the corner of my eye, so it takes me a moment to notice them. Okay, so we're gonna run to town. Deal with all that. The classic thing on stream where you've got, you know, you're paying attention to the game, trying to not die. You're dealing with making sure to keep track of chat so you're not, like, ignoring chat. You've got the redeems, which is a whole separate section over there. You've got this rabbit right there. That specific rabbit right there. You don't realize that I just saved the planet. That rabbit right there. Those rabbits, you gotta watch out for them. They seem so innocent. That's what they want you to think. Poor rabbit. You don't know what that rabbit was planning. The things that rabbit was planning utterly sicken me. That rabbit was on its way to get the switchblade. You don't realize that the rabbit normally has a different hairstyle, but was out of grease this morning. Couldn't slick the hair up the way they normally do. Oh, the child wants something. Can I help you with something? Mister, can I ask something? What is it, child? I wanted to play pretend to be an adult, but I don't have the required items. My parents won't give them to me. Listen. So I thought maybe you could help me? I can't give you anything, but I'll ask my friend to spread a good word about you. I'll bring you what you want, but you have to promise not to do anything stupid. Sure. A wooden okay, I mean, a wooden hammer's fine. I was worried he's gonna be like, could you give me an axe?
I hope you like it here.
Can I help you with something? Lately there's been many dangerous animals. Yeah, we can murder some animals.
How can I
help you? I could use your help. I wanted to renovate my house, but I don't have I don't have a hammer. Sure. Okay, I could give 2 wooden hammers. Just make my life easy. Alright, so we want 2 people who want wooden hammers, and then we want someone who, Alright, Alright, so we got three people
How is
here.
life treating you?
Let's see. I can convince people to join. Alright, we don't need a diplomat.
See you soon.
Next
Hello.
contestant. What are your skills? You're really good at tracking prey? Sorry, don't need a survivalist.
How do you do?
What are your skills? I'm a fine craftswoman who knows how to cook her food and all that. So you could be a blacksmith. What do I have an immediate need for a production specialist? So you could work at the smithy. Oh, the sewing hut. Yeah, hey lady.
How can I help you?
Welcome. Because I genuinely do need someone at the sewing hut. Even if there's like not enough work to keep her busy all the time, having her chip in from time to time will still mean the thread will get handled, and I can start putting her on other things. Okay, so here's the sewing hut. Oh, you're not one of those ones that you talk about how you're good at a whole bunch of stuff, and then you're actually kind of not. That's fine. Okay, so what we're going to need to do, we're going to need to go over here real fast. I'm going to need to make 2 wood hammers. We'll need some sticks. Okay, we can turn those in. And then after that, we had one person, I believe they're going to be, I don't know, it's probably going to be wolves. It could sometimes be boars and bears, but it's probably going to be wolves in this case. So I can run over here, give the small, absolutely trustworthy child a wooden hammer. Yes, but remember, let's see. Hey, mister, you're back. Yes, remember what I said. First, you must promise me to watch out and don't do anything dangerous. Yes, I promise. Can I start playing now? Yeah, here you are. Take care. Remember what I said about your friends. Hey, actually, that kid gave me a lot of reputation. Oh, you want a copper hammer? Troll. Copper hammer. They're just being greedy. Right, so...
How do you do?
Show me your wares. Go ahead and in this case, take the wood hammer I just made. So I don't want to deal with that. And I need hot plants. We'll grab 8 of those. And I want 8 more of something. We'll grab 8 of the cherry trees.
Bye.
Now, I still have room for one more person, but because the game won't let people of the same gender cohabitat for reasons, I gotta go find a guy. Let's run on over here and see if there's anyone we can recruit on this side, and then we can run back to town. We're almost at the point where I probably should just put a storage building by the town. So that way I can, like, run over here when they ask for various nonsense. Just hop over, grab it, move on. Okay. Alright, what do you do, man? Small talk. What are you good at? You can convince people to your cause, especially when you possess something that they desire and profit can be made. Does anything give you a hard time? I don't feel... Okay, you're literally the opposite of what I need.
I'm pretty sure he stole my money.
Well, crap. No one here is what I need right now. I guess I will just start running to the next town. Because I do want to get another person in here. And I would really, really like someone who has excavation skill. Like that's kind of what I need the most right now. Apparently I haven't been along this road. Okay. So far, all the animals, though, we're seeing along the road aren't dangerous, which is good. Yeah, so we can get the copper. Oh, I should double check. So what actually do you want me to hunt? Oh, I have to wait till the next day and then I'll be able to hunt them. It'll end up being wolves then, most likely. Alright, so we got a wrecked wagon over here. Usually find fabrics and a tool or something, but I'm just seeing the fabric. That's fine. Okay, so run over here. And we're just here to quickly check on the people you could potentially have join your settlement.
Do you think that the people from Granitsa copied our name?
How is life treating you?
Alright, small talk. What can you do? I don't need a survivalist. Get out of here.
Have a good day.
Hello.
What do you do? Field work tires me a bit, but it's more of a thing. Alright, so a farmer I can use. Does anything give you a hard time? So you're bad at hunting. I'll take you. I don't, like, the farmer wasn't the one I wanted the most. But they will, oh good. Even though they're marked as farmer being the most, they actually have a couple things they're good at. So let's see here. We can get you assigned to that house. Alright. So, buildings I don't... So every building has at least one person working at it. So they're good at they're good at farming, diplomacy, and survival. So we can assign them to the farm itself. You know, you can hold Alt to check their skills. I did not know that. Low-key, I'm actually debating just shoving them on Lumberjack anyways. I think I'm going to do that anyways. It's not what they're good at, but that's what they're going to get assigned. They'll level up, and they'll get better at it. Oh, I didn't even see that there was... Oh, okay, you're not actually a person I can recruit. Alright, so let's go and... get home. Can I actually have you take me home?
Hello?
I need a ride. Where would you like to go? My village. Oh, it doesn't even say a price. I'm sorry, but I don't have your village on my map. You should talk the Herald to get permission to officially name your village and build a village sign. Only then my contract will allow me to take you there. The Herald?
See you soon.
Oh, it's gonna be... It's gonna be... Okay. How much to go to Donica or whatever?
Hello?
I need a ride. 150. Sold. Let's go. Alright. So that was a little bit of a waste of money. But honestly, as much as I've been running around here... Alright, I'll just be done. It's so satisfying when everything comes together. Yeah, alright, let's watch. So we got the boar on the left. Yeah, so honestly, if I keep mostly on track towards home, we should be avoiding most of the enemies. One reason I don't want to tangle with the boar yet is there is a small chance with the with the mission I took where they want me to kill animals, that the animals will be bears and boar. And if that's the case, I don't want to have wiped out a bunch of the boar and have to go seeking other ones. The Dynasty's going well. Okay, so that means it got late enough that they did just give me what I'm supposed to be hunting. Boar and bear, and a lot of them. Okay, fair enough. We got boar right there. Let's go, wipe them out. Some point in time, I shot an arrow over here. Okay. So we got more boar in the area. Luckily, at least that axe is a really solid weapon. I saw the other boar just over the hill here. Okay, and did we wipe out the local boar? Yep, so you see how that's grayed out? It means no more boar in this area for the rest of the season. Cool. And so with that, we can work our way home. I should be a little careful. Over to my left will be Wyzant. Wyzant are a very territorial buffalo, and they take quite a bit of damage to put down. And they can get on top of you and kill you pretty quickly. So I want to give them a little bit of a wide berth, unless I want to take the time to wipe them out. With my inventory already being mostly full, that's probably not my best use of effort. Because it does mean it'll be slower for me running home again. Okay. So let's drop off the leather. I also just remembered we had dropped a bunch of meat into the regular storage just because I had it on the other area, so I couldn't get to my granary easily. That's a bunch of this. Okay, let's see. Copper hammer. Copper hammer. I do not have a copper hammer handy, so I'll need to make a copper hammer. That's no problem. We'll want to deal with that here in a minute. So there's the fur, feathers, leather, logs, sticks, stone, wool fabric. Okay, so we gotta drop the meat off at the other location. I do have the hop plants and the cherry trees to plant. And if we hurry, it's bright enough that I can actually do it. Not have a totally miserable time. Let's go to our inventory, grab the bag. Do this, and plant hops. And get our field here sorted. getting pretty hard to see. And then for the last one, it will be cherry trees. And then with this, the entire field will be planted. So at least in the future, I'll have that whole thing going. One of the other things I'm going to want to do is I want to make an entire field of just like flax. Just an obnoxious amount of flax. Cool, so we got that all planted. That's good news. But get you out. Go over here. Grab the meat, drop you off. Alright, one moment. Just gotta rub my eyes. And I've got some of these onions and all that are starting to get a bit dodgy. We'll probably just need to compost those and be done with it. Yeah, all these ones are like 50%. Let's leave the meat for last. Let's grab the carrots. So here's a bunch of carrots at 50%. And then we've got a bunch of cabbage at 50%. So let's grab those and go to our compost bin and top it off. So that way we start composting that for more fertilizer. And that's what we could do with the crops that start getting a bit dicey so far as eating. Okay, so got the rest of this sorted out. So I need to make another copper hammer. I can get that sorted by just popping over here in the blacksmith while they're not here. So tools, copper tools, hammer. And meanwhile, since I'm standing here and it's dark anyways, let's go ahead and start making ourselves a bunch of copper and bronze and all that stuff. Running into them wouldn't be very wise ant or wise ain't. Yeah. The wise ant are honestly one of the more dangerous animals. Generally, the two animals I worry about the most are the bears and the wise ant, because both of them, if they get on top of you, you're usually just dead. And both of them take a lot of damage to put down. So it is two things that go together really, really bad for your survivability. Whereas, like, the wolves definitely do some pretty solid damage, but they only take one or two good hits to put down. Alright, so what we're going to do here in a moment is once I get this round of copper bars sorted, I'm going to drop them off over there. I'm going to grab a bunch of water. Sorry, not grab a bunch of water. Drink some water. And then we'll probably do a bit more blacksmithing. And we're partially doing this because I don't feel like running around in the dark out and about in the wilderness if I can help it. But we'll want to end up killing the 2 more boar. We can run that all back to town, and that'll take care of it. But yeah, this is the game loop at this point, is just build house, put people in it, do some crafting, grab whatever missions you can handy. If you're really hurting for Dynasty rank, you end up needing to run between all of the villages to get the stuff you're looking for. If you're not really hurting for Dynasty rank, you can just kind of have like the local area to deal with. You can even get Dynasty rank for just taking care of your own village needs, but when you start reaching the point that you just need really, really high amounts... Why did you not drop that? That you need really, really high amounts of Dynasty stuff to get more recruits, that becomes a thing. Now, granted, once your village has been around long enough that you, your kids start growing up, it becomes a lot less of a factor, because the kids growing up lets you kind of bypass a bunch of those limits. But they do take a while to grow up. If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure you can die of old age in this game too. And then when you do that, your heir takes over. And I think your skills reset at that point. I could be wrong about that. But like it's a continuation on the game. I don't remember how all the rules around all that work. Because it is one of the achievements to get in the game is for your heir to take over. That might also be if you have the permadeath turned on. Okay, and let's get the bronze going. Like, I genuinely just don't remember. Because, yeah, this should give them plenty of bronze bars for being able to, keep the blacksmithing stuff going. And then for the tailor, I need to actually check to see what the tailor's assignments are. Then, like I said, the last thing I probably want to go ahead and get knocked out here is setting up a farm of nothing but flax. Because I figure with that, we'll be able to have so much flax coming in, the tailor can work year-round with what we pull. And then if we do end up with even more of a surplus, I can step in during the night and just make an obnoxious amount of stuff. But that'll let me make the bigger bags. It'll also let me put that leather we've been collecting to use. Okay, so I have to stop that for a moment. My inventory is full. So I'm going to drop off the bronze ingots that we've been making. But that's kind of one of the things you'll end up doing is there'll be times that you just have some filler you want to do. And you can just kind of do the filler of just working on various things that have fallen behind. Early game, that's a lot of, you know, cutting down trees, getting stone, all these kind of things. As you get later in the game, it turns a lot more into doing stuff like the sewing and the smithy. You also have, like, farming is one that you can use as a time sink. Because you really don't level farming fast unless you're doing it yourself. It does come along, like, as you scale it up, it does okay. Alright. Okay, so we got all our bronze made. The question now is, will I be able to see well enough to build another farm? So here is where this one ends. So let's go here and say buildings, this, regular farm. So that's where that field ends. Give a little bit of a gap in between. Obstacle blocking. Okay, so we got obstacle over here. So we got some tree stumps over here. So I'm going to have to remove more tree stumps. Which I should have plenty of shovels. Let's see. So we have the wooden shovel still. I'm gonna grab 2 of those. And put those on my bar. Okay. So yeah, it looks like we get pretty close to the far end, and that's when we start seeing tree stumps. Shame it's so hard to see. Alright, so let's try this again. The buildings, farming. Oh, not the right one. Buildings, farming, regular old farm. So go to this one. And just scooch a little ways over. Okay. And there. So that's our second farm set up. There is a good chance with that second farm I'm probably going to end up needing to, Sorry. I'm probably going to end up needing to do some work around getting more storage nearby it or something like that. We'll see how that goes. But that'll be fine. Okay, we can go ahead and get this house finished. Now what I should do here is I should move one of the families that's in one of the crappier houses into this one. Then only have one more family to move out of their house, and at that point every single family will have nothing but the best houses. I'll still need to insulate them all, which will take time, and we'll still need to build more houses for more new residents. But that'll reduce our burden on our firewood, which then of course means more wood that it can allocate to planks or just building things and all that. This actually might be enough planks to finish this house. Okay. So I need to give my stamina a moment to recover. Yeah, we should be getting relatively close to unlocking the mine. Like I said, that's when you get access to iron, and that you can send them to go in for tin. I believe that's when you can send them to go in for tin. That you don't have to do it all yourself. Okay, we got all that. Okay, I'm not going to have quite enough planks. I'm going to be very close, though. Close enough that I could probably run over there and knock out just a couple of planks, and then have another house done. Yeah, and that could even be the way I approach this, is we do our, like, one run to town each in-game day. And that one run to town is where we get, like, any missions we need, all that stuff. So you're working on all that. I won't sweat that. I need to have my character eat something really quick. Which is fine. Do you have any cooked food there? No. Alright, so we will go ahead and grab some of the dodgier carrots. As we've done in the past. We'll let ourselves be the compost pile. Oh, actually, these are, even though these are at 50%, they're not so bad that we're getting sick from them. When we grabbed the ones that were like 30%, we were eating them. Our character was not having a great experience with that. I also need to go to management, farm, field 2. Low efficiency, farm shed far away. I'll worry about that later. So, what I care about the most is let's grab the rye. So we plant the rye in autumn. Let's change the plant type. Not the rye. What am I doing? Let's go back here. So let's grab the flax. Alright. So with that there, we can accept that. And so this is the... So with that, we will... So we plant the flax in spring and we harvest it in summer. So the only thing that we sow at a time that would work is I could grow rye on this field as well. Because then I could just bounce back and forth between the rye and that. I think we do that. So we would do that in autumn. We could do the entire field like this. Okay, so it'd be... We switch over during spring. It is rye in summer. It is... We plant the, Sorry, it's flax in summer. We plant the rye in autumn. And then we, go through there. Yep, so that should be a field that's there. So we will end up wanting to get another farm shed, whatever. But that's not an immediate problem. Okay. But with that, chat, it is unfortunately getting to be that time. I'm going to quickly make sure to save this so that we have that still available. But it's getting to be about that time when I need to wrap up for the night and all that kind of good stuff. But it's been going pretty good. I do think next stream we'll get something else going on. I haven't decided exactly what is. I mentioned earlier in the stream there was an update to Keep Driving that I am debating doing a half stream Keep Driving and then whatever else afterwards. Keep Driving is a pretty fun game that, people call it a CarPG. It's very Oregon Trail coded. Just instead of you trying to get the Oregon Trail, you road trip to a festival. And then there's a whole bunch of different endings and all that. But the gimmick is, instead of an Oregon Trail where you go along and it goes, you got bit by a snake, little Johnny died, and you got no say in any of it, or you go to the ferry and say, okay, choose one of these three options, and it just rolls the dice to see if you lose a bunch of your stuff or whatever. Instead, you hit things like, oh no, there's potholes, and you do kind of this little game that it's a turn-based game where you use special abilities from your drivers and any hitchhikers on board to overcome the things like flat tire or wrecked car or whatever, traffic. And you go through the music in the game's amazing. So I might do half a stream of that next stream and then something after that. We'll see. As far as Medieval Dynasty goes, I could see playing more of this at some point, as a one-off. Right now, though, we're at that stage of the game where, literally it'll just, the next stream would literally be just me build house, me build house, me build house, do little objective, me build house, build a farm, me build house. This is the stage of the game where there's not really new stuff happening. The only new thing we get is there's a tavern is one. That's super late game. And then there is the marketplace, which just automates the selling stuff so I have even less reason to run to town. And that's not to say it's bad, but from a content side of it, we've kind of really gotten the meat and potatoes out of the story and everything else there. So with that said, what's going to end up happening? First of all, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. But what is going to end up happening if you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly for you, so don't forget to like and subscribe on the YouTube side. But for everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who I can find to drop a raid on. We know lots of excellent people on this channel,